Hey guys, Vanilla Ice here, proud owner of my new car hauler. Check this out. Got this from Wright Trailers here in Lakeland, Florida. And if you want one of these, you go to Wright Trailers here in Lakeland. That's it, so make it happen, Captain. Wright Trailers.
Okie dokie. Well, we are here, and I tell you what, you know, you take a few days off, and every little thing that can go wrong with software just goes wrong. So Mark's been jumping through hoops, trying to get all the software back up. It was perfect yesterday. I don't know, electronics, you know. Anyway, we are here back at sunny Bradenton Motorsports Park, and it's a lovely, lovely day here today. It's supposed to be high in the upper 70s. Mark is very happy about that since he's out there stuck in it in the scaffold. Anyway, thank you to Gaspar Body and Paint for bringing Motor Mania TV in again this year. They have been loyal at bringing us in and supporting this New Year National. This is the 8th year for the New Year National. Can you believe it? Okay, and also to Bradenton Area Sports, they are sponsoring Thursday's events. We thank them for that. They are calling the new entry time runs to the lanes. Now, we do not have any official time runs for today or for any day, just the new entry ones. And yeah, that'll start here shortly. They have been calling them. Ryan is here, Ryan Gleghorn. So we're happy to see him. I've seen some faces. Ooh, and guess what? Giddy Piggy is here. So if you're near here, if you're in this area, come on down and you can watch this and enjoy some of that Giddy Piggy goodness. So yeah, anyway, that's about all I have to say. So I guess I'll let you enjoy watching the track while they get those guys into the lanes. Okay? If I can do this correctly. You know, you give me a couple of days off and then I'm new.
And we are live on our Motormania TV feed, brought to us by Gaspar Body and Paint. We are just moments away from calling round one of No Box to the stage of lanes here on Bradenton Area Sports Thursday. Last race anywhere the 2022 season. We're going to go out with a bang. $10,000 win on the box side, $10,000 win on the no box side, and $2,000 to win in junior dragsters. At this time, I will take no box doubles. No box doubles. Take you lanes 1 and 2. No box doubles. We'll take you lanes 1 and 2. No box doubles. I'll take you lanes 1 and 2 for Easy Life Motorsports round number 1. No box doubles. Need you to lanes for Easy Life Motorsports round number 1. Again, no box doubles, no box doubles. Need you to the lanes. No box doubles. Need you to the stage of lanes. So getting ready to get started with Easy Life Motorsports round number 1 of no box. Before we do so, we're going to go into our opening ceremonies. Have our invocation done by RFC Chaplain Russ Elsie. It'll be followed by our national anthem.
Our Lord God, we thank you so much for your love, your grace, and your mercy, and for the freedom that we have to be able to participate in this great sport. Lord, we come to you to look for guidance and safety today, Lord, for the drivers, the crew members, the spectators, the staff and administration as well, Lord. As we come to you, in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Please remain standing for the playing of our national anthem. We're good.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars bombs we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Box side. We have doubles. I will call trans breaks. No box, round one, trans break racers will take you to the lanes. No box, round number one, trans breaks. We will take you to the staging lanes. No box, round one, trans breaks. We will take you to the staging lanes. We're glad to have each and every one of you both here and watching online for the 8th running of the gas-powered body and paint New Year's Nationals here at Bradenton. Got a whole lot of racing to get done in the next 3 days. And first cars are starting to roll around into the water box now. First pair out. Should be a good one left side. Tommy Borgia, the Kentucky Gears 95 Mustang. Do believe that is a 4-speed, dialed 762. Take on Wyatt Ezel as the father of JBR. And wife Rose's Mustang, it's a Nova. He's dialed at 625 out of Ventress, Louisiana. Borgia out of Lawrence. Buybacks available, buybacks. We'll have a re-entry round. Race your way back in to round number 2. Next pair will be AJ Eisman, left side, dialed 745. Right side, don't have a name quite yet for our friend in the Cobra Jet, dialed at 669. Never mind, that is Kim Fritz. Right side. Win light Fritz, 59 and 9 foul under, gets the win. Eisman, 073, gets their first 5 foul. 28 foul under. Chase Ramey, left side. Out of Olive Hill, Kentucky. That is not a S10, that is a 91 Dakota, dialed 680. Take on John Smith Jr. out of Girdler, Kentucky. The Chevy 2 dialed 558. 5 fouls separate them up front. Win light definitely will go to the right-hand side. 063 and a bunch over as Ramey was 68 and looked like he had issues with his hot rod. Carly Holbrook left side out of Palmetto, Florida. The Nova dialed at 669. Take on Paul Allen. The Maverick dialed 698. Win light will go to Carly. Wow. Carly very late and a hun over. Gets their first 2 hun. Paul Allen 28 and a lot over. Yeah, definitely gave that one back. Kyle Rumley left side. Goldie dialed in 654. Take on Blake Carnell. Blake dialed 720. $14 foul, separate them up front. Win light will go to Carnell. 10, one above, 525 total. Gets their first 14 foul. Rumley 24 and one above. No good. Blake will move on. Chris Cox left side. The Ford Ranger out at 771. Take on David Gaspar. Gaspar out 655. Three hun separate them up front. Win light will go to Chris Cox. Missed it just a tad, puts it dead on 9 to get their first 24th foul. Gaspar 50 and 6 above, no good. Wesley Cox left side, dialed 671. We got no name, but I know for a fact that is Steve Collier right side. Collier out of Ohio, dialed 641, part of that drive for EET. Win light Collier, you're going to hear that a lot this weekend. 36 and 2 above gets their first 11 foul. Wesley 52 and 2 above, no good.
Thank you.
Lucas Walker left side, dial 593. He'll take on Amy Fernet.
I'd say Ferrante.
Ferrante. It is Ferrante. Out of Southampton, Pennsylvania.
That's all, yeah, it's warmer here than
Dialed
there.
611. It's for sure warmer here than it is there.
Well, actually, 3 days ago.
Ten fouls separate them up front. Win light Lucas 28, dead 8 gets the win. Amy 38 gets their 4th foul to be 6th foul under. Had no chance. Lucas Walker will move on. Gerald Hamlick dialed 675. Take on Bob Highclark. Highclark, sorry. I haven't announced a lap since the million. It's been a minute.
It's okay, I'm going to butcher some stuff.
Bob dialed 644. Win light going to Bob. 5 takes 16 to be 1 above. Gerald 44 and 5 foul under, no good.
I felt bad for Butler because Lori, you know Butler does not travel. And
Josh Sutton Jr. left side. The Soul Snatcher out 11:25. Yes, he drove the Kia Soul all the way to Bradenton, Florida from Hendersonville, Tennessee. Right side out 7:35. Right side is in trouble. Win light will go to Sutton, 23 and a bunch over. Right side, very late, and one above. This is a street car you do not want to miss it on. Says Thomas Fletcher left side. Dialed 598, take on Troy Stafford. Stafford did pick up 2 wins on the weekend last year. He's dialed 646. Will go to Stafford. 003, dead 0-3 total for Troy Stafford. Locks out Fletcher, who's 17 takes 6 to be 2 hun under. Troy Stafford 3 total to get his weekend started. John Dwayne left side, Jacksonville, Florida, dialed 607. Take on Morgan Carroll. Miss Morgan driving from South Carolina, dialed 612. 11 fouls separate them up front. Win light will go to John, 28 and 1 above. Morgan, 39 takes 6 to be 3 foul under. John will move on. Paul Ramey left side, dialed 886 in the BMW. Mark Ketterer, dialed 730 in the right side. That is a Aspen. And Mark is 3 foul red. Ramey 073. And we'll go 903 off the 886. Once again, trains brake cars, you should be in the lanes. Trains brake cars, you should be in the stage lanes. Jason England dialed 623. Take on Ryan Snipes, dialed 653.
You got him about 3.
2 hun separate them up front. Win light will go to England. 21 and 2 above gets their first 8 fouls. Snipes 41, 1 above 0, no good. Jason England moves on. Left side dialed 614. Right side Pete Miller dialed 683. Win light left side 54 and 1 above gets their 33 foul. Pete Miller missed it just a tad and puts it to above. Ben Roberts left side dialed 663. Take on Jason McCandless. McCandless a winner here last year, dialed 569, and it looks like McCandless might have some issues out here after the burnout. front. Win light will go to McCandless. 23, take 32. Roberts 065 and 8 over.
John Jennings out 6. Della out 1. Winlight Gambardella 28, taking 60. Head on 0. Ooh. Jennings 38, threw the anchor out to be 5 over and almost got away with it. Gambardella will move on though. Harry Sickety left side dial 566. I think those 560s. Now.
Robert Benzenberg, right side, dialed 690, and Terry looks like might have backed out of the beams there. So Robert will move on 26 and a bunch under. Kevin Mendenhall out 605, take on Casey Sims out 630. Mendenhall 32 thou red gives a win to Sims, who's 23. And 19 thou under. Nathan Mendenhall and Dustin Carroll. Mendenhall dialed 615, Dustin dialed 688. Dustin in control of this one. And he'll get the win 35, and one above gets there 26 thou. Mendenhall 064, one above, no good. Ooh, Chris Connor and John Cera. Win light will go to Connor. 4 takes 7 to be 2 thou under. Cera 15 and 6 thou under. No good. Chris Connor. 4 takes 7's a real good lap. He'll move on. Donnie Hager left side. Out at 6:46 out of Clark Lake, Michigan. And I thought I drove a long way. Paul Vizio right side. Brandon Florida out at 6:25. One foul separate them up front. Win light will go to Vizzo. 40. One above 6. Gets their first 13 foul. Hager 0-39 and 3 above. No good. Dalton Allen dialed 7:17. Take on Ray Isles. Isles dialed 6:48. Mike Crook dialed 671. Take on Dan Warren dialed 633. This time I will call foot brake. Foot brake will take you to lanes. Foot brake round number 1 will take you to lanes. Foot brake round 1 we will take you to the stage and lanes. Crook, 5 dead 7, lays down 12 total, get their first 11 thou. Warren 0-33 and had 0 chance to turn on the win light. Mike Crook will move on. Michael Nobles out of Glen St. Mary, Florida. What a name. The 84 Charger. Dialed 652. It is Mopar powered?
It is.
Love it. Nobles is 000 and turns on the win light to be 7 over. Chris Cox late and 1 above, no good. Ethan Snyder out 726. Take on Wyatt Ezel out 725. Ezel in control.
I couldn't either.
Ezel with the win, 37 and 2 above. Snyder dead 0, no good. BJ Bianchi left side. Well, that's what it says. That's what it says it is. I'm pretty sure it's one of the McCandlesses, but there's Jonathan McCandless. Alyssa Martin is red. McCandless 24 and 1 above. I saw BJ. I'm like, ain't no way. He's retired.
He comes out of retirement like once a year. It seems like now.
Tyler Moore, Mustang dialed at 690. Take on Andy Chavez. Chavez dialed 788. Fourth, I'll separate them. It is nasty. Wind light will go to Chavez. 5, take 2 to be 1 above. 5, Tyler Moore, 001, 2 above, 122 total. Does not turn on a wind light.
In bottom.
Richard Ship, dialed 683. Take on Daniel Young. Young dialed 639. Problems for Ship, so Daniel Young gets a solo shot, 24 and 18 foul under. Austin Logan and Michael Hart. Hart is red. Logan 037, dead 3. Wayne Stewart, dialed 704, left side. Josh Sutton Jr., right side. The sold out 1125. One foul separate them. Winlight Stewart 47, dead 8. Get their first 51. Sutton 48 and 5 over, no good. Travis Logan dialed 615 left side. Take on Bob Walsh. Walsh dialed 6 flat. Logan 3 foul red, so Walsh will get away with one. Walsh very red and 2 above. Dave Keaton out at 589. Take on Dan Boldry. Boldry out at 595. Aaron Reynolds left side. Dialed 625. Going to take on Jennifer. Big Nola dialed at 598. Jennifer is red. Aaron 10 and 1 above will move on. Wesley Cox dialed 671. Take on Jesus Alberto dialed 690. Winlight Wesley 31 and 2 above gets their first 17 foul. Jesus 33 and 3 above. Lucas Walker dialed at 593. Take on Jason Schultz. Schultz is in trouble. Walker 009 and 5 over get the win. Brandon Michaels left side dialed 695. Take on Wyatt Palmatier. Big Papa dialed 585. Six foul, separate them up front. Win Mike. Give it to Paul Mateer, 24 dead 7, gets their first 31 foul. Michaels 30 and 3 over, no good. Mike Mogney, 005 will get the win there. Blake Combs is red. Mogney 5 and a bunch over. Left side out 888. Right side, Kim Fritz dialed 667. Three Hun separate them up front. Win light give to Fritz 065 and one above. Lanes 5 and 6 load up. Lanes 5 and 6 load up. Steve Collier left side dialed 641. Take on Gerald Hamlick. Hamlick dialed 675. Final call, no box. Final call, no box. If you have not made your final pass in round number 1, you need to be in the lanes. Final call, no box. You need to be in the lanes. Final call, no box. Trains break, foot break. You should be in the lanes. Final call, no box. Hamlet is 2 thou red. Collier is 20. And a little bit under. Steve Collier will move on. Cameron Fredrickson dialed 589. Take on Joe Diedrich. Diedrich dialed 631. And he'll turn on a win light 18 and one above. Diedrich 60 gets their first 26 to be a bunch under. Fredrickson moves on. Above. Matt Daddis left side out 619. Take on Dusty Carroll out at 688. Daddis 3 foul red gives a win to Carroll, who is 21. And 2 above. James Paler left side dialed 701. Right side dialed 595. Carly Holbrook down 670 left side. Take on Ray Isles down 647. Paul Allen down 698. Take on Amy Ferrante down 610 right side. Winlight Allen 12 and 5 over. Gets the win. Amy was late. Pete Miller out 675. Take on, it says Toby Barnes. Look at Toby making the trip. Dialed 702. Fun fact, Toby Barnes, the runner-up of the first ever $1 million drag race. And pretty solid on hitting the bottom bulb as well. Pete Miller will get the win there. Late and above, as looked like Barnes had problems with his hot rod. Jason England left side, out 623. Take on Adam Klein. Klein out at 658. Both these drivers from the state of Kentucky. England out of Benton, Kentucky. It's more on the western side. Klein out of Franklin is on the eastern side. Klein is 16 thou red. England 043. And 16 thou under. Ben Roberts out 663. Take on Troy Stafford out at 650. Winlight Troy Stafford 008 and 7 over. Gets their first 18 thou. Roberts
I'd like to say I'm surprised, but
a little late, and it cost him. CW Vaught dialed at 578.
we'll forgive it.
Take on Justin Hardman. Hardman dialed 712. Separate them up front. Winlight will go to Vaught. 062, take 14 to be 3 above. Hardman will not turn on a Winlight here. John Dwayne dialed 608 left side. Take on Jason McCandless dialed 569.
63 and 1 above. As left side. Thank you, Derek. 003 and 2 under. Left side there. Kevin Mendenhall out 605. Take on. This is Mike Bloomfield Jr., but I don't feel like that's right. I've never seen Mikey hit the bomb in his life. Winlight Mendenhall 21 takes 16 to be 4 above, right side 30 and 5 above, no good. Left side out 611, right side Gage Birch out 607. Birch is red. That is and under. Nathan Mendenhall gets the win, 41 and 4 thou under. Ryan Snipes 34 and 13 thou under, no good. Wendell Denny Jr. last side, about 623. Take on 10 Howell. Howell's about 650.
Taylor Bowling left side out 672. Take on Andy Chops. Bowling in control. Bowling with the win, 001, take 17 to be 5 over. CJ Ketterer dialed at 721. Take on Morgan Carroll dialed 612. Carroll 13 thou red, Ketterer 25 and 2 above. Bryce Butcher left side dialed 6 flat. Take on Jeff Grafton. Grafton dialed 742. Grafton in the Tesla. And it looks like we lost a hood and hopefully not a windshield. So Jeff Grafton will get the win here. We will we'll go get Bryce off the racetrack. And we'll continue with Easy Life Motorsports round number 1, no box. Absolute last and final call for no box. Absolute last and final call for no box.
Casey Sims out 6:30. Take on Miss Nikki Thomas. Nikki out 12. Win light. Nikki Thomas 21 dead 1 gets the win. Sims 24 take 14 to be 16 foul under. Nikki Thomas moves on. Danny Shield out 528 left side. Take on Jerry Vizio out at 644.
Shule turns it red. Gary 048. And a bunch over. Looked like he had problems up front, but he will move on. What a matchup we have here. Left-hand side, Tim Butler. The legend out at 606 will take on Jeff Sarah. Jeff out at 604.
Yeah, it was over.
They're both red, but Butler's red first, so Jeff Sarah will pick up the win. 16 thou red and 22 thou under. Jeff Sarah will move on. Go Dogs. George Windsor, the Pinto out 645 left side. They on Chris Cox dialed 595. Chris 5,000 red 26. Dead one. J.D. Anderson out 633. David Gaspar right side out 655. Gaspar is red, gives win to Anderson, who is more red, but will advance. The Tesla 621 at 118.
Holy crap.
Anderson will move on. Alicia Hawkins left side out 678. Take on Mike Clifford. Clifford out 665. At this time, I'll take door car doubles. Door car doubles. I'll take you to the lanes. Door car doubles. Take you to the lanes.
My car.
I need
What?
my-
My car. Oh, my car is Brandon Michaels, Carter Boy.
Car number 295X, Charlie Denny. You're the wait and see by. 295X, Charlie Denny. You're the wait and see by. I need door car doubles. Round number 1 to the lanes. Renee Meerhofer out of Switzerland, out 569. Take on Thomas Palmer. I think it's supposed to say Palmer. Out at 754. Switzerland has to win long distance award. Renee is red. Thomas 39. And 4 above. Josh Carroll is red. Graham Hosey, 047. And a hunt under. Once again, double inner door cars need you to the lanes. Double inner door cars need you to the lanes. Kevin Stittle down 679. Take on Donnie Hager down 647. Kevin is a foul red. Gives a win to Hager and under. Once again, double inner door cars need you to the lanes. Double inner door cars, round number 1, need you to the lanes. Left side, Tommy Borgia, dialed 759. Gonna take on Jonathan McCandless, right side, dialed 680. McCandless with the advantage. McCandless with the win light, 51 and 2 above. Borgia, a little late, gets there a thou to be 18 thou under. Once again, double inner door cars need you here. Double inner door cars need you to the lanes. Double inner door cars need you to the lanes. Double door cars, you should be here. AJ Eisman, dialed 742, right side on 655. One light. Right side 36, take 13 to be a ton over. Left, AJ was late and 4 above. Gage Birch, dialed 607, take on Donovan Williams. What a matchup. Donovan dialed 659. Probably just woke up. Rolled out of bed, go, you know what? I feel like really running my best friend first round. Donovan is red. Burt 037. And 500 under. Wow. And the bye car, Brandon Michaels. Michaels dialed at 696. He will get his bye run here. Once again, door car doubles, door car doubles. You should be here. Door car doubles. You should be in the lanes.
All right, once again, we are looking for no box, or excuse me, no, we're done with no box. See, this is why. This is why they have the professional up here. We need box, door car doubles, box, door car doubles to the lanes. If you're not here, you're about to be late. Box, door car doubles, box, door car doubles, I need you to the lanes, please. Looks like I got a bunch of you already. If not, this is your official wake-up call. Box, door car doubles. And we are about to call all door cars here in just a minute. So, door car doubles, you got another minute or two to get to the lanes. And then we will call all door cars to the lanes. Once again, car 295X. 295X, Charlie Denny, you are the wait and see buy run for round number 1 of box. Once again, first round being brought to us by Easy Life Motorsports. All right, let's get things started here in round number 1 of Box Eliminator. We're going to start with the cars that have doors. Bryce Fox and Charlie Holland will come up first. Holland out of Kentucky, the 69 Dart right-hand side. 655 the dial. He'll go first over Bryce Fox out of Virginia. The low and not slow 68 Camaro dialed 513 left side. About 1.42 seconds of handicap will go right side. Bryce Fox will try to chase him down. We are clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. 7,000 reaction time. Win line will go to right-hand side, Charlie Holland, 662 on a 655, 003 on the tree. Fox was 10 on the tree, but can only go 7 above. 2 thou behind at the finish line. Charlie Holland holds on, will go to round number 2. Bryce Fox will try to find the re-entry round. Will Highhouse coming up next in the Tim Goolsby-owned Malibu. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need all door cars, round number 1. All door cars, round number 1 to the lanes, please. All door cars, round number 1 to the lanes, please. All box door cars to the lanes, your first call. All box door cars to the lanes, please. Will Highhouse, once again, sliding behind the wheel of Tim Goolsby's Malibu. He calls it the prom chick. He said, just happy to be here. 725 the dial, and he'll run the topless Camaro Roadster right-hand side. No driver information on that car as of yet. 515 the dial. Big handicap here for Highhouse as he has over 2 seconds to go first. And that Camaro going to come chasing him down. We're clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. Highhouse will run over 1.5 on reaction time. Win light. Camaro. Highhouse lets him around by 23 thousandths. He goes 7 above. Camaro going 518 on a 515. He's 3 above. Got around the whole shot of Highhouse of an 015, 031. Highhouse got on the brakes a little bit and led him around. Next pair up, Emily Salmons and James Snyder. Snyder in the 1966 Chevy 2 that he's had for quite a long time. Out of Vero Beach, Florida, 640 the dial-in right side. He'll get the handicap head start from the 586 dial-in. From the Mustang left side of Emily Salmons out of Ohio. Actually, that's a Cobalt. This looks like a Mustang from my vantage point up here in the second floor. 586 dial-in, Snyder goes first right side. Red light for Snyder by 5 thou. If he didn't do it, Emily's going to do it. She's 166 red and goes 2 above the 586 dial-in. Snyder breaks out, goes 635 after the painful 005 red light. How about a Pontiac Aster and a Vega station wagon in our next pair up? Doug Milner out of Laurel, Delaware, probably one of the contestants for longest haul. Yeah, that's a Pontiac Aster, not a Vega, but this is Pontiac's versions of it. Oldsmobile and Buick also had them. But Doug has been coming to the New Year's Nationals for a little bit. 554 the dial-in on his side. Jake Hodge. Jake from State Farm, right-hand side. In the Hook and Hillbilly Vega wagon out of Kentucky, 609 dial-in. Jake will go first right side by about 1 light bulb. He goes wheels up on a 004 reaction time. Milner goes 43 and possibly in trouble. Jake Hodge gets the win light. 6:12 on a 6:09, 004 on the tree. Milner's 033 and goes 5:59 on a 5:54. He's 46 thou behind at the stripe, and that's no good. Hodge will take that entry to round number 2. Jacob Knight and Steve Hadfield next. Hadfield in a quick, and I mean real quick, 1957 Chevy. Look at the dial-in board. 495 the dial-in out of Deerfield Beach, Florida, right side. 602 the dial-in for Jacob Knight. A little S10 pickup truck, left side. He'll go first by over 1 full second, and Hatfield will play catch-up. Once again, I have called all box door cars. All box door cars. Round number 1, all box door cars. Round number 1 in each 2 lanes, please. All box door cars. Round number 1 in each 2 lanes, please. We are in Easy Life Motorsports round number 1. As Easy Life Motorsports will provide the best losing package, and Jacob Knight's going to need to go visit that re-entry window as he turns it red by 15 thou. Hatfield goes 494 with a 7 breaking out by 3 thou on his 495 dial. 57 Chevy goes to round number 2. Motorcycle versus door car in our next matchup. Gary Williams in the Overkill Motorsports GMC Sonoma. No, it's not an S10. That's a GMC. 565 the dial. He'll go first over the motorcycle on the left side. 549 the dial in for the scooter. We are clean and green on both sides. Gary Williams in control. The strong win light will go to Williams. 568 on a 565, 300ths above. 550 on a 549 for the bike is 100ths above, but Williams owned him on the tree by 3.5 hundredths, and that is why he's got a 16 thou win light. Speaking of win lights, here's a guy who was taking quite a bit of them. Here at Bradenton Motorsports Park, even though he's from Ohio, Matt Daddis in the new-to-him third-gen Camaro. This guy picked up a $75,000 check at SFG just a couple weeks ago. Also picked Bradenton's pocket for $20K back in November. So he has done quite well with his brand-new car. 617 dial in right-hand side. Mike DiLorenzo out of Delaware in the stealth black Camaro on the left-hand side. 553 the dial in. Daddis will go first by a little over 1 light bulb. 6400's head start goes to Daddis. We are clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. 009 left side and 15 right-hand side. Win light. Daddis drops him off at the top end to go 620 on a 617. Gets there first by 10 thou. DiLorenzo can only go 558 on a 553, and Daddis got rid of what he needed to cross first by 1/100th of a second. Robert Ledbetter and Mike Mening coming up next. Mening out of Green Cove Springs, Florida, the 95 S10. Little small block Chevy power plant left side. 694 dial. He'll go first over Ledbetter's wheel standing 69 Firebird. Pure Pontiac powered 69 Pontiac right hand side. 583 dial in for him. This one is all Mike Mening on the left hand side. 701 on a 694 as Ledbetter had problems. Goes 586 on a 583 but was late on the starting line. That is uncharacteristic for him, and I have a feeling he'll try to fix that and come back for the re-entry round. Bubba Browning and Trip Clough coming up next. Clough out of Maryland, the 67 Chevy 2 left side. 623 the dial-in. 628 the dial-in for Bubba Browning out of Sarasota, Florida. He made it deep at the No One Fights Alone Nationals up in Gainesville earlier this month. He'll go first by 0.05 of a second. be almost a heads-up race. They leave within 3 thousandths of a second of each other. Both of them good on the tree. Win light, Bubba Browning. 6:30 on a 6:28, 009 tree. Had plenty of room as Tripp goes 6:29 as he dropped the anchor after being 12 on the tree. And Bubba Browning was in control on that one. He'll go to round number 2. Paul Ramey and Nick Ship up next. Ship in the 86 Mustang. The Ship family always a regular at the New Year Nationals. 681 the dial in right-hand side. 536 the dial in for the Conquest out of Allen Hill, Kentucky. So almost one full Christmas tree head start to Nick Ship right-hand side in the Mustang. Clean and green on both sides. Nick Ship in control by 200s on the reaction time. Win light. Ramey, 538 on a 536. 043 on the tree, but gets there first by 15th thou. His Ship can only go 687 to the deck. And he gets 15th thou behind. Joseph Hodges and John Scott coming up next. Scott out of Pennsylvania, the 71 Vega. Card says Escape on the side of it with the old school snorkel scoop. 576 dial in. He'll swing the head start to Hodges out of Tennessee. Maggard Specialty Sales and Hoosier Tire backing that clean S10 effort. 646 the dial in left side. He'll go first by 0.7 of a second. Both of them off clean and green, 7th thou. Put on reaction times. Truck in control. Left side, win light, left side. 646 on a 646 with a 3, and an 029 tree is 32 total. John Scott's 36 on the tree and is mathematically locked out. Has no chance to get there. Goes 2 above his 576 prediction and is 24th thou behind. One second. Charlie Denton and Mark Cathell coming up next. Cathell in the 89 Mustang out of Laurel, Delaware on the right-hand side. 605 the dial-in. He'll swing the head start to Charles Denny, the Blazer left side out of Kentucky. 670 the dial-in. He turns on the red light by 4th thou. If he didn't, Mark was going to. Mark's 18 red behind him, but first is worse in this case. The Mustang driver will go to round number 2, and Charles Denny will find the re-entry round. I believe that is actually Aaron Reynolds in the taco truck, and Aaron turned on the win light 627 on a 627 after the red light by Robbie Joins, who breaks it out by 1 thou in the Oldsmobile. How about Roy Hagedorn? Charlie Holland's got a tough one on his hands right here. The 69 Dart Salt 655 will face off with Roy Hagedorn in the bike, dialed 555. And Holland turns at 4th out red. If he did what Hagedorn was going to, he's 14 red behind him. Then goes 556 on a 555. Hagedorn will make the necessary changes to the two-wheeler and come back for round number 2, and Holland will find the re-entry window. Charlie Semino and Larry Hamby. High gear Hamby, right-hand side, 639 dial-in for the 55 Chevy. BLP backing his efforts along with FTI on site and Outlaw Fuels. Charlie Semino in the 65 GTO, left-hand side, 608 the dial-in. There's 5,000 reaction time. Better light, Semino, win light, Hamby. 640 on a 639 gets the win by 1/10. 1/10,000th of a second. Check this one out. 021 tree, 640 with a 3 is 34 total. Charlie Semino's 016 tree, 6098 on a 608 is 34 total as well. 1/10,000th margin of victory slides Larry Hamby's way. That's a good drag race. Bob Hyclack coming up next in the Corvette right-hand side, 644 the dial-in. DJ Coventry doing double duty with Mike Crook in the Camaro left side, 671 dial-in on that. DJ Coventry in control on reaction time, left-hand side, win light, left-hand side. 673 on a 671, 001 on the tree, takes 10. Bob Hyclack 028 on the tree, and only had 2 thou to get in and instead gets behind to go 645 on a 644. Good race there. DJ Coventry picking up the win light. Ray Juries and Ryan Henry coming up next. Henry out of Pennsylvania, the 2002 Camaro, the ground hugger on the right-hand side. 548 the dial-in. We'll swing the head start to Ray Juries out of Northport, Florida. The wheel standing 78 Nova, dials in at 605. He'll lead first by about 1 light bulb. 5700ths to be exact. Both of them leaving the wheels up. Ray Juries on the better reaction time. Can he hold off the Camaro? No, the Camaro gets around him and goes dead on the 548 dial-in with an 029 tree. 7th thou margin of victory. Juries is 004, but can only go 609 on a 605. 7th thou behind. Good drag race there. Jerry's with the whole shot. Henry going dead on the dial-in to get around him by 7th thou. Shannon Heberlin coming up next out of Kitts Hill, Ohio. The multicolored S10 pick-em-up truck left side, 630 the dial-in. We'll get the head start from Scott Jorgensen. The 78 Malibu out of New Smyrna Beach, Florida. Big block Chevy for power, 591 dial-in for the Stealth Malibu on the right-hand side. Left side goes first by about 0.4 of a second. For those of you that are interested, a couple of things to make note of. New Year's Nationals shirts are available at the 8th Mile Apparel booth. It's the white enclosed trailer located behind the burnout box. And the Guinea Piggy is here. They're open and serving breakfast. And it's looked good so far, the couple that I've seen come to the tower. Jorgensen turns it red. 008 for Heberlin. 650 on a 630 as Shannon got out of the gas early, as they know they had the win well in hand. And Jorgensen will go back to the trailer and decide whether he wants to hit the re-entry round. Bob Briggs and Kyle Rumley, our next pair up. Rumley out of Tennessee, and Goldie, the 77 Skylark. 655 the dial-in. 596 the dial-in for the Nova of Riggs out of Port Charlotte, Florida. Rumley will go first left side by about 0.6 of a second. Rumley holds him off. 655 on a 655 with a 9 on the end of it. No 025 tree for Rumley gets the win. Riggs tosses a 001 up and can only go 603 on a 596 and comes up 43 thou short. Marty Dabney coming up next out of Virginia. The 72 Vega right-hand side. How about the dial-in on this one? 480. With a little short wheelbase hot rod on the right-hand side. I'll tell you what, probably uses all the steering wheel on it. Probably the fastest door car out here. Ronnie Massar coming up in the colorful Chevelle on the left-hand side. 541 the dial-in for the Tennessee-based hot rod, and he goes first by 0.6 of a second. How'd you like to be in a 540 door car, and you're going to go first by 0.6 of a second? There's not a dragster on the other side. Both of them leaving wheels up. Reaction time to that side, left-hand side, win line, left side, dead on 4. 541 with a 4 on a 541, 021 tree. That's 25 total and locks out Marty Dabney's 047 tree. But that Vega went 482 at 145 miles an hour. Talk about a little short wheelbase hot rod and just wheels it down there like a Sunday drive. Dylan Starks and Brandon Davis next. Tennessee representing left-hand side in the colorful 79 Corvette, dial 601. They'll get the head start over Brandon Davis, the Nova. No, that is not Brandon Davis. Well, actually, it could be Brandon Davis, but that's in Ken Grant's hot rod. 567 for the wheel, standing right side out of Georgia, and he's got some work to do as Dylan has the whole shot. And Dylan turns on the wind light as Braden goes 2 above and Dylan goes 2 above, so it comes down to the reaction time. 4 thousandths of a second of wind stripe goes to Dylan Starks in the Corvette. All these really cool awards coming up here from RT Promotions for the New Year's Nationals. Best appearing junior dragster, the non-driving figure it out long distance award, and best appearing full-bodied car. A lot of cool stuff coming up here for trophies. Let's get back to the action on the racetrack. Adam Klein and Mike Ledford. Ledford in the wheel standing S10. 614 dial will swing the head start to Klein in the wagon dial 659. Both of them goes wheels up, and Klein lets go 4 thousandths early. He'll swing the head win to Ledford, who's 26 on the tree, and breaks it out by 17 thou. Klein goes 660 on a 659 after the 004 heartbreaker. Couple of drivers that have been doing it for a long time here in the state of Florida. Mike Van Dam Jr. and Bill Stepp. Stepp's Auto Repair, Olds Cutlass. This car's been around since Barossa Motorsports Park was first founded back in the early 1980s. As he has done quite well with this. Stepp's Auto Repair, the blinded by the light Olds Cutlass. 623 dial in left side. He'll get the head start from Van Dam Jr.'s 91 Camaro. 545 the dial in. The difference in the dial ins, 78 hundredths of a second. That'll go to Bill Stepp. He'll go first. If you did not turn on a wind light in round number 1 and you want to get into the re-entry round, visit the racer registration booth. It's located next to the fuel station on Tower side of the racetrack. It's where you bought your entry to begin with. You can go buy a re-entry and get back into it. Bill Stepp had the whole shot and the wind light. 626 on a 623, taking 12 thou. Mike Van Dam closer to his dial-in, but an 081 reaction time will not get you a wind light normally in Super Pro, and it didn't there. Martin Hyatt coming up next left side. The 1988 Mustang GT. 660 the dial, and he'll go first over Jim Martin out of Beaverton, Michigan. The 2000 model, really clean looking S10, dialed in at 624. Left side goes first by 36 hundredths of a second. Time difference going to go to Jim Martin with the wind light. Better reaction time. Goes 627 on a 624, 029 tree. That locks out Martin, who is 665 on a 660 and behind on the tree. Almost 100 total. That's no good for a round 1 win. Don Strong and Justin Hardman coming up next. Hardman in the New York-based 84 Cutlass. This guy went deep at the World Foot Brake Challenge this year. 712 the dial-in. They'll get the big head start from Don Strong, the 67 Camaro. 605 dial-in. And Strong gets timed out, does not get in within 10 seconds. And his red light is on. So Hardman will get an easy one and go 711 with a 7 on 712. Yeah, when you got 3 bulbs lit, auto start takes over, and you got 10 seconds to light the bottom bulb. If you don't do so, the system will automatically override and it kicks the red light. Lynn Morris and Austin Logan both going wheels up, and Austin Logan in full control. Left side, win light, left side. Lynn uncharacteristically late, and Austin makes her pay. 662 on a 660 with a 13 tree and took a bunch of stripe as Morris missed it and goes 596 on a 593, no good. Jeremy Bargo and Daniel Young. Young's already turned on the win light in the final round of 3 no-box races this year and doing quite well for the ex-stock eliminator world champion out of IHRA. He'll line up on a 639 dial-in right side. 598 the dial-in for Jeremy Bargo, who has done quite a lot of winning himself. This is a wheel-standing S10 will provide competition here. Young goes first right side. Once again, working our way through Easy Life Motorsports round number 1. Best losing package gets a buyback, or gets into the re-entry round. Daniel Young turns it red by 21 thousandths of a second, probably off the foot brake. Bargo goes red behind him and then breaks it out by 18 thou, and Daniel Young breaks it out by 15 thou. Both of them were carrying the change, so to speak. Next pair up, James Biddle and Scott Fifield. Fifield in the 71 Ventura. Yeah, that is not a Nova. That's the Pontiac version. 631 dial-in, 616 the dial-in for the wheel-standing Camaro. Biddle on left side. Both of them let go clean and green. 9,000 on reaction times advantage. Scott Fifield, win light. Scott Fifield, 632 on a 631, 14 tree. That's 30 total. Game James Biddle, 023 tree, 7 thou to get in. He took 15. Breaks out by 8 thou. Take 15. Should have taken 7 or less. Yeah, it's easy for me to sit up here and say it, though. TJ Luther and Joe Scala. Scala in the recently redone and beautiful 1970 Nova. Right-hand side, 614 the dial-in. TJ Luther dials 200ths quicker, 612 for the low and slung S10 pickup truck. They'll leave almost together. Again, only 200ths apart on dial-ins. Double O's, a pair of them. It is nasty. 002 left side, 009 right side, win light right side. Joe Scala, 615 with a 1 on a 614, 009 tree, 20 total. TJ Luther dropped the anchor and went 615 with an 8 on a 612 002 tree. That's 40 total. He got 20 thou behind. Here's a race that could have very easily happened here at BMP on a regular Saturday night. They didn't need to wait till the New Year's Nationals. Travis Logan and Michael Hart in Debbie Young's Mustang. Hart dials in 603. Logan in the wheel-standing third-gen Camaro dialing in at 613, so a 1/10 of a second apart. Camaro versus Mustang battle here in round number 1 on Thursday. Big shout out to Bradenton Area Sports. This is their day. They are the title sponsor here on Thursday. And once again, Logan just wheel standing that. And Mike is in deep trouble. Travis Logan just took a freight train. He took a Walmart parking lot, 11 hundredths of stripe, 613 with a 6 on a 613 as Michael Hart also matches his dial-in, but he's over 1/10 behind on the reaction time. When you're in Super Pro and your reaction time starts with a 1, chances are you're not going to get a W. Darren Rodden and Carl Berkney. Bernie out of Naples, Florida, the 90 model Beretta. Yeah, these were the popular super gas ride back in the day. They took the front wheel drive and they converted it to the correct wheel drive, which is in the back. 528 the dial-in for him, 568 the dial-in for the beautiful 68 Chevelle left side of Darren Rodden out of Maryland. And he turns it red by 11 thou, and Bernie was ready for number 6 green. And breaks it out by a bunch, 52 thou to be exact. Darren goes 1 thou under in the Chevelle after turning it 11 red. Battle of the blue cars coming up next. Well, technically I should say blue car and blue truck. Johnny Rivas out of Southbury, North Carolina, the 2002 S10 pickup truck. 642 the dial-in, 672 the dial-in for the Nova. No driver information on that car as of yet. Taylor Bowling left-hand side. Oh, that's Yeah, I should know that one. Both of them going wheels up off the start line, and Rivas in control on a double 1 reaction time. The truck has the better light and makes the Nova pay. 643 with a 7 on a 642. That's 18 total, and locks out the 032 tree on the opposite side. So once again, if you have the best losing package of round number 1, Easy Life Motorsports would like to give you some help, as you'll get a free re-entry. Matt Brewer and Taylor Bouldry. Taylor wheeling Bob Walsh's Mustang right-hand side and turns it 3 red. Matt Brewer turns it 3 green. 676 on a 680 for the little pickup truck. Bowling goes 15 thou under after she turned the red light on by just 3 little thousandths of a second. Here comes Kenny Underwood in the recently redone Rattler Camaro. Yeah, this is the car for those of you that have been around a long time. This car used to be small tire and blue, and he lit up a lot of wind lights between Sunshine Racetrack and here, back when Bradenton Motorsports Park used to be called DeSoto. Well, he recently redid the car and brought it back out just a couple races ago. 603 the dial-in for him, and Luke David dialing in the Kawasaki at 584, so Kenny Underwood, the 2-time $1 million man, will go first right side and going wheels up as he does. David on a 002 tree on the bike and gets the win light. 586 at 116, and 002 is 22 total. Kenny Underwood is 18 on the tree, so that gave him a mere 4th out to get inside, and he breaks it out by taking a bunch. Todd Burks coming up next. This car's seen a lot of win lights with both Burks behind the wheel and Gage Birch recently. Parrish Ford-based Hot Rod 638 dial-in will get the head start over the 586 dial-in of the S10 truck right-hand side. On reaction time advantage. Burks win light pickup truck 588 on a 586 17 tree. Get there first by 8 thou, and I think Burks gave that one back. 641 on a 638 at just 107. I think Burks might have given that one back. Zach Schlump coming up next, left-hand side, the 65 Chevy twice. Whole lot of sponsors on his side, including thisisbraggaracing.com and Firecracker Performance. 638 the dial-in. He'll get the head start from Tracy Sons, wheeling one of Dan Bouldry's hot rods. 595 the dial-in. I don't believe that is Tracy Sons. You know, that's Jeff Serra. I believe it's actually Jeff Serra based on the number, but we're waiting for clarification. We are clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. Back in control on reaction time, left side, win light, left side. 647 with a 1 on a 638 and had plenty of room as the pickup truck going 607 on a 595, and the driver was a little late on the Christmas tree. Once again, I have called all door cars for box. All door cars for box, round number 1. All door cars for box, round number 1 on each of the lanes, please. Trip Clough and Jesse Fritz coming up next. Fritz in the topless Camaro 516, the dial-in will swing the head start to close Chevy 2 left side. 625 the dial-in left-hand side. Both of them clean and green, and Jesse Fritz's trip is perfect. Can he turn on the win light? Yes, 14 total. 517 with a 4 and a 516. Trip zip perfect. And he gives Tripp 2 thou to work with, and Tripp gets behind. 627 on a 625. You're 12 on the tree and have 2 thou to work with in round number 1. 14 total on a Tripp zip for the Camaro driver. Renee Meyerhofer coming up next, 68 Dart, originally based out of Switzerland, 570 dial. Wyatt Palmatier, Big Papa, right-hand side. DeLand, Florida-based S10 pick-em-up truck, 585 dialing. He'll go first by 15 hundredths of a second. Big Papa is in big trouble right here. Renee in front and gets the win light, 573 on a 570. Is Wyatt was uncharacteristically late and then breaks it out for good measure and still doesn't get there first. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need double enter dragsters. Double enter dragsters for round number 1 in each of the lanes, please. Double enter dragsters. Double enter dragsters, round number 1 in each of the lanes, please. Double entered dragsters. Double enter dragsters, round number 1 in each of the lanes, please. Chris Huff and Kevin Siddle coming up next. Siddle out of Canada in the 1980 model Camaro left-hand side, 680 the dialing. Chris Huff in the Beretta, this is the second one I've seen so far. Out of Sarasota, Florida, 596 dialing. Left side goes first. Still turns at 5,000 red. If he didn't, Chris was going to do it behind him. 601 on a 596 for Huff and the Beretta. 684 on the 680 for Kevin after he turns at 5,000 red. Paul Ramey and James Snyder coming back around for their second entries. Snyder, 635 the dial-in on the Chevy 2 will go first over Ramey's Conquest. 536 the dial-in. Almost 1 full second of handicap goes to the Chevy 2. Clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. Ramey in control by 7 on the reaction time. Win light. Paul Ramey. 537 on a 536. Does not get there first as James Snyder breaks it out by 1/1000th of a second. 634 with a 9 on a 635. Didn't have a lot of room to take. Took 8,000. Needed to take 7 or less. Vic Singer Jr. and Garrett Browning coming back around for his second entry. The 87 S10 dialed 620. 614 for the cool nostalgia 1980 Monza. Little small block Chevy power plant on the left-hand side for Vic Singer. Time win light going to Garrett Browning. He's taking 2 entries to round number 2. 621 with a 1 on a 620. 021 tree. That's 32 total. 24 tree for Vic Singer and goes 3 above to get 26 thou behind. Donnie Gibbs and Doug Milner coming up next. Milner coming around in his second entry in the Pontiac Astor 558 dial-in. 613 the dial-in for Gibbs and the Chevy twice right-hand side. The North Carolina Hot Rod will go first. And Milner will play catch-up. Big wheel stand right-hand side for Gibbs, and the win line is on as Milner turns at 3,000 red. 609 on a 613. As both of them holding a little in reserve. 552 on the 558 for Milner after he turns at a painful 3,000 red. Gibbs with a big wheel stand out of the 67 Chevy 2. Mike DiLorenzo and Robert Ledbetter coming up next. Ledbetter looking for a win light after not getting one in his first entry. The 69 Pontiac-powered Firebird dials in 586 and will go first over DiLorenzo's Camaro left side dial 557 for the Delaware-based Chevy. And Ledbetter turns it red by 33,000. DiLorenzo is ready. Trip, zip, perfect. 559 with a 4 and a 557, 24 pack, and it was all on the scoreboard as DiLorenzo lets go perfect. Emily Salmon's coming back with the Cobalt .588 and a 608 dial-in for Mark Cathill in the 89 Mustang right side. 0.2 of a second difference on the dial-in. Right side goes first. We are clean and green, and Emily is in big trouble. Mark Cathill in full control, win light Mustang. 609 on a 608, 034 tree. Emily not 034 on the tree and goes one above and is about 0.2 behind. Emily needs some coffee. Jake Hodge from State Farm coming back around in the Hook and Hillbilly, 610 the dial-in right side. Jacob Knight, 602 the dial-in for the low-slung S10 left side. Only 0.08 of a second will separate them on dial-ins. Jake Hodge looking to pull off a rear feet and take 2 cars to round number 2 without a buyback. Doesn't get the win light, he gives it back. 002 on the tree for Jake Hodge and goes 614 on a 610. Gave the stripe up to Knight. 603 on a 602, 16 tree, 16 stripe. Oh, Jake Hodge wants that one back. Yeah. 002 and gets 16 thou behind. Larry Hamby coming back for his second entry, the 55 Chevy dialed 640, 695 for Mike Minning out of the S10 pick-em-up truck. He turns it red. 007 green for Larry Hamby. Looking for 640 and goes 641. That's a nice little tidy 17 pack. If you are on the property, a couple things to make note of. The Giddy Piggy is here and they are open, and if you have not had the joy of Giddy Piggy in your life, you need to change that. They are located on the west side of the racetrack, and I don't think they make anything that we wouldn't recommend. I can't remember what Bill actually said 3 years ago, but it was so good that we ended up repeating it for like the next 3 hours. It was catchy. I think Giddy Piggy should owe you royalties for if they ended up using it. Bryce Fox going to the next round thanks to John Scott's red light. Fox goes 516 on the 519 in the Camaro. Scott turned at 18 red in the Vega and goes 581 on a 577. Also, a couple things to make note of. 8th Mile Apparel is here. They're located right behind the burnout box with the white trailer, and they have, amongst other things, New Year Nationals t-shirts. So if you want to go get yourself a commemorative 2022 New Year National t-shirts, I would go do it before they sell out of your size and color, because those things are known to go fast. Also, Black Pearl Metal Art is here, and I know that they're definitely Bill endorsed, as they make some really cool stuff. Go over and check them out. Their tent is located right by the turn on the west side staging lanes. Little S10 and Mustang action going on there, and the S10 picking up the win as Nick Ship turns at 14 thou red. 023 green and 646 dead on 2 for a nice little 25 pack for the S10 pickup truck. Battle of the Red Camaros win light coming on for Ryan Henry, 022 tree, 551 on a 548, taking a bunch as Bill Hensley was late and a bunch over. That doesn't work. Todd Burks and Ross Hatfield coming up next, probably the quickest 57 Chevy on the property, 495 dial in right side. Burks in the purple Camaro left-hand side, 641 the dial in. And he'll get the big head start by almost one full Christmas tree. Once again, a big shout out to all the sponsors here at the New Year's Nationals, brought to us courtesy of Gaspar Body and Paint Today is Bradenton Area Sports Thursday. 10 grand to win in box, 10 grand to win in no box, and junior dragsters can pick up 2 grand. The reaction time going to Burks by 5 thou. Win light goes to Hatfield. Burks takes 25 thou to break out by 8. Ross Hatfield 022 tree 496.2 on a 495 at 134. Burks tried to slow it down, but took 25 and needed to take 17 or less. Easy enough to judge 30 miles an hour, of course. Jeremy Bargo and James Jorgensen going to come around on their second entries. Once again, I have called double entry dragsters. Double entry dragsters to the lanes, please. Double entry dragsters. Double entry dragsters to the lanes, please. I need you. Double entry dragsters. Need you to the lanes, please. Bargo in the S10, dial 596, 592 for Jorgensen in the Malibu right side. And Bargo turns the red light on by 11 thou, and Jorgensen will get away with one as he's 50 and 2 thou under. Bargo probably wants that one back. Final call for double entry dragsters. Final call, double entry dragsters. Need you. Final call, double entry dragsters. I need you to the lanes, please. Final call, double entry dragsters. I need you. All right, let's just make it an all call. All dragsters, round number 1. All dragsters, round number 1. Need you to the lanes, please. All dragsters. Round number 1, need you to the lanes, please. All dragsters. Round number 1, need you to the lanes, please. All dragsters. For Easy Life Motorsports, round number 1, need you to the lanes, please. Gary Williams coming back around for entry number 2 in the Sonoma 563 dial-in, and he'll take on the first dragster of the day, Brett Sloat, the 2019 Mullis dragster right side, 460 dial-in. Oh, and Gary Williams will get away with one here. Sloat is 7 red. And Gary Williams does not do that very often. Sloat is not going to want to see that time slip. He's 7 red, 462 on a 460. Williams 560 on a 563, and his reaction time did not start with the digit you would expect. And that does not happen very often for Gary Williams, but he gets away with one here. Braden Heberland coming out of Kitts Hill, Ohio, the 2004 Spitzer chassis dragster left side. 537 the dial-in. How about the dial-in right side for Tim Kestetter out of Pennsylvania, 444 the dial-in. Left side's going to go first by almost 1 full second of handicap. 444 with no nitrous and no blower is quite quick. And they're both clean and green. 14 on reaction time, win light, right side and a 448 on a 444 for Tim as he gets there first by 28 thou, 545 on a 537. Braden had the better reaction time, 004 to 017, but couldn't run the number, and Tim makes him pay. Once again, all dragsters, round number 1. All dragsters, round number 1. To the lanes, please. All dragsters, round number 1. To the lanes, please. All dragsters, round number 1. To the lanes at this time, please. Michael Nallhill and Brandon Williams. Troy Jr.'s son in the Phantom chassis right side, over the A dial-in, and he'll pick up a win as Nail turns at 34 red. Williams is 021, and 1 above 9. Nallhill goes 2 above after turning on the big angry red bulb at the bottom. Once again, all dragsters, round number 1. All dragsters, round number 1. To the lanes, please. All dragsters. All dragsters, round number 1. To the lanes, please. Here's an interesting first round matchup. Michael Carpenter and Ken Grant. Ken Grant out of Ty, Georgia. has been doing quite well in the long and skinny cars as of late. 471, the Dylan, and he'll get the head start over Carpenter, who now sporting a supercharger on top of his big block dragster left side. St. Petersburg, Florida-based M&M chassis hot rod. 450, the Dylan for Carpenter. Both of them staging ever so carefully. And Ken Grant turns at 6 red. Carpenter 7 green behind him and dead on 8 for 15 total. 007 Tree 450 with an 8 at 152 for a 15 pack. Ken Grant is 6 red and 473 on a 471. Missy Goodman and Chris Ferguson, our next pair. Fort Lauderdale, Florida-based 2020 Miller chassis dragster left side for Ferguson. 446 Dylan, and we'll swing the head start to Missy Goodman out of North Carolina. The Spencer chassis dragster, 455 Dylan right side. So the right side will go first by 0.09 of a second. You'll see it in the tree. It'll be just barely noticeable as they both sides count down. Clean and green and 4,000 reaction time. Win light, left side, 448 on the 446 for Ferguson, 007 Tree. And that gives him a 29 pack. 458 on a 455 with an 11 Tree for Goodman is 41 total. 11th separates them. Win light left side. Jeff Miles and Tony Morris. Actually, I wonder if this is Jeff Miles or if this is his daughter behind the wheel. I believe it is her dragster. And this car recently just getting put back together after it sustained some damage a couple weeks ago. J&J, Johnny Tolosano, getting the engine put back together in time. And that's not the first time he's done that around Christmas time for the New Year Nationals. He did it for the Canadians a couple years ago. Miles dialed 456, 470 the dial-in for the carburetor man. That's TMC Carbs. Tony Morris out of Winter Garden, Florida, by way of overseas. Yeah, go talk to him. You'll figure it out. One light going to come on for Morris. He gets around Miles' whole shot. 488 on a 470 as Miles has trouble. 476 at just 127. Something obviously not working out right at the top end. And Morris got away with one there as Miles had him on the tree. There's something going wrong. Johnny Easdale and Rick Whiting coming up next. Whiting in the 2002 undercover chassis. 481 the dial-in. 465 for Johnny Brackett Racer in his own dragster chassis. Yeah, he cleaned up. I believe this is the one that used to be brown, and somebody used to say something about it not being the most, nicest appearing car, and so Johnny went ahead and painted it. So attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need a welder. If you have one or know where one is, find Lucas Walker on the property with the beautiful silver Mustang. He's in need of one. He's in control and reaction time. Turns on the wind light. 466 with a 6 on the end of it. On a 465 dial-in, 19 tree, 24 thou with stripe. Whiting was behind on the tree and goes more above the dial-in, and Johnny Easdale will take the win every time you do that. Big long burnout to the 330 mark. That means it's either a Williams or it's either that or Jeff Serra, and Jeff was doing that just a couple weeks ago as he turned on a bunch of wind lights in his dragster. Out of Summerduck, Virginia, the InMotion Solutions backed hot rod. 454, the dial-in right side, Paul Skinger. Out of Middleton, New York, no, not North Carolina. I need to look and make sure that that actually says a Y and not a C. The 2011 Racetech chassis dragster, 462 dial-in, and Skinger will go first, left-hand side. That's the black, blue, and purple hot rod, and Sarah will try to play catch-up. Separate him on reaction time. Win light, Skin banger as Sarah gives back the finish line. 462 on a 462 with a 1. 18 tree, that's 19 total. Sarah had a 009 tree, and they gave him a 100th to work with, and he decided to get behind by 17 thou. 456 does not turn on a win light. Once again, I need all dragsters, round number 1. All dragsters, round number 1 to the lanes, please. All dragsters, round number 1 to the lanes, please. Katie Sloat and Lisa Nave coming up next. Nave out of Kentucky in the undercover, 482 dial in right side. Katie Sloat, this is Brett Sloat's daughter, left side, 468 the dial in. Both of the women clean and green. Better reaction time to Lisa right side, win light right side, 482 and a 42 with a 3. 008 on the tree, that's 11 total. Katie Sloat's 15 tree and has no chance. 467 with a 4 on a 468. She takes 2 thou to break out 6. So it looks like we have an opponent broke by, as Elizabeth Salmon's opponent had problems in the lanes. So Elizabeth will get a single shot here in round number 1. The Ohio-based dragster 478 is what she's looking for on that scoreboard. Salmon's going 480 on a 478 on the time run. She will go to round number 2. All right, so we got a report of some fluid down on the surface, so we are going to be on hold here for just a minute while we attend to that. So drivers, you can loosen your belts up a little bit. It'll be just a few minutes. We're going to double check all that before we get to our next pair as we continue to work our way through the Bradenton Area Sports Thursday. $10,000 to win here in the box category, $10,000 to win in the no box category, and junior dragsters that'll be coming up here in a little bit will be running for $2,000 to win. Keep in mind that we do have some sponsors that we will tell you about every round that will either have money or prizes, or in the case of Easy Life Motorsports, if you have the best losing package of round number 1, you get a re-entry into the re-entry round. So if you have the best losing package of round number 1, courtesy of Easy Life Motorsports, you will get a free re-entry. So you don't have to spend the money to get back in. You get a free shot to get back in. Once again, shout out to all the people that are making the 8th annual 2022 New Year's Nationals a possibility here at Bradenton Motorsports Park, our second year here at BMP. And shout out to Wade Rich and Victor and Law and everybody here at BMP making this happen with the RT Promotions crew. As I mentioned, Bradenton Area Sports, our presenting sponsor for Thursday's activities. Heberlin Heating and Air Conditioning is our Friday sponsor, and Wright Trailers our Saturday sponsor. As the payouts will stay the same from day to day, $10,000 to win in box every day, $10,000 to win in no box every day, and $2,000 to win in juniors. And we do give some bonuses in juniors, as $200 goes to the last 6 to 9-year-olds standing every single day. So little kids get a little extra. We have a lot of festivities in the works here, including fireworks on Saturday night. Those are presented by McMaster Lawn and Pest Services. We will also have a Friday Racer Appreciation Dinner. That is brought to us by... And Shelby rolls it through 5 thou under, 454 with a 5 at 150 miles an hour. All right, attention in the pits, no box drivers. I know a lot of you did not get a round one win light. Again, you can go and visit Racer Registration located next to the fuel station. And you can buy your way into the re-entry round, and if you get a win light there, you can play with us in round number 2. One of the people that will not have to pay to get that re-entry, Tyler Moore. 22 total wasn't enough to turn on the win light round number 1, but it is enough to earn the Easy Life Motorsports Best Losing Package. You can come to the second floor of the tower. Car number X027, Tyler Moore, car X027. You are the winner of the Easy Life Motorsports re-entry round freebie. You come to the second floor of the tower and claim your prize, sir. So once again, a big thank you to everybody that has made the trip. I've already seen a lot of different states on the screen as we're up here announcing round number 1 as we do some cleanup work. Luckily enough, I've had some people that have actually mistaken me for Jake Hodge, but I don't think anybody is going to mistaken me for Ryan Gleghorn. Ryan Gleghorn is one and only, and he sounds very unique, and very happy to share the booth up here with him as he made the trip from Texas, correct? Yep. Fort Worth, Texas. What was it, 1,200 miles? And some change. Speaking of long haul, we are going to give away a long distance award, and I'm going to go ahead and throw the gauntlet out here. You have had to make the trip specifically for this event, so if you are a hangover or a stayover from previous events, sorry, but it does not count. Rob Reynolds and the RT Promotions crew would like it if you would have driven just for this race. So the long distance award, right now, sitting in the house, Ryan Gleghorn, 1,200 miles. I don't know. I don't know if it's a automatic DQ, which is something that Gleghorn is familiar with. Yeah, we're not trying to add to your total, sir. When he can count how many. Luckily, it's on one hand. Ryan hasn't gotten to two hands yet. No, this is not a contest, sir. So once again, long distance award. If you think that you've driven longer than 1,000 miles sometime in the weekend, we will give it away, I believe, on Saturday. Once we have all the entries in, come to the second floor of the tower, bring a driver's license or something with you that'll prove where you came from. Because, heck, if we're going to do that, I'll just claim Islesboro, Maine, since I go spend summers up there, and I'll beat Ryan's total, but I don't really want to do that. I'd like to stay gainfully employed while I can, because this is the only way that I'll make money at a racetrack. But also some really cool awards that are up here in the tower from Morgan's Metals. We have the non-driving fill-in-the-blank. I don't know who's going to award that one, but that one is going to... Oh, Ryan's going to award that one? You already have a lot to pick from, sir. We will have Best Appearing Junior Dragster, Best Appearing Full-Body Door Car. So we got some really cool awards to give away here at the New Year Nationals. Presented by RT Promotions and our major sponsor, Gaspar Body and Paint. Thank you so much to them. We appreciate them being on board again. And shout out all of our associate sponsors, including Kentucky Gears, Mike's Metalworks Fabrication, McMaster Lawn and Pest Services, Burning Rose. We appreciate all of them being on board. Also, shout out to Black Pearl Metal Art. They're actually here on the property, and I know Bill Murray always puts out a lot of the stuff that they have out here, and they are set up right by the turn on the west side staging lanes. You need to go over and see what they can do. They build a lot of great signs and memorabilia, so go over and check them out, and we appreciate their support. Also, shout out to the Junior X Driving School, South Florida Choppers, GRE, that's Goolsby Racing Enterprises, Platinum Products, Space Coast Speed and Custom, Cross Racing, FTI Performance, Easy Life Motorsports, Fusion Coatings, Dan Bouldery's SRQ Plumbing, Chassis Engineering, Ken Grant Snap-on, Alpine Inn. Thank you so much to all of those sponsors. And don't forget, you can watch all the action today, tomorrow, and Saturday on MotorMania TV. So for those of you that are here on the property and would like to see a different angle than you're seeing wherever you're at in the property, go to MotorMania TV on YouTube, and you can watch all the action from multiple camera angles. Thanks to Mark and his group for coming down here to once again bring all the action live and worldwide. And maybe sometime here in the near future we'll get a laptop set up so Ryan and I can see what all the chat bleachers are saying. So once again, we are getting the right-hand side cleaned up. We'll be back to action here in just a few minutes. So literally on demand, thank you, racers, we get both over 1,300 miles. Hang on, before you walk away, where'd you come from? From New York and Michigan so far, and both drivers over 1,300 miles. Right now, the leader in the clubhouse from Manistee, Michigan, 1,379 miles. If you can do better than that, second floor of the tower, let us know. We're keeping track of it. So far to our second placers, thank you so much for making the walk up the stairs. We appreciate it. 2.5 feet of, yeah, that's a lot of snow. 48 hours to get here from Michigan, and I know that 1,300 miles in normal conditions does not take that amount of time. Did the trailer slide around much? Okay. So Ian Genhardt right now currently the leader in the clubhouse at 1379. If you can do better, let us know. So it looks like I have another parts call. We are looking for a 16-volt battery. If you have access to a 16-volt battery or know where one is, come to the second floor of the tower and let us know, and we will get you in touch with the driver that needs it. As the track crew continues to work on getting everything cleaned up. We'll be back to work here in just a few minutes. Thank you all so much for being patient with us. We appreciate it here at the 8th Annual New Year Nationals, presented by Gaspar Body and Paint. We'll be back to action here as soon as we get a chance. So while we wait for the right-hand side of the racetrack to get finished up, a couple things to keep in mind. Black Pearl Metal Art is here. They are on the west side of the racetrack just by the turn of the staging lanes. Make sure you go over and check out all the cool stuff that they have available. The Giddy Piggy, located not too far away from there, near the rear of the staging lanes on the west side. And is there anything that we can say about the Giddy Piggy that everybody else hasn't already said? No. So the Giddy Piggy, I will make sure that I actually get over there and take full advantage of it this time. But make sure you go over and get some, because the last time that I had the opportunity was when they were at PBIR, and I went down there on, I think it was Saturday or Sunday, and they had just closed up at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So they were serving breakfast. I believe they opened at 8:30, so make your plans accordingly. If you have not had some Giddy Piggy in your life, go over and get some. See some people over there waiting for it right now. What are they famously known for? Grilled mac and cheese, I think is what it is. Also, keep in mind that we do have commemorative 2022 New Year Nationals t-shirts. They're available at the 8th Mile Apparel booth. That's the big white enclosed trailer located behind the burnout box. Make sure you go over and get your size while you can, because we will sell out of them. It's happened every year. It's only Thursday, so make sure you go get that done now. So if you're on the property and you need some pumping action, Guy's Porta Potty is the person that you would want to get a hold of. Phone number is 941-355-6061. We've had a couple of racers come up and ask for it. So once again, if you are on the property and you need some pumping work done on your RV or trailer, Guy's Porta Potty is the person you need to get a hold of. Area code 941-355-6061. Kevin Stittle, it looks like you're trying to get on the long distance award. If you can come to the top floor of the timing tower, as we would like to ask you a couple of questions. So when you get a chance, does not have to be right at this moment, but sometime this weekend, come to the top floor of the timing tower. We'd like to talk to you about the long distance award. All right, we are all clean and ready to go back to action. Darian Bosch coming up in the probably loudest car on the property, the supercharged dragster left-hand side, 420, the dial-in. We'll face a little small block powered dragster of Todd Osting out of Odessa, Florida. Yeah, this car used to have a supercharger on it and be in the 460, 470 range, and it looks like he's got probably I'm going to guess a backup motor in at 542 dial-in. And he is going to get over 1 full second of handicap, 1.22 seconds to be exact for that blower car. Let's go. We are clean and green, and Todd Osting is clear. Control right side, win light right side. Todd Osting 009, 545, 2 on 542, takes 55 thousandths. As the blower dragster was 036 and 600ths above the 420 dial-in. 161 miles an hour. I don't think that was to the floor. I think that still had some. Yeah, he got rid of some. But he was behind on the Christmas tree and possibly in trouble. Michael Needham and John Bodie. Bodie coming up out of Tennessee in the 2021 Diamond Chassis dragster on the right-hand side. 474 dial-in. He'll swing the head start to Needham out of Ohio. The 505 dial-in on the Needham Motorsports E&E Drive4E.com dragster left side. So left side will go first by 31 hundredths of a second. So both drivers are pre-staged, only about 6 inches away from the actual starting line. And both drivers bumping in very carefully.
1485.
Red light by 6 thousandths for Needham will swing the wheel like the beauty, who's 25 on the tree, and 14 foul above for a 39 pack. Michael Needham breaks it out by almost 1/10 of a second after letting go 6 thousandths early. And doesn't get a win light here as Jorgensen is 484 on a 484 with an 8. 20 on the tree for 28 total. Butler's 10 on the tree and gets behind. And that is kind of uncommon as Tim Butler goes 0 for 2 between no box and box. That does not happen very often. Ricky Needham coming up next in the Drive4E.com Ohio-based dragster, 494 dial-in left side. How about 437 the dial-in? Verdine McIlvin out of Ohio. The McIlvain Race Cars based entry, 648 cubic inches of power plant on the right-hand side for a 437 dial-in. Clean and green on both sides, and Dean in control of the 006 tree right side, win light right side. 439 on the 437, 006 tree, take 9 thou. Needham 17 on the tree, 496 on a 494, that's 37 total, and he comes up 9 thou short. Once again, final call, all dragsters. Final call, all dragsters. Round number 1, I need you in the lanes if you're not there. Final call, all dragsters. If you have not made your lick in round number 1, or if you have not made your second lick and you're double entered, you need to be in the lanes at this time. Final call, all dragsters. Final call, all dragsters to the lanes. Chris Roby and Haley Hawkins next. Hawkins in the multicolored dragster on the left-hand side out of Rockledge, Florida. The Race Tech chassis, 598 cubic inches of big block Chevy, 475. The dial-in will swing one light bulb, half a second to Chris Roby out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. The undercover chassis, that's the red car, right side, 525 dial-in. On a win light, 477 on a 475, 008 on the tree, that's 35 total. 029 on the tree for Roby means he need to go dead on 6 or better, and instead he goes 300ths above to get 29 thou behind. Robbie Joins and Patrick McMalt coming up next. McMalt out of Virginia. The blue dragster on the right-hand side, 459 dial in. He'll swing a little 300ths head start to Robbie Joins out of Sparta, North Carolina. Race Tech chassis dragster left side, 462 dial in. 300ths of a second dial in difference. They'll leave almost together here in round number 1 of Easy Life Motorsports. Again, if you do not turn on a win light in round number 1, you can visit Racer Registration and get into the re-entry round. If you're the best losing package, you'll get an automatic re-entry round. You won't have to spend a dime. Left side, 462 on a 462 with an 8.024 tree, 32 total. McMult's 21 on the tree, 460 with a 4 and a 459. That's 35 total. 3 thou separate them at the stripe. Great drag race there, as it looks like both of them were to the deck. Cameron Hawkins and Stevie Dustin next. Dustin out of Maryland, 473 dial-in on the right-hand side. That's the black and silver dragster. Cameron Hawkins out of Rockledge in the Race Tech chassis, red and silver car on the left side, 454 dial-in. So Stevie Dustin will go first, right side, by about 2/10. Win light's going to go to Hawkins. 455 on a 454. Take 5 thou of stripe to get around the whole shot of Dustin. 475 on a 473. 5 thou separates them. Last pair was 3 thou. This pair was 5 thou. James Cavanaugh next out of Melbourne, Florida. 2012 Miller chassis dragster. That's the white car on the right-hand side that just did the half-track burnout. 466 dial-in will swing the head start to Tom Stalba out of New Jersey. The 2004 undercover chassis dragster, 490 the dial-in for Stalba. How about 490 on a 490 with a 4 and a 006 tree, 10 total. Cavanaugh's 3 on the tree and goes 23 thou above to get 16 thou behind. 003 get behind 16, no win light. Take 16 for Stalba's a win light. Matthew Ferraro and Chris Turner next. Turner out of Kentucky, the 2013 American chassis dragster. Right side 457 dial-in. 494 dial-in for the Palmetto, Florida-based dragster of Matthew Ferraro. He'll go first. Gets the win light. 496 on a 494, 002 on the tree. Turner was late and then breaks it out by 3 thou and still doesn't get there first. The Alan Reinhart trifecta: leave second, arrive second, and break out. Those don't get you a win light, by the way. Nick Ferraro from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. No relation to the previous Ferraro. This is Mike Ferraro's kid. And he'll face Trey Bunner. Talk about a couple of guys that grew up at the racetrack. So Trey Bunner, this is James Bunner the third. 487 the dial in right-hand side, and Ferraro dials 462 left-hand side. Like I said, both of these drivers literally grew up around the racetracks as both of their dads still race. Actually, I believe Mike Ferraro is semi-retired. He is the crew chief now. But that guy has won quite a bit. I remember him racing his 68 Firebird convertible back at Moroso. 003 for Ferraro, 16 for Bunner. Win light, gonna go to Bunner. 487 with a 3 on a 487, 19 total. Ferraro, 463 with an 8 on a 462, 003 tree, that's 21 total. 2 thou separates them, holy cow. Ferraro 3 on the tree, 21 total, and 2 thou short. Cameron Fredrickson coming up for the second entry, and Jennifer Siegel's dragster. No, I didn't stutter there. This is not John's car. If you look by the side, it clearly says Jennifer. The 2021 Phantom chassis out of Palm Harbor, Florida, 437 dialing, 438 dialing for Al Miller out of Maryland. Couple of 430 dragsters going to pair up here in round number 1, and Miller will get to lead first by 1/100th of a second. The win light 2, 439 on a 438, 10 tree, that's 26 total. Fredrickson's 21 on the tree and goes one above with a 6. He's 11 thou behind. And it looks like he dropped him off at the top end too. So Fredrickson knew he couldn't get there and found the first cone and said, see you later. J.P. Schuster, this is a high rod that has several winning drivers to its credit. The Ohio-based 2008 Mullis chassis, 461 dial-in left side, 498 the dial-in for Jack Kaysen. The S&W chassis, that's how you know it's from up north. He's from Michigan. Yeah, the dragster on the left-hand side has won this race the last 2 years with 2 different drivers. If I'm not mistaken, Mike Matty Jr. won it the last year at Palm Beach. And he doesn't get it this time as he turns it 12 red, and Jack gets away with one, 053 on the tree, and dead on 2. It looks good on the scoreboard, but not on the time slip, as Schuster would probably want that lap back. Michael Carpenter coming around for his second entry, 452 the dial-in for the blown dragster left side. Scott Mackey out of Fort Myers, Florida, that's about an hour south of here. The Dan Page chassis dragster, right-hand side, 464 the dial-in. He'll go first by a little over 1/10 of a second. So we have had an update in the long distance award, Collingwood, Ontario, Canada. So Kevin Stittles, 1,485 miles, making the tow from Ontario, Canada. And right now, he's the leader in the clubhouse. If you've driven further than 1,485 miles specifically for this race, come to the top floor of the tower and talk to us. Clean and green, they both have 12 on the reaction times. Win light, right side, 464 for Mackey with a 7. 452 with a 9 on a 452 for Carpenter. 2 thou margin of victory. They're both 12 on the tree. They both match their dial-in. One's with a 7, one's with a 9. Carpenter's 21 total. And for the second straight race, 21 total is 2 thou behind. And we're only in round number 1 here. It is brutal. Robert advantage, 5:02 on a 491, and neither driver is going to want to broadcast those reaction times. William Carroll probably let go of the switch and thought, I am toast with a 109 reaction time, and I will tell you that Robert missed it by more than that. And I'll leave the rest to your imagination. Nathan Nave and Brian Bittersdorf. Bittersdorf out of Pennsylvania in the 1997 chassis Shorty Dragster. 484 the dial-in, 481 the dial-in for the undercover chassis out of Kentucky for Nave. The Instant Karma car, a beautiful hot rod. Is the Instant Karma cars for a long time had always had real catchy paint schemes and were polished to the hilt. And this one, 484 the dial-in for the right side, 481 the dial-in left side. They're going to leave almost together. Nave in control by 300 for the reaction time. Left side, wind light, left side. 482 and a 481-11 tree. That's 22 total, and that locks out Brian's 043 tree, even though he matched the dial-in with a 7. Not good enough, 28 thou short. Tim Cassiter coming up left-hand side, and Terrell Biddle right-hand side. Biddle wheeling Sean Ward's hot rod, 488 the dial-in for the Florida-based dragster right side, 445 the dial-in for the American chassis dragster. For Castetter on left side, so he'll give chase, and Biddle will go first. Clean and green both sides, and Biddle knocks out Triple Zero. Can he get a win light? How about dead on 2 for 2-pack? Terrell Biddle, trip, zip, dead 2, 48-2. Castetter goes 443 with a 9 and breaks out by 11th down. Had no room with a 10 tree. It is getting nasty out there. 10 tree and no chance. Biddle, 2 total. Randy Banger and Katie Sloat. Sloat in the multicolored dragster on the left side, 467 the dial, and I guess I should say the dragster just on the left side because Randy Banger's car's got a whole bunch of colors on it too. Right side, 487 dial, he'll leave first by 0.2 of a second. And he turns on the red light by 7th thou. Sloat is 13 green and breaks it out by 8th thou. Randy Banger breaks it out by 9th thou as both of them were carrying the change. Ashley Bargo and Alan Glatt, a couple of blower dragsters lining up right here. Bargo about 13 thou reaction time advantage and doesn't get the win light. Breaks it out by 21 thou. And Alan Glatt's 23 tree dead 9. 442, 9 at 158. Ashley Bargo 10 on the tree, takes 43 and breaks out by 21. Needed to take 22 or less. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior dragsters, age 6 to 9, I need you to the lanes, please. Junior dragsters, age group 6 to 9, I need you to the lanes, please, for round number 1. So CJ Keene out of Palmetto going to get a single here as Doug Foley Jr. having some trouble. I guess it was somebody that used his number. So CJ turns it a little bit red, but he's on the single, so it doesn't matter. 443 with a 5 on a 445, so he'll go to round number 2. As the dragster driver that was supposed to be opposite him, having trouble and did not show up. Once again, I put the first call out for junior dragsters, age group 6 to 9. I need you to the lanes, please. Junior dragsters, age group 6 to 9. I need you to the lanes at this time, please. All right, attention in the pits. I need age group 6 to 9 junior dragsters to the lanes. I also need age group 10 to 12 junior dragsters to the lanes, please. Steve Withrow and Bradley Snowball, and Snowball turns it 3 red. Withrow 21 green, dead on 9 for a 30 pack, and Bradley Snowball pours salt in the wound and goes dead on 3 after turning it 3 red. Tree, 484 with a 4 on a 479. As Mike getting a single there as the competition did not show in time. We will go back to pairs here as Braden Heberlin and Kenny Underwood. Skinny Kenny coming up right-hand side out of Delaware, Ohio. The Jegs and FTI Performance back dragster 485 dial in, 543 the dial in for Heberlin, and the Spitzer chassis dragster left side. On a 485 003 tree. That's 22 total. Eberlin 006 on the tree. Take 49 breaks out by 33 thou. Take 49 and needed to take 16 or less. Ferguson and Jeff Keene in the Hellcat dragster right side. Both of them double 1 thou separate them. Winlight, Keene, 465 with a 2 with a 003 5-pack. 474 with a 4 on a 446 with a 002 tree for Ferguson is 16 total and 11 thou behind. Jeff Keene, 003, 465 with a 2 on a 465 5-pack, takes out 16 total for Ferguson. Sammy Helms coming up next out of North Carolina, the Horton chassis dragster, right-hand side, 455 dialing. Dialing almost heads up with Shelby Miles. Out of South Carolina, the Spitzer chassis carbon fiber dragster, left side, 456 dialing. Only 100th of a second between their dialing, so they'll leave almost heads up. For Miles by 2 thou, and Sammy is going to get away with one here. 497 on a 455 at 144 miles an hour, and Shelby Miles is not going to want to see the other side of that time slip. Somebody keep the sharp objects away from Shelby, or give Shelby a hug. That one was painful. 2 thou red, and you just throw the time slip in, in the trash. Ricky Whiting coming up next, the undercover chassis dragster right side, 482 dialing. Morgan Miles left side. Ian Jeff Miles dragster, 458 dialing for the South Carolina-based hot rod left side. Ricky Whiting will go first by 24 of a second. Time and gets the win light. 484 with a 6 on a 482, 22 tree. Take 14 thou as Morgan was 40. 22 thou above to get 14 thou behind. Elizabeth Salmon's coming up next out of Ohio, the Drive4EE.com dragster. 479 the dial-in will race Johnny Brackeracer, Johnny Easale. 466 the dial-in, right-hand side. And Johnny Easale turns on the red line by 1 thou. Salmon's a 75 on the tree and breaks it out by 100th, and Johnny's not going to want to see that one either. I don't think you can... Ryan, I think, is wanting to award something way too early for a flinch. The good news is I'm not the only one up here in the tower, so if somebody comes up here mad, I can defer to Gleghorn. Brett Slope coming up next, right-hand side. 463 the dial-in for that dragster. .468 the dial-in for the dragster left-hand side. They're going to leave 500ths apart on dial-ins. Left side first. 1 dial separated on reaction time advantage. Right-hand side for Sloat. Win light, Sloat in a double breakout. 4 thou under for Sloat as he gets behind. Sloat dropped the brake pedal, and that was the right call as James Cavanaugh breaks out. 466 on a 468. He's 200ths under taking 15, and he didn't have any room to take. He needed to get behind in a double breakout. A thou difference, and he wasn't on the better side of it. Darian Bosch coming back for his second entry, and look who he pairs himself up with, Jeff Serra. 425 the dial for the blown dragster, 448 the dial in for Serra. Serra goes first right side. Separate him, win light, blower drag. dragster. 001, 427 with a 6 on a 425, take 2 foul. And there were some Chabsy rips in there. Sarah goes 450 with a 0 on a 448 with a 009 tree, 2 thou behind, and I heard a couple rips from the blower dragster, 160 miles an hour, wearing out the throttle cable. So J.P. Schuster's ride, coming back around for the second entry with Tyler Bohannon, Tybo behind the wheel. On both red lights as Tybo turns at 16 red and Missy Goodman takes advantage. 458 with a 5 on a 458, 005 on the tree, and chances are we'll see Schuster's ride in the re-entry round. Ken Grant coming up next out of Ty, Georgia, the FTI back dragster right-hand side, 473 the dial-in. Michael Needham, the Needham Motorsports and E&E backed hot rod out of Ohio, 498 the dial-in left side. He'll go first by a quarter of a second. On the tree, dead to our second two-pack of the weekend, and we're only in Thursday. Michael Needham, 498 with a 2 on a 498 trip zip, perfect. Ken Grant is 13 on the tree and has no chance. He breaks it out by 6 thou and still doesn't get there first. Talk about tough luck. Our second two-pack, and we're still in round number 1 of Thursday. Rob, I'm glad I'm sitting up here in the announcer booth because we've had two-packs so far. Both of them trip zip, both of them dead on 2. Tony Morris and Ricky Needham coming up next. The drive for E&E.com back dragster, 495 dial-in. We'll get the head start from Tony Morris. The carburetor man out of TMC, 471 the dial-in right-hand side, left side first by 0.24 of a second. Call it half a light bulb. Red light for Needham, 12th out green for Morris. He breaks it out by 4th out, but that's okay as Needham turned on the red light. So Tony Morris will take that entry to round number 2. Once again, I need junior dragsters age group 6 to 9 and age group 10 to 12 to the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters age group 6 to 9 and age group 10 to 12 to the staging lanes, please. W.R. Ketterman coming up out of Maryland, the 2006 Race Tech chassis dragster, 461 the dial-in, 44 the dial-in for the left-hand side, driver not on file. Right side, 461 with a 7 on a 461 with a 1 tree, 8-pack. 17 tree for the left-hand side, dead on 8 for 25 total and no room. Noah Lewis and John Bodie next. Bodie out of Harleysville, Tennessee, the 2021 Diamond Chassis dragster right-hand side. 474 the dial, and he'll get the head start from Noah Lewis. Also out of Tennessee, but he calls Clarksville home. 2022 American Chassis dragster, 615 cubic inches of big block Chevy goodness. 455 dial in left side. Right side first by just under 0.3 of a second. Winlight, right side, dead on 3 with a 009 tree, 12 total. 474 with a 3 with a 009 tree for Bodie. Noah Lewis is 027 and mathematically ineligible, even though he goes dead on 7. Patrick McMarth and Dylan Witherow. The Team W Racing Products back 2015 Racetech chassis dragster out of Summerduck, Virginia, 477 dial. 459 the dial in for McMarth out of Virginia, the 2017 Racetech chassis dragster. Right-hand side will go first by 0.18 of a second. All right, junior dragsters, age group 6 to 9 to lane 1 and 2. Junior dragsters, age group 6 to 9 to lanes 1 and 2. Junior dragsters, age group 10 to 12 to 3 and 4. Junior dragsters, age group 10 to 12 to lanes 3 and 4. Witherow picks up the win here, 478 with a 9 on a 477, 10 tree. That's 29 total and locks out McMarth's 034 reaction time, even though he was closer to the dial-in. Once again, junior dragsters, age group 6 to 9 on each of the lanes 1 and 2. Junior dragsters, age group 6 to 9 on each of the lanes 1 and 2. Junior dragsters, age group 10 to 12 on each of the lanes 3 and 4, please. Junior dragsters, age group 10 to 12 on each of the lanes 3 and 4, please. On reaction time advantage, left side, Winlight, left side, dead on 6. Bill Hensley in the door car. 011 tree, dead on 6, 593 with a 6, takes 31 thou. Stripe over Turner's dragster, 15 on the tree, 459 on a 456. He's 31 thou short. The door car goes to the next round. Tommy Farrell out of Cincinnati, Ohio, 439 the dial in for the McIlvain Race Cars entry. And Mike Marty, 478 the dial in right-hand side. This guy won the New Year's Nationals 2 years ago, the last year we had it at PBIR. He was driving J.P. Seuster's entry. This is the dragster he was talking about building at that time. First time he ever sat in a dragster chassis, the day he won. He's got 9 thou in his pocket on reaction time, but breaks it out by 23 thousandths, and that slides the win light to Tommy Farrell. Dead on 1, 028 tree, 29 total. Mike Marty took 33 and needed to take 10 or less. That was the difference in the reaction time. All right, our final pair in round number 1 of Box Eliminator. Charlie Denny, and he will race a unknown dragster as of right now. 449 the dial in right-hand side. The S10 Blazer out of Covington, Kentucky, for Charlie Denny, 672 the dial in. Look at the handicap here. 2.23 seconds of handicap going to the Blazer left side, and then the dragster going to try and chase him down. Clean and green on both sides. Dragster holds 8 thou in the pocket on reaction time. Winlight dragster. 450 with a 0 on a 449, 16 tree. That's 26 total. Charlie Denny had 2 thou to get in with a 24 tree, and instead goes dead on 8 to end up 6 thou behind. Dead on 672, 8 with an 024 tree is 6 short. And that will wrap up round number 1 of Easy Life Motorsports Box Eliminator. That'll move. Waylon Bennett and Tyler Biddle going to get a start in age group 6 to 9 junior dragsters here. Waylon Bennett, right-hand side out of Georgia, Dover, Florida for Tyler Biddle, who just watched his dad go 2 total. Close on reaction times. Win light is going to go to Biddle. 11:93 on an 11:90 with an 0:79 reaction time. Bennett goes 12:42 on a 12:24. Biddle will join his dad in round number 2. Brielle Dixon turning it red. That Colin Lindquist will get the win left side, 11:78 on an 11:90. 12:33 on the 11:95 for Brielle after turning on the red light. Aria Hawkins and Kylie Mockney. Moneybags right-hand side, 12:03 for the dial-in on the Venice, Florida-based junior dragster. Leesburg, Florida for the 92 undercover chassis, 11:90 the dial-in. They both go in deep, and Kylie turns it a little bit red. Hawkins on a good 0:26 reaction time. And we'll leg it through to a 12:04, 12:13 for Kylie after the red light. Brody Snyder and Mallory Dietz coming up next. Dietz in the 2015 half-scale dragster out of Pennsylvania, 895 the dial-in. 892 the dial-in for the Vero Beach, Florida-based dragster, Brody Snyder, left side. We move in age group 10 to 12. Attention in the pits on age group 13 to 17, then lanes 5 and 6, please. Junior dragsters, age group 13 to 17, lanes 5 and 6, please. Snyder with the reaction time advantage, but the win light going to go to Dietz. 901 on an 895, 899 on an 892, 4th margin of victory to Mallory Dietz, right-hand side. How about this matchup for first round? Cameron Rich and Easton Hodge. Easton on the right-hand side with Jake from State Farm doing the tuning. 890, the dial-in looks over and sees Wade Rich's own Cameron Rich. 8.90. The dial-ins on both sides. Good first round matchup right here. Cameron Rich in full control based on reaction time. Win light will go to Rich. 898 with a 3 on an 890. 001 on the tree. Easton takes 38 thou, a stripe to break out by 400ths and didn't have the room. Cameron Rich came to play ball. 001 on the tree. Shane Connor coming up next out of Newark, Delaware. 890 the dial in right-hand side, and Molly Banger out of Palmetto, Florida. That's the purple car. 890 the dial in on the left side. Connor right side 893 on an 890 with an 046 tree as Banger breaks out 885 on an 890. Once again, in junior dragsters, car number 302, Ava Lawson. You are the wait and see by run. We have called age group 13 to 17 to lanes 5 and 6. We need you there now, please. Jay Smith out of Kentucky, right-hand side, 1051 dial-in, 890 the dial-in for Emily Stalba. Big reaction time advantage for Smith on the right-hand side. Can he hang on? Win light will go to Stalba. 895 on an 890, gets around the whole shot. 1066 on a 1051, falls 1 thou short. Big hole shot to Smith, but can't make it work. 13 thou margin of victory goes to Stalba. Brianna Browning and Tanner Mockney coming up next. Mockney out of Venice, Florida. 899 the dial-in as he gets the wave-in instructions from his dad, Mike. Brianna Browning out of Wesley Chapel, Florida. The 2021 Mike Boss chassis dragster. 890 the dial-in left side. Mockney with the reaction time advantage, right-hand side. Can he make it pay off with a win light? No, he breaks out as it's a double breakout. Mockney going 895 on an 899. He's 49 thousandths under. 886 with a 2 on an 890 is 38 thousandths under. 1 thou margin of victory for Brianna Browning, left-hand side. All right, here comes our next pair. Carson Murphy out of Ellington, Florida. 890 the dial-in left-hand side. Xander Cook, one of the two Cook twins. 891 the dial-in for the North Florida-based dragster, right-hand side. Both of them clean and green with Xander Cook right side holding the reaction time advantage. Win light, right side, 897 on an 891, 078 on the tree. Carson Murphy going dead on the dial-in with a 9, but a 167 tree leaves him 33 thou short. All right, our next pair getting ready. Everly Siegel, John and Jennifer Siegel's daughter on left-hand side. 890 the dial-in for the brightly painted dragster. No driver information on the right-hand side for the all-white dragster. 1063 the dial-in. So right side will go first by 1.73 seconds. I believe actually that is McKenna Robinson out of Virginia. McKenna off clean and green, and Everly giving chase on a green light as well. Everly with the reaction time advantage, gets around and breaks it out by 400ths. So a 1066 on a 1063 will get the win light as Everly Siegel. Better reaction time, but breaks it out by 39 thousandths. Once again, I need age group 13 to 17 to lanes 5 and 6, please. Age group 13 to 17 to lanes 5 and 6, please. Here's an interesting first round matchup. Hunter Dowling out of the GRE camp, that's Tim Goolsby out in front, and Lincoln McMaster from McMaster Lawn and Pest Services. This is David McMaster waving in Lincoln. Hunter Dowling calling Gainesville, Florida home, while DeLeon Springs, Florida is home for Lincoln McMaster. Red light for Dowling, and McMaster was ready. 007 on the tree, looking for 8.90 on the scoreboard. And goes 883, holding a little bit in reserve. 889 with a 5 for Hunter Dowling, close to the dial-in, but the 032 red light was over from the start. Logan Widener coming up next, right-hand side, 891 the dial-in. Left-hand side, 892 the dial-in for Xander Cook. This is the second Cook twin out of Gainesville, Florida. Red light for Cook. That means Widener will go to the next round. 041 on the tree and looking for 891 on the scoreboard and goes 877. 891 with a 6 on an 892 for Cook after turning on the red light. Josh Roby out of Fort Wayne, Indiana, and the Shorty Jr. 890 the dial in a pair on this one as Parker DeWeese will stage up left-hand side out of Franklin, Kentucky, 2019 half-scale dragster. Also looking for 890 on the dial in board. Both of them off on green light. Starts about 300. Hole shot going to DeWeese left-hand side. Win light, right side. 891 on an 890 as Roby drops him off. 888 on an 890 is a 14th thou breakout. DeWeese got there first by 55 thousandths and needed to take 41 or less. Once again, final call for age group 13 to 17, lanes 5 and 6. Final call, age group 13 to 17, lanes 5 and 6, please. Mia Meadows and Jake England coming up next. England out of Benton, Kentucky. 906 the dial in for the half-scale dragster right-hand side. Mia Meadows out of Louisiana dialing in 893 on the left-hand side. So England will go first by 0.13 of a second. We are cleaning green on both sides of the racetrack. Jake England in full control on reaction time, right-hand side. Win light will go to right-hand side, 918 on a 906. Had 800ths in the bank on reaction time. Mia Meadows slows to a 923 on an 893. That gave England lots of room to get the W right-hand side. Attention in the pits. Box cars, best losing package, car number 598X. 598X. You didn't have enough to turn on the win light round number 1, but you do get a free re-entry pass courtesy of Easy Life Motorsports. Come to the top floor of the tower to pick that up. As we move into age group 13 to 17, our first pair out, Dewey Parks and Jackson Smith. Smith out of Kentucky, 790 dial in on the right-hand side. The all-black dragster for Dewey Parks out of Maca City, Florida, 815 the dial in. So Parks will leave first by half a light bulb, 0.25 of a second. We are clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. Dewey Parks in full control on reaction time. Left-hand side, win light will go that side. How about dead on 0? 15 tree, dead on 0 for Dewey Parks, and had lots of room as Jackson Smith is 068 on the tree and 2 above the 790 dial-in. Parks took 800ths of stripe to go dead on 0. That was almost a candidate for Ryan Gleghorn's favorite award. Trey Hensley out of Kentucky coming up next on a 790 dial-in right-hand side. Francis Vignola out of New Jersey in the half scale. The gangster grin on the left-hand side, 802 the dial-in. Good race shaping up here is 13,000. Separates them on reaction time. Advantage left-hand side, win light, right-hand side. Double breakout. 799 with a 1 on an 802 for Vignola. That's 29 thousandths under. 787 with a 7 on a 790. That's 23 thousandths under for Hensley. That's 6 thousandths less, and that's the margin of victory as Hensley will go to round number 2. Jamie and Dietz coming up next out of Pennsylvania, the half-scale dragster. 794 dial-in, right side. 799 dial-in, left side for Kalen Fargo. Dietz turns on the red light by 9th hour. Swing the win light to Fargo, who's 066, and slows to an 828 on a 799 dial-in. Charlie Bittersdorf coming up next out of Pennsylvania. 2012 half-scale dragster left side. 792 dial-in. Peyton Shook out of Northport, Florida. The 2017 half-scale, that's the flamin' red and silver car right side. 790 dial-in right side. Once again, big shout out to Bradenton Area Sports here on Thursday as we're running our first round of junior dragsters right here, just getting in age group 13 to 17. Our next pair up, Ashley Fredrickson and Garrett Murphy. Murphy out of Ellington, Florida, 2004 model dragster chassis, 812 the dial-in right side. Fredrickson dialing in the Palm Harbor, Florida-based half-scale dragster at an 805. So they'll leave within 700ths of each other. You'll barely see it in the Christmas tree between the two sides. So we're on hold here for just a second while we pick up a part from the top end of the racetrack before we go back to action. Here on Bradenton Area Sports Thursday, here at the 8th Annual New Year Nationals, brought to us by RT Promotions and courtesy of Gaspar Body and Paint. Ashley Fredrickson will get the win here as Murphy turning it red after a lot of thrashing, I was told. 799 on an 812 as Garrett had a little bit in reserve, and Fredrickson going 808 on an 805. Our next pair, Troy Henderson and Nick Kaysen. Kaysen out of Michigan, the 2014 American chassis, 790 the dial-in right side. 794 the dial-in for the Alabama-based ride of Troy Henderson. Clean and green on both sides, and Henderson in full control. Over a 10th of a second reaction time advantage, left side, win light, left side. 797 on a 794, had lots of room as Nick's reaction time started with a 1, even though he was closer to the dial-in. Could not make it work, as a little late on the reaction time, and that gave Henderson the win. Nicole Dabney and Haley Shook next. Shook in the 794, dialed in dragster out of Northport, Florida, right side. 869, the dial in for the Troy, Virginia-based junior dragster of Nicole Dabney, left side. Red light by 1/1000th of a second to Haley Shook. Dabney will pick up the win. She's 049 and 42 thou under. Alyssa Fargo and Garrett Sprague coming up next. Sprague out of Pennsylvania, 2019 half-scale right side 790 dial in. 848 the dial in for Fargo, and Fargo will pick up the win as Garrett turns it 22 red. Fargo will go to round number 2, an 850 on an 848. Once again, if you are looking for the exclusive New Year Nationals merchandise, it is available at the 8th Mile Apparel booth. It's located right behind the burnout box. It's the white enclosed trailer. Go over and get your size while you can, as we always sell out of those shirts. Make sure you get yours while you get a chance. Also, make sure you go over and visit the Giddy Piggy on the west side of the racetrack. They got lots of good stuff to eat over there, and I am going to take a break here in just a minute while Ryan Gleghorn looks all rested up and ready to go, because I said Giddy Piggy and I immediately got hungry. And I missed him last time, and everybody has rubbed it in my face about how much I missed the Giddy Piggy last time. Paige Ketterer and Kaylee Ray are a pair on the starting line. Ray left side out of Virginia, 8 flat the dial in, 792 for the Pennsylvania-based ride of Ketterer. And a red light by 11 thousandths for Ray. If she didn't do it, Paige was going to go red right behind her. The first is worse, and Ketterer will get the win. 791 out of 792 for the right side and gets a W. 797 on an 8 flat for Ray after 11 thou goes red. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so on the word of Giddy Piggy, I'm going to take Ryan's order and find out what he wants, and I might even get one for Rob, too. We'll see. Next pair up is Dexter Gomez and Megan Kaysen, and Ryan Gleghorn's going to take you through the rest of age group 13 to 17. Ryan, thanks for giving me a break. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Derek. So Megan turns it red, Dexter 22, and 11th thou under. And as soon as I grab a microphone, we get word that we do have a car stuck down at the end of the racetrack. So we will retrieve them and continue with Easy Life Motorsports round number 1. So once again, best losing package of round 1 box, Chris Ferguson. Chris Ferguson, car number 598X, Chris Ferguson. You're the best losing package of round number 1. You can pick up your prize here top of the tower. Chris Ferguson, round 1, best losing package. Kylan Barron and Lauren Sandry. Sandry in control of this one. And we'll turn on the win light. 19 dead 1. Lays down 20 total, getting there a bunch. As Barron late and 1800s above, Lauren will move on. Jesse Fritz left side. Fritz down 792, take on Felicity Morris. This is a good matchup here. Morris dialed at 792 as well. $21,000 separate them up front. Win light goes to Morris. 10 dead, 8, 18 total. Michaela Maddox out 790 can take on Bo Sims out 795. Sims 13's out red, Maddox 052 and 6 above. Angelina Harbin down 790 can take on Curtis Peak. Curtis also down 790. Brooke Harper out 790. Can take on Wyatt Palmatier. Big Papa out 795. Antonio left side out 790. Take on at this time I'll take no box double re-entry. No box double re-entry. I'll take you to lanes. No box double re-entry. We'll take you to the lanes. No box double re-entry. Take you to the lane. When light goes to Ian 12, take 59. We'll get the win there. Left side out 790 here. Right side Brandon Sullivan out 795. Wait and see by no box in the re-entry round. Car number X027. X027, Tyler Moore. You'll be on the wait and see by in no box re-entry. X027, Tyler Moore. You'll be on the wait and see by in no box re-entry. All right, here goes Sullivan. 48 dead, 6. Gets there 16 foul. Left side 002 and 6 above. No good. Brooks McMath out 797 left side. Right side, Dylan McNichol. McNichol?
Yeah,
McNichol down 790. Win light goes to Brooks 23 and a bunch under as Dylan was red. Left side out 805, right side Carly tapped. Right side out 8 flat. Once again, no box, double re-entry. No box, double re-entry. You should be in the lanes. No box, double re-entry. You should be in the lanes. If your win light did not come on in round number 1 and you went and purchased your re-entry, this is the round for you. Humphrey, win light, going to chase, 20, take 38 to be 2 above. Haley, 054 and 3 above, no good. Lane Morgan dialed 799. Gonna take on Cole Jennings dialed 797. Problems for Lane Morgan, so Cole Jennings will move on. 036. And 5 hunt under. This time I'll take trans brake, no box. Trans brake, no box for re-entry. We'll take you now. Trans brake, no box for re-entry. We'll take you to the lanes. Trans brake, no boxers for re-entry. We'll take you to the lanes. Jackson joins double 05 and 2 hunt above gets a win. Nathan Mendenhall, 23, take 13 to be 5 thou under. Win light. William Kraft 47 and one above gets a win. Charlie Bittersdorf a little late and 3 hun under. And the by car, Ava Lawson. Ava dialed in at 790. So I've called no box doubles and no box trains breaks. Once again, no box trains breaks. You should be in the lanes. No box trains breaks. You should be in the lanes. No box trains breaks. You should be in the lanes for the re-entry round. No box trains breaks. You should be in the lanes for the re-entry round. As Ava 008 and 2 hun under will wrap up Easy Live Motorsports round number 1. And I'll go ahead and take all no box re-entry, all no box re-entry. Once again, X027 Tyler Moore, you're the wait and see buy for the re-entry round. Tyler Moore, you're the wait and see buy for the re-entry round. I'll take All no box re-entry. All no box re-entry. You have been called. All no box re-entry. You have been called. And here we go. Re-entry round, no box coming at you. Ben Roberts dialed 671, take on Chase Ramey dialed 659. Roberts is 15 thou red, giving win to Ramey, who is 4 thou red behind him. And Chase Ramey will move on. Paul Allen, dialed 702 left side. Take on Amy Ferrante, dialed 612. Casey Sims out 628 left side. Take on Morgan Carroll out 612. Just got a text from my dog, JJ Pennington. What's up, JJ? Glad you're tuning in. Thanks for the compliment. Morgan is red. Sims 39. And 33 foul under. John Dwayne, Jr. left side. Ryan Snipes, 16. And 12 thou under. Kevin Siddle, left side. Currently leader in the clubhouse for our long distance award. Dialed 683. Take on Carrie Siggety, right side, dialed 569. Nobody's great, but a win light goes to Stittle as he's 3 above. Get their first 37 thou. Siggety 2 above, no good. John Smith Jr. dial 558. Take on AJ Eisman, who is red. So Smith will move on. 31. And 2 above. Tommy Borgia, who is 30 and 5 above. Borgia will be coming back around for round number 2. And Seth Jimenez, win light will go to Seth, 60 and 9 over. Gets the win as Allen, 52, and a bunch over might have had problems there. Ethan Snyder out 725, took on Gerald Hamlet out 675. Snyder is red. Hamlet will move on. 5 and 1 above. Give it to Warren, 15, take 23 to be 8 over. Sierra, 57 and 6 over. No good. Gage Birch left side, dialed 607, take on Colt Kreider. Kreider dialed 740. So Birch will move on, 9 thou red and a bunch under. Carly Holbrook dialed 673, took on it. Jennifer Bignola dialed 598. Holbrook with the win, 007 and a bunch over as Jennifer was late and above. Renee Meyerhofer, dial 572, take on Adam Klein. Klein dialed 663. Win light, Adam Klein. Probably the worst reaction time of Adam's life. Puts it dead on to hit their 2th thou. Renee, also not great and above. And what a matchup this one's going to be. Josh Sutton Jr. left side. The Soul Snatcher dialed 1135. Take on Matt Daddis. Daddis dialed 616. Daddis is red, gives the win to Sutton, who is 064, and lets it air out to be 900 under. Sutton will move on. Chris dialed at 776. Take on Joe Diedrich. Diedrich dialed 624. Final call, no box re-entry. You should be in the lanes. Final call, no box re-entry. You should be in the lanes as Diedrich 14 and 6 above. Wesley Cox dialed 673, taking on Jesus Alberto dialed at 695. Jesus is 8th thou red, Wesley 27, and 7th thou under. Travis Logan dialed 615 and take on David Gaspar dialed 658. At this time, I will take door car double re-entry. Door car double re-entry will take you to lanes. Door car double re-entry round will take you to lanes. 2x03 Bob Risk, you're the wait and see buy. 2x03 Bob Risk, you're the wait and see buy on the box side for re-entry. Door car double re-entry needs you to lanes, which starts you in 5 and 6. Door car double re-entry will take you lanes now. Brandon Michaels and Kyle Rumley. Michaels dialed at 698, Rumley dialed at 656. 17 foul red. Michaels 36. And 23 foul under. Toby Barnes and Mark Ketterer. Winlight Barnes, 17, take 3 to be 3 over. Ketterer, 28 and 3 over, no good. Howells is red. Shield 68. And 2 above. So Danny will move back into round number 2. Kevin Mendenhall, dot 605. Take on Alyssa Martin, dot 623. Once again, door card double re-entry. Door card double re-entry. I need you here. Door card double re-entry. I do need you to the lanes. Ben Roberts out 674. Going to take on Blake Combs out 587. Winlight Combs 65 takes 6 to be 2 above. Roberts late. Dead 1. Donovan Williams and Michael Hart. Williams out 655, Hart out 604. Backside 13 foul round. Williams 18 and 29 foul under. I've called door car double re-entry. Door car double re-entry. You should be in the lanes. Door car double re-entry. You should be in the lanes. At this time, I'll take all door cars. All door car re-entry will take you to lanes. All door car re-entry will take you to lanes. All door car re-entry will take you to the stage lanes. Tim Butler, 16 and 2 above, take 24 foul. Andy Chavis, 20 and 4 over, no good. Jennings, Justin Hardman, win light Hardman 16 dead 0. Turns on the win light Jennings 53 and a hun under, no good. Once again, all door car re-entry, all door car re-entry, need you now. All door car re-entry, need you now. Morgan Carroll out 614, take on Dan Boldry out 596. Morgan Carroll 6th out red, Boldry 34, dead 5. Ryan Snipe styled 653. You can take on Chris Cox style 594. Winlight Snipes 25 and one above gets there 3 thou. Chris 29. No good. Chase Ramey, dialed 9 flat in the BMW. Take on Gerald Hamlick, dialed 677. Winlight Hamlick 22 and a bunch over to get there first. 3 hun. Ramey 58 and a bunch over, no good. Seth Jimenez left side, dial 595. Take on Amy Ferrante, dialed at 615. Once again, all door car re-entry, all door car re-entry. If you are a box door car and you did not turn on a win light first round and you bought back, you should be in the stage lanes. Box door car re-entry, you should be in the lanes. Amy is 47 and 4 above. And the buy car for no box re-entry, Mr. Tyler Moore. You got a Besley's and Tyler will get the solo shot to round 2, 067 and 4 above. That'll wrap up re-entry for a no box, and we're getting ready to move into the door car side of box.
All right, as we get ready to go into round number re-entry. Can I even say that? Yeah, round re-entry. We're going to start with box door cars. Once again, Chris Ferguson, car number 598X. You are the best losing package of round number 1. We have a complimentary buyback for you from Easy Life Motorsports. Junior Dragsters. Here are my best losing packages from round number 1 of Junior Dragsters, and those are also good for a re-entry. In age group 6 to 9, car number 295. In age group 10 to 12, car 275X. And in juniors age group 13 to 17, car 1008. You have free re-entries. Top 4 of the tower, come see us. Doug Milner and Justin Snyder, and Milner turns it red in the Pontiac Astra. Justin Snyder will move the Chevy 2 to the next round. 642 on a 635 021 tree. Milner falls off to a 566 on a 554. Trip Clow and Robert Ledbetter. Ledbetter and the Firebird out of Fort Pierce, Florida, the opposite coast. 585 the dial in right-hand side. The Chevy 2 dialing in at 628 left-hand side. We are clean and green on both sides. Better reaction time by 11 pounds. Trip Clow left side. Win right, left side. 628 with a 1 on a 628. 12 on the tree. That's 13 total. Ledbetter's 23 on the tree and has no chance. He's 10 thou short on reaction time. Wouldn't have mattered if he'd gone dead 0. He goes 1 above. No good. Jacob Knight and Scott Jorgensen. Jorgensen in the Malibu right-hand side out of New Smyrna Beach, Florida. 593 the dial-in. 603 the dial-in for Jacob Knight. 1/10 of a second slower in the blue S10 truck left side. He'll go first. Last and final call for box door cars. Last and final call for box door cars. We have a feeling we're missing some of you. At this time, I will make my first call for Dragster double entries. Dragster double entries, lanes 1 and 2. Dragster double entries. Dragster double entries for re-entry round, lanes 1 and 2. Dragster double entries for re-entry round, lanes 1 and 2, please. Jacob Knight, 14 on the tree, 606 with a 1 on a 603, gets there first by 17 thou. Jorgensen, 594 on a 593, but behind on the tree, and he won't get a W. Mike DiLorenzo and Bob Highclack. Highclack, the Corvette on the right-hand side, 647 dial. He'll get the head start from DiLorenzo's Camaro. 1979 model version, 512 cubic inches of big block Chevy. 561 the dial in for the Delaware-based Camaro. Separate him up front, win light. Gonna go left side, DiLorenzo, 561 with a 9 on a 561, 19 tree, 28 total. Bob Highclack is 008, takes 21, breaks out by a thou. Take 21, needed to take 20 or less. But when you got somebody come on you at 25 miles an hour, you gotta make a decision, and unfortunately he just took a little too much. Charles Denny and Martin Dabney. Denny in the S10 Blazer, 671 dial-in for the Kentucky-based Hot Rod left side. He'll get the big head start from Dabney. 72 Vega based out of Virginia. Check out the dial-in board. 484 the dial-in for the little short wheelbase Vega. Yeah, you're betting he's going to use the steering wheel on this one. By 7 thou, and then goes dead on 8 just to pour salt in the wound. 670 with a 2 on a 671 with a 26 tree for Denny. He'll move to the next round, and Dabney probably wishes he might have been a little bit later on the button there, as he was dead on 8 and just came up on the wrong side of the Christmas tree. Jeremy Bargo and Brandon Davies. Davis wheeling Ken Grant's 73 big block Nova. He calls it two-face. 569 the dial-in. That means he's leaving in first gear. Jeremy Bargo, 599 for the wheel-standing S10 pickup truck out of Barberville, Kentucky. He'll go first by 0.3 of a second. Both of them going wheels up off the starting line. 007 for Davis, 20 for Burgo. Win light. Davis, 570 with a 1 on a 569. 007 on the tree. That's 18 total, and Bargo's 20 on the tree, so we had no chance. He breaks out by 1,000th and still didn't get there first. Davis got there first. Wow, good drag race. 18 total, 20 tree for Bargo, and takes a thou. Mike Van Dam Jr., 91 Camaro, right-hand side. Out of Zephyr Hills, Florida, 546 dialing. He'll swing the head start to Charlie Simino. Sebring, Florida-based 1965 GTO. 469 cubic inches of engine. Yeah, that's what Pontiac lovers call it. 615 to dial in. He'll go first by about 0.7 of a second. 005 for Simino in the control left side, win light. Right side as Simino takes a bunch. He takes 86th out, a breakout by 8 after a 005 tree. Should have taken 78 or less. Mike Van Dam gets away with one here. 547 with a 5 on a 546 and a 068 tree. 83 total, gets a win light. Emily Salmons and Jake Hodge coming up next. The Ohio-based E&E Trucking. 2010 Cobalt, 589 dial in left-hand side. Jake Hodge, Jake from State Farm, out of Kentucky. Jake's muffler and brake service back in his hot rod. Paint job courtesy of Ryan Gleghorn. 612 dial in. Control here, win light, Jake Hodge, 619 on a 612. He had over 1/10 of a second in reaction time advantage. Emily breaks it out by 200ths and still doesn't get there first. The Canadian strikeout, Jake Hodge goes to round number 2. Todd Burks and Adam Klein up next. Klein in the kind of incognito Moo Cow Malibu station wagon. Todd Burks in the Camaro. They're separated by 12th out front. Double breakout. Win light goes to Burks. 640 with a 5 on a 641. He's 5 thou under. Klein goes 661 with a 0 on a 663. He's 200ths under. He was behind on the tree, which means he needed to get behind on the racetrack, not take by 3 thou. He breaks out more. Will Highhouse and Vic Singer Jr. coming up next. Singer in the 1980 retro-themed, nope, that's original paint. Monza, right-hand side. Small block Chevy for power, 618 dialing. He'll swing over a second ahead, start to Will Highhouse. This is Tim Goolsby, GRE signs back Malibu. Yeah, he says, it's like an ugly chicken prom, just happy to be here. 733 the dialing. Will Highhouse goes first. Red light for Vic Singer, and Will Highhouse will go to round number 2. Looking for 733 on the board. Then goes 722 with a 6. He's carrying about 1/10 of a second. Might want to change that dial-in before round number 2. Wyatt Big Papa Palmatier, DeLand, Florida, just outside of where FTI calls home. 585 the dial-in for the multicolored pickup truck, right-hand side. Darren Rutten out of New East Market, Maryland. 1968 model Chevelle, 565 cubic inches of big block Chevy on board. He's dialing in a 568. Left side will give chase. Right side goes first. Red light for Wyatt Palmatier by 10,000. 18 green for Darren Wooden. And going dead on 1. He was going to put a good lap together. 19 total on the single after Wyatt Palmatier turned on the red light and breaks out by 11 thou at the top end. How about Don Strong coming up next? 1967 model Chevy Camaro. Big block Chevy for power out of Plantation, Florida. He just got engaged not that long ago. Yeah, he said he's here with his best crew member ever. He's dialing in a 609. He's going to go first by 0.05 of a second over Taylor Bouldry. Now, this is the Bob Walsh rent-a-ride. Taylor Bouldry normally wheeling the 1967 Chevy Camaro, but she's going to take a ride on the wheel-standing Mustang of Bob Walsh. 604 dialing for the Sarasota, Florida-based hot rod. They're going to leave almost together. 0.05 of a second. Separate them on dial-in. Green light's a pair. Taylor Mooney in full control. Right-hand side, win light. Right-hand side in a double breakout. Taylor 006 on the tree. 603 with a 5 on a 604. 608 with a 0 on a 609. Don Strong broke out by 5 thousandths more than Taylor. Taylor had him on the tree. Don needed to get further behind. Instead, he followed her through, and she made him pay for it. Martin Highlight and Ray Jerry's. Jerry's a 609 dial-in the Nova right-hand side. 668 the dial-in for the Mustang left side. And the Mustang turns on the red light. And is not going to see the other side of this time since his Ray's reaction time is late. And he matches his dial-in with a 4 for 129 total. Here's a couple of racers that are very familiar with Bradenton Motorsports Park. Kenny Underwood and Daniel Young. Young, a former IHRA stock eliminator champion, not in this car, but a Camaro that he used to run. This is his foot brake ride. Chances are he's probably swapping feet right now. 639 for the dial-in for the Palm Harbor-based, Florida-based hot rod. He's a firefighter by trade. Left-hand side, the two-time $1 million man, Skinny Kenny Underwood out of Delaware, Ohio. He works for Jegs. This is his Rattler car that he just refurbished. 605, the dial-in for the Camaro. He'll leave second. Daniel Young goes first. And Kenny turns on the red light by 12 down. Dan Young 008 on the tree. Dead run. Daniel Young was ready for Kenny Underwood. 9-pack total, and Kenny turns it 12 crimson. James Snyder and Mike Manning coming up next. Manning out of Green Cove Springs, Florida. 95 S10 little small block Chevrolet for motivation. 697 is dialing. He'll go first in front of James Snyder. The Snyder family. James Sr. as well as his two sons, and now their sons, all racers, mostly ran out of Moroso and Orlando, but now over here with us for New Year's Nationals. 635 the dial-in for the Chevy 2. Truck win light going to stay on that side. 7 flat on a 697, taking 26 thou. Stripe, he's 3 above. James Snyder goes 639 on a 635. He's 4 hundredths above and behind on the tree. That math doesn't work. Mike will go to round number 2. Okay, Dan Boldry, right-hand side, 596 the dial-in for the pickup truck. Taylor Bowling out of Greenbrier, Tennessee, 673 the dial-in on the Nova. Advantage for Taylor Bowling in the Nova win light on that side. 680 on a 673, 7 hundredths above. Dan Boldry goes 605 on a 596. He's 9 hundredths above. Taylor Bowling had a big reaction time advantage, and that combined with the fact that Dan was well off his dial-in made that an easy win with the Nova driver on the left-hand side. Bryce Fox and Charlie Denny up next. 669 the dial-in for the Blazer out of Kentucky right side. He'll get the big head start from Fox's Camaro. 517 the dial-in, almost one full Christmas tree. 1.52 seconds of handicap going right side. 009 to an 026. Blazer in control on reaction time. Win light will stay on that side. 670 on a 669 with a 009 tree. That's 26 total. That's Bryce Fox's reaction time. He had to go dead on with a 0 and think he'd get it. He's 001 in front. 1 thou breakout. I need all dragsters to the lanes, please. All dragsters for re-entry round. All dragsters for re-entry round. I need you to the lanes, please. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. All dragsters, if you're eligible for re-entry round and you haven't made a lap yet, I need you to the lanes at this time. Dwayne Jackson out of Fredericksburg, Virginia, 2015 Hayabusa. How about 550 the dial-in? 586 the dial-in for Robert Ledbetter in his second entry. He's trying to turn on a win light. So far hasn't seen one. He hopes to get one right here and does. As the bike turns at 11 foul in, Ledbetter will go to the next round. 587 with a 6 on a 586 with an 032 tree, and Ledbetter will tune it up for round number 2. Robbie joins in Lynn Morris. Morris out of Pensacola. 594 the dial-in for the S10 truck. 551 the dial-in for Joins Oldsmobile Cutlass on the left-hand side. Big wheel stand for the pickup truck. Middle reaction time on joint side. 006 to an 023 win light. Colds 551 with a 3 on a 551. 006 on the tree. 9-pack. Lynn Morris is 023 on the tree and 1 above. That's 36 total, but not good enough. When you're 9 total in the opposite side and 23 on the tree, you have no chance. It's what Jared Pennington would call mathematically ineligible. James Biddle. The 70 Camaro, $615, $612 the dial-in for TJ Luther in the pickup truck. And Biddle turns the 5 red. They'll swing the win light over to Luther, $617 on the 612 after an 045 tree. James Biddle, thankfully, he still has an entry left. He's wheeling the up. We got some smoke at the top end out of Biddle's car. So we're going to turn on the red lights as we got to check that out. Hopefully, no or not a lot of fluid, but unfortunately for Biddle, that's a double bad one there. That's a double whammy as he turns it red, so he can't go to round number 2 in that entry, and then a whole lot of smoke coming out of the car. So we're going to double check it real quick before we send down the next pair. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so while we are on hold here to double check everything, we'll go a shout out to all of our sponsors here at the 8th Annual New Year Nationals. Brought to us by RT Promotions and presented by Gaspar Body and Paint. Big shout out to David Gaspar and his crew for once again sponsoring the New Year Nationals. And we just got the call that we're going to load them back up. As again, we work our way through here on Thursday, Bradenton Area Sports Day. $10,000 to win in box, $10,000 to win in no box, and $2,000 to win in junior dragsters. Once again, if you are on the property, you can watch all the action happen live on Motor Mania TV on YouTube. And for everybody that's watching on Motor Mania, thank you so much for tuning in. We appreciate it. Trip Glow and Todd Burks. Both of them letting go clean and green. Double or lights, a pair of them falls down. With an advantage left side, win light, left side, 14 total. Clip goes 628 with a 0 on a 627. 004 tree, 14 total. Todd Burks drops him off at the top end to go 4 above after a 009 tree. How would you like knowing that you're 9 on the tree and you got 5 thou to get inside? It just doesn't look right, so you drop them off, and yeah, just bad place to park. Bill Hensley and Doug Milner. Milner back around for his second entry. So far, he's just like Robert Ledbetter. He hasn't seen a win light yet today. He'd like to see one right here. The Pontiac Astra, don't call it a Vega. 558 the dial-in, 592 the dial-in for the Kentucky Bay 68 Camaro of Bill Hensley left side. He'll go first. Milner's going to try and chase him down. And Milner turns it red for the second time in the re-entry round. Hensley was ready. 004, dead on 2, 6-pack. All right, that will wrap up what looks like most of our door cars, unless we might have a straggler or two. We're going to move over to the long and skinny cars, or as our buddy Hot Rod Fincham would call them, extension ladders. Michael Nahill and Patrick McMalt will start us off. McMalt left on the right-hand side, the blue dragster, 460 the dial-in. Michael Nahill says, I like that dial-in. I'll dial the exact same thing, so we have a heads-up dial-in. They will leave together, or they should, if the drivers let go of the switch on time. But we'll see if there's a big enough difference in the reaction time where you can see one car clearly move first. They're on a 6,000 reaction time. Left side, win light, left side. 461 with a 0 and a 460 for Nail, 13 tree. That's 23 total. McMalt is 19 on the tree and goes 461, 5 on the 460. That leaves him 11 thou short. Good race right there. McMalt, total of 34. Opposite side, 23. Noah Lewis and Tyler Bohannon, Tybo coming up left-hand side. Louisville, Kentucky-based hot rod for J.P. Schuster, 465 dial-in. He'll get a 0.2 of a second head start from Noah Lewis. Clarksville, Tennessee-based 2022 American chassis dragster. That's the white car on the right-hand side, 445 dial-in. Tybo goes first by 0.2. Left side, win light left side, dead on one. Tebow, 465, 1 on 465, 17 tree, 18 total. That locks out Noah Lewis's 028 reaction time. He got there second by 2 thousandths and breaks out by 8 thousandths. So if you do the math, there's just no way he could have won. So J.B. Schuster's ride will advance one entry into round number 2. Chances are we'll see it back around for the second one. Scott Jorgensen and Braden Heberlin. Heberlin out of Ohio, the 2004 Spitzer left-hand side, 537 dial-in. He'll get a half a second head start from Scott Jorgensen, the 2001 Undercover out of DeBerry, Florida. He'll go second on the right-hand side. That's the checker and red dragster. Left side goes first. Once again, I have called all dragster entries, all dragster entries. If you have not run the re-entry round and you purchased the tech card for re-entry, you need to be in the staging lanes. Red light for Heberlin by 3 thou, and Jorgensen is green by 3 thou. 487 with a 5 on a 44. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here comes a round 1 rematch. Darian Bosch and Jeff Serra. Bosch out of Louisiana and the supercharged loudest dragster on the property, 426 dial-in left side. Jeff Serra out of Summerduck, Virginia, In Motion Solutions back dragster and FTI on board, 454 dial-in right-hand side. Serra lost the first round matchup. Darian Bosch lost his second entry. So they're going to pair up right here in the re-entry round, and one of them will take another entry to round number 2. It will be Serra or Bosch. And cuts it down to go 456, 429 for Bosch is 3 above. After turning the cherry on by a painful, agonizing 1 thou of a second. He wanted that one badly. Serra gets away with one there. Once again, I still have complimentary re-entry round entries for junior dragster age group 6 to 9, car number 295. Junior age group 10 to 12 for car 275X. And box car number 598X, Chris Ferguson. Those are all at the top floor of the tower. If you want a chance to run again and not cost you a dime, come on up to the top floor of the tower. They are waiting for you, courtesy of Easy Life Motorsports. Ricky Needham and Cameron Fredrickson. Fredrickson is already into round number 2 with the wheelie wagon. He wants to take the dragster there too. 436 for the blown hot rod right-hand side. 491 the dial-in for the Ohio-based drive4ee.com for Ricky Needham. He'll go first. But over 1 light bulb. 447 tree, take 8th thou. You saw him cracking the throttle. The car moves around that hard when he got a big old blow on it. 494 on a 491 with a 35 tree for Ricky Needham. That's a total of 65, and that left him 8th thou short. Cameron had plenty of room on that one. Nick Ferraro and Ken Grant. Ken out of Ty, Georgia, 473, the dial in right-hand side. He'll get the head start from Nick Ferraro. The Fort Lauderdale, Florida-based dragster, 461, the dial in. I have to wonder if this might be Mike Ferraro's old car based on the fact it still has his number on it. The Nick's car was painted in checkerboard with purple. Green lights a pair. Ferraro is by 6 thou on the reaction time. Win light stays on his side, 463 on a 461. 13 tree, that's 33 total. Ken Grant is 19 on the tree, 491 at 143. That looks like something just did not go right there. The mile an hour was there and the 60-foot was there, but he's 2/10 above the dial-in. Not sure what happened on that run. Stevie Dustin and Katie Sloat coming up next. Sloat following in the footsteps of her dad, Brett Sloat. 468 the dial-in for the 2019 American Chassis Dragster, left-hand side. Stevie Dustin out of Westminster, Maryland, over on the right-hand side. 477 the dial-in for him. He'll go first by 0.09 of a second. But he breaks out. He takes 59 thousand stripe to break out by 100th. Need to take 49 or less. Katie Sloat gets away with one. 470 with a 2 on a 468 and an 029 tree. She was out of that race. But the right-hand side just took too much stripe. Took 59 thou. Stripe and need to take 49 or less. Donovan Williams coming up in the FTI on-site back Phantom Dragster. 466 dial in right-hand side. He'll get the 0.2 of a second handicap from Chris Ferguson. 400 Florida-based 2020 Miller Chassis Dragster. He's on the left-hand side. 446 dial in. Clean and green trips. Donovan Williams, the throttle crack, and he lets him back around. Oh, Lord. 000 for Donovan. 470 on a 466, and he gets 8 thou behind. Ferguson squeaks by. 014 on the tree, 448 with a 4 on a 446. That's 38 total. Donovan Williams had him dead to rights. He was cracking the throttle at the 330 mark and let him around by 0.08 of a second. Randy Banger coming up next out of Palmetto, Florida. 2004 Miller Chassis Dragster right side. 487 dialing. He'll get the head start from Tim Castetter. Castetter out of Pennsylvania. 2008 American Chassis Dragster. 632 cubic inches of big block Chevy. 444 dialing left side. Randy Banger will go first by 0.43 of a second. Almost one light bulb on the Christmas tree. Clean and green reaction time advantage. Randy Banger right side, win light. Left side, Banger breaks it out by 2 thou. Take 36, need to take 34 or less. 446 with a 0 on a 444 with an 047 tree is good enough for Tim Castetter to get by with. Randy Banger had him on the tree by 14 thou and just took too much stripe. Michael Carpenter and Chris Turner next. Turner out of Kentucky, 2013 American Chassis Dragster right side. 458 is dialing. He'll go first by a little bit over Michael Carpenter. The Blown Dragster left-hand side based right here in Florida. 452 is dialing. Carpenter, Winlight, Carpenter. Double breakout, 451 with a 3 and a 452. He's 7th thou under. Turner is 456 with a 6 and a 458. He's 14 thousandths under. He took 3 thou, but he was behind on the reaction time, so he needed to get behind, and he did, and he took. Michael Carpenter takes advantage and will go to round number 2 in that entry. Michael Needham and Chris Roby next. Roby in the undercover out of Indiana, 525 dial in right side. Needham out of Ohio in the Needham Motorsports NE trucking entry, 498 dial in on his side. He'll play catch up by 27 thousandths. Chris Roby goes first in the red car. Who's 19 and 497 with a 4. 6 thou under his dial in at 137. Ricky Whiting and Johnny Ezel. Ezel dialed 466 left side, 483 on the right side for Whiting. He'll go first. And Johnny Ezel, a.k.a. Johnny Bracker Racer, will try to play catch-up. And we got a little bit of a staging duel going on here. And right side just flickers that beam. And Ezel says, I'm ready. Johnny Ezel is the left-hand side on reaction time. Win like Johnny Bracker Racer, 467 on a 466. 004 on the tree, taking 14. That's 14 total. Whiting is 20 on the tree and has no chance. He's locked out. Even though he's dead on 8, had no chance. Johnny Ezel to round number 2. How about Bradley Snowball? Yeah, he's relocated to South Carolina, but he's originally from Loxahatchee, Florida. He's engaged to somebody I think named Miles. Yes. The 2006 undercover chassis, don't say it's powered by a big block Chevy. It's different. It's got a big block Ford on board. 454 dial in left-hand side. Brett Slow with his Mullis chassis, the traditional big block Chevy, 582 cubic inches of it. 462 is dial in. They're going to leave 800ths apart. Right side first. And Snowball turns on the red light. Slow is 5 green. 6 thou under. Snowball's holding about 2.5 when he turned the cherry on by 16 thou, and Sloat was 5 on the green side. He'll go to round number 2. Morgan Miles and James Cavanaugh. Cavanaugh on the Miller right side, 467 dial. 460 dial in for Morgan in the racetrack on the left side. Win line goes to Cavanaugh, 16 tree, 470 on a 467. He got behind by a little bit. Let Morgan Miles take the stripe. She had 12 thou that she took. Need to take 8 or less. Breaks it out by 4 thou. Morgan Miles had a chance to get out of the 042 reaction time she did. Cavanaugh gave her just enough room, but she took 4 thou too much. Michael Hart and Austin Cardules coming up next. Cardules out of Ohio, left-hand side, 475 the dial in. 604 the dial in for Michael Hart, the Mustang of Debbie Young. 604 dial in for the Ford-based Mustang. Yeah, how about that? A Ford-powered Mustang. Yeah. Apparently they didn't get the memo about LS swapping everything. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Dragster re-entry round age group 6 to 9 to lanes 1 and 2. Junior Dragster re-entry round age group 10 to 12 to lanes 3 and 4. Red light for Michael Hart and Cardules is 007, and we'll go to round number 2. Here's a guy that I didn't expect to see in the re-entry round, Tim Butler. The Sarasota, Florida-based 2012 American Chassis Dragster. This is the car that he actually won for being IHRA World Champion. He also got a check for, I want to say, $10,000 and a trip to Aruba. Yeah, that sounds like a pretty good deal for winning the World Finals. He's dialing in 467, 450 to dial in for Robert Acura out of Somerton, South Carolina, 2003 Worthy Chassis Dragster. He'll leave second. Tim Butler goes first. Green lights up there, and Tim Butler in full control. 469 on a 467 as Robert continues to have trouble with the blower car. 584 at just 110 miles an hour. Butler had him by over a tenth of a second in reaction time advantage, and that combined with the blower car's troubles just made that one an easy win, and Butler will go to round number 2. Here's another guy that you didn't expect to see in the re-entry round twice, Jeff Serra. As he was 0 for 2 first round and then has gotten the dragster through his first re-entry. Now he's looking to move entry number 2 in. He's got to deal with Brian Bitterstuff out of West Grove, Pennsylvania, 1997 model Shorty Dragster. 494 the dial in right side. Sarah dials 454, 4/10 quicker. Time left side, wind light left side, 454 with a 7 on a 454, 009 tree, 16 total. Blittersdorf breaks it out by 42 hundredths, gets there first by 18 and had no room to take. He's 40 on the tree, and Jeff Serra had a 00. That means he's mathematically ineligible. Serra was 0 for 2 first round and then takes both entries to round number 2 out of the re-entry round. Patrick McMarth out of Chesapeake, Virginia, 2017 Racetech Chassis Dragster right side, 461 dial-in. 493 the dial-in for Ricky Needham, the driveforee.com, Cleveland, Ohio-based dragster left side. He'll go first by 32 hundredths of a second. Call it half a light bulb. Green lights appear. That's this nasty 6-pound separator. Wind light right side on a double breakout. 001 tree, 8th thou under for McMarth. Left side breaks out by 14 thousandths for Needham after a 007 tree. He took 002 and couldn't. How would you like to be 007 on the tree, take trip 06, and should have got behind? Braden Hemberlin out of Ohio, the 2004 Spitzer Chassis Dragster left side. 540 the dial-in. He'll get almost 1 full second head start from Noah Lewis. The white dragster on the right-hand side out of Tennessee. 443 the dial-in. Who's 20. And 44 thou under. All right, here comes JP Schuster's ride for the second time around with JP behind the wheel as Tebow got through in his entry. Now JP Schuster looking to do the same in the 2008 Mullis chassis. 463 the dollar. He's got Ken Grant. I'll tell you what, we've got some marquee matchups here first round. Ken Grant out of tie looking for 473. Two thou red behind him and goes 476 on the 463, cutting it off early. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Dwayne Jackson with the Suzuki Hayabusa. Dwayne Jackson, car number 731. I need you to the top floor of the tower, please. Dwayne Jackson. Need you to the top floor of the tower, please. Riggs turns it red. Kavanaugh is 15 green in the dragster and will go to round number 2 uncontested. 466 with a 5 on a 469. At this time, I need my age group 13 to 17 junior dragsters for re-entry, lanes 5 and 6. So junior dragster re-entry round. Age group 6 to 9 to lanes 1 and 2. Age group 10 to 12 to 3 and 4, and age group 13 to 17 to lanes 5 and 6 for re-entry round. Junior dragster re-entry round. Age group 6 to 9 to lanes 1 and 2, age group 10 to 12 to lanes 3 and 4, and age group 13 to 17 to lanes 5 and 6. The junior dragster wait and see buy run is car number 137. 137 on junior dragster wait and see buy run. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the 8th Annual New Year Nationals presented by Gaspar Body and Paint as part of RT Promotions. Rob Reynolds and Bill Murray. I can't actually say what Bill prefers to be called because we are on live stream, and I have a little bit of respect for that. Our second year here at B&P Bradenton Motorsports Park. Big shout out to their crew and all the work that they're doing to accommodate us. We are working our way through the re-entry round. So if you did not get a win light first round, what you can do is you can get into the re-entry round, and if you turn the win light on here, you go into round number 2. Yeah, that's true, because now we're down to juniors. Do we have a junior with a wide enough cage where I can pay the entry fee for round 1 and pay the buyback? And okay, we need. Rob said if we can find the industrial-sized tub of Crisco that we will try to squeeze me in. So, I'm just happy because I finally had Giddy Piggy after being denied with it 3 years ago when I went down there and they were closed. Well, I waited, to be fair. I waited too long. So, but ladies and gentlemen, if you're out here competing this weekend, let me tell you that the Giddy Piggy will actually be serving the Racer Appreciation Dinner tomorrow. So make sure you make your plans accordingly. The Giddy Piggy is here on the property. They do have breakfast as well. So once again, my final call for junior dragsters for the re-entry round. Age group 6 to 9 to lanes 1 and 2. Age group 10 to 12 to lanes 3 and 4. And age group 13 to 17 to lanes 5 and 6 for the re-entry round. So, ladies and gentlemen, while we have a minute, little shout out to all of our sponsors here of the 8th Annual New Year Nationals. Thanks to Gaspar Body and Paint, David and his crew. Thank you so much for everything you do for us. We appreciate it. Thank you to Bradenton Area Sports. They are the presenting sponsor today, Thursday. Tomorrow, our sponsor is Heberlin Heating and Air Conditioning. Saturday sponsor is Wright Trailers. Thank you to all those groups for being the day sponsors of the New Year Nationals. Thanks to McMaster Lawn and Pest Services. They are the presenting sponsor for the fireworks on Saturday night. We will also have a live concert tomorrow, or excuse me, on Saturday night as well. Whiskey Juju being brought to you by Burning Rose, so thank you to them for being part of it. So shout out to our class sponsors, as we just did. Thanks to our platinum sponsors, Mike's Metalworks Fabrication, Kentucky Gears. We mentioned McMaster Lawn and Pest Services. Also, shout out to Black Pearl Metal Art. They are here on the property. They're located right by the turn of the West Side staging lanes. Go over and see all the great stuff that they have available and check out their availability and what they have. And they also do custom stuff, as they have for Bill Murray and some of the other guys here at the New Year Nationals. We appreciate them being part of it. Thanks to the following associate sponsors: the Junior X Driving School, Fusion Coatings, South Florida Choppers, Platinum Products, Space Coast Speed and Custom, Cross Racing, FTI Performance and FTI On Site, Easy Life Motorsports, Ken Grant Snap-on, Chassis Engineering, Alpine Inn. They will host the Racer Appreciation Dinner tomorrow at 7 o'clock. And also, thank you to Goolsby Racing Enterprises, GRE. Thank you to all those sponsors for being part of the New Year Nationals. Also, shout out to Robert from Rude Software. He's doing a race system. We're building software for the ignition system, and they have prototype stuff that he is running in his Reaper Dragster here this weekend. The computer is all done on a 4x3-inch motherboard that runs all of his electronics, dial-in board, ignition system, and the coil. All done from a 4x3-inch board. That's pretty crazy. He also has a system for fully operational electronic applications as well as OBD2, so if you've got a late model car or truck, he's got stuff that he's working on for that. He says they're doing pre-orders right now, so just keep your eyes out for the Reaper Dragster that is running here this weekend. And go over and see Rude Software. That's RHUD. You can find them on the web at rhudsoftware.com. Thanks to them for coming on board as a sponsor of the New Year Nationals. All right, here we go with age group 6 to 9. We're going to get things started here with one of Bradenton Motorsports Park's own, Kylie Mockney. She will face off with Waylon Bennett. Bennett out of Tyrone, Georgia, the Mike Boss chassis dragster. It's complete with a wheelie bar and the parachute and the wing on the back. Kylie, they call her money bags. She's picked up a couple of Wallies this year. That's her mom, Danielle, wheeling her into the right spot. Out of Venice, Florida, 1209 the dial-in. So Waylon Bennett on the 1236 dial-in on the right-hand side. Waylon will go first, and then Kylie will try to play catch-up. Both of them away clean and green. Kylie on the left, Waylon on the right. Win light. We'll go left-hand side in a double breakout. Kylie goes 12.08 with a 6 on a 12.09. She's 4,000 center. 12.28 with an 8 on a 12.36 for Waylon Bennett. He's 74 thousandths under. The rest of the double breakout gets the win. Kylie Mockney goes to round number 2. Braylon Dixon next on the left-hand side. 11.95 the dial-in. Easton Hodge coming up right-hand side. That's Jake's kid. Yeah, don't judge him by that. 9 flat the dial-in for Easton. So left side Dixon will go first. That's the last remaining 6 to 9-year-old in the re-entry round. And then we have our first 10 to 12-year-old on the right-hand side. That's Easton Hodge. Red light for Dixon. That will give Easton Hodge the automatic victory. Easton looking for 9 flat in the junior. He is 60 on the green side. And goes 881 on a 9 flat. So Jake will make some adjustments for round number 2. Ryden Cook and Tanner Mockney as we move into side-by-side age group 10 to 12. Mike Mockney, no box racer who went to Las Vegas last year. He was the Division II champion in Pro ET. He's guiding his son into the beams over on the right-hand side. 893 the dial, and Ryden Cook dialing 890 in the all-white dragster. Yeah, him and his brother just picked up brand-new dragsters at the end of the year. You know, they're twins, only separated by 1 minute. And they like to razz each other about who's the older of the two by 1 minute. Green light's a pair. Tanner Mockney on an 893, Ryden Cook on an 890. Tanner Mockney with the better reaction time and the win light. Dead on 6. 893 with a 6 on an 893, 053 tree. Cook goes 891 on an 890, but he was locked out on the reaction time. Those two have run each other before. Good race right there goes to Tanner Mockney. Brody Snyder and Jay Smith. Smith out of Gerler, Kentucky. 1062 the dial-in right-hand side. 895 the dial-in for Brody Snyder. Vero Beach, Florida. 2022 based pipe rack. He's dialed in at 895. Both of them clean and green. Jay Smith with the better reaction time in the win. Dead on 8. 1062 with an 8 on a 1062. He had almost 300ths in the bank on reaction time. Brody Snyder broke it out by 18 thousandths of a second and still didn't get there first. Jay Smith takes 3 thousandths and gets the breakout on the and gets the win on the breakout. Carson Murphy and Mia Meadows next. Meadows on the right-hand side out of Louisiana. She had a 007 reaction time, and she's looking for an 898. Carson Murphy is green with an 053 and looking for 890 left side, and he gets the win light as Meadows falls off to a 927. 905 for Murphy, gets there first by a 1/10 of a second as Mia Meadows slows to a 927 at just 70 miles an hour. Hunter Dowling and Everly Siegel. Siegel left-hand side in the multicolored green and pink and white dragster. This is John Siegel and Jennifer Siegel's kid. 890 the dial in, and Hunter Dowling says, I like that 890. I'm going to dial that same thing in the GRE Signs back junior dragster right side. Everly turns on the red light. That'll move Hunter Dowling into round number 2. He is 43. And 897 on an 890. Molly Banger and Parker DeWeese coming up next. DeWeese out of Kentucky. 2019 half-scale dragster. 890 dial-in. Molly Banger out of Palmetto, Florida. Also choosing an 890 dial-in. So we're going to go heads up on this one. Red light by 0.06 of a second for Molly Banger will move Parker into round number 2. Parker is 0.47. And 887, 29 thousandths under. Molly Banger legs it through 879 to be over a tenth under the dial-in. Garrett Murphy and Jackson Smith next. Smith out of Kentucky, right-hand side. 791 the dial-in. 803 the dial-in for Garrett Murphy on the left. Murphy turns at 9 foul red. Smith is 046 green. 792 with an 8 on a 791. Haley Pumphrey going red light on the right-hand side to the Maryland Junior Dragster where we parked for the rest of the day, and she goes dead on 8. Francis Vignola will take advantage. 8 flat with a 5 on an 8 flat, 048 tree. That's a good lap. Francis will go to round number 2, and Haley goes dead on 8 after turning on the red light. Leah Werner and Nick Kaysen coming up next. Kaysen out of Michigan, 2014 American Chassis Junior Dragster, 790 dial-in. Lee Werner out of Michigan dials in the 790 as well. So they came from Michigan, both of them, to race here at BMP in the re-entry round. They could have just done this back home. Both of them clean and green. Win light's going to go to Werner, 791 on a 790. Better reaction time. Casing goes 792 on a 790. 30 thousandths margin of victory to Leah Werner. Brooke Harper and Haley Shook. Shook dial 792 out of Northport, Florida-based junior dragster right side. Harper out of Bridgewater, Virginia, dialing in at 790 on the left-hand side. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. No box doubles for round number 2. No box doubles for round number 2. Lanes 1 and 2, please. No box doubles for round number 2. Lanes 1 and 2. No box doubles. No box doubles for round number 2. Lanes 1 and 2. The wait and see buy run is car number 325F. Jesse Fritz, you are the wait and see buy for no box. Round number 2. Red light for Brooke Harper by 9 thousandths. 013 green for Haley Shook. 794 with a 2 on a 792. That's 35 total. That's a good lap. All right, Jesse Fritz, hang on 1 second as we have to double check our buy runs, as I was possibly misinformed, as we believe that we were calling the no box buy run. So hang on for 1 second here. Jesse Fritz and Buse Sims going down the racetrack right here. Both of them 20 on the tree. Both of them on an 801 dial-in. Winlight's going to go left side, 802 with a 3 on an 801 for Jesse Fritz. That's 33 total. Buse Sims takes 26 and breaks out by 13. Take 26 and needed to take half of it. 799 with a 7 on an 801. Megan Cassinan coming up next out of St. Clair, Michigan, 791 dialing. Antonio out of Michigan, left-hand side, 790 dialing. They'll live almost together. 100th of a second handicap goes to the right-hand side. Once again, no box doubles, no box doubles. Lanes 1 and 2, please, for round number 2. No box doubles. No box doubles for round number 2. Lanes 1 and 2 at this time. No box doubles. No box doubles. Round number 2 to lanes 1 and 2. All right, so round number 2 buy for no box is car number B253, Michael Nobles. Car B253, Michael Nobles. You are the wait and see buy run for no box round number 2. All right, our next pair, Braxton Hodge and Garrett Sprague. Sprague right-hand side out of Sellersville, Pennsylvania, 792 dialing right side. Hodge dials 818 out of Tennessee on the left-hand side. So Braxton Hodges will go first, and Garrett Sprague will play catch-up. We are clean and green on both sides. Garrett has a little bit better reaction time right-hand side. Looking for a win light, and it will go to left-hand side as Braxton Hodges, 820 on an 818, gets around the whole shot as Garrett goes 799 on a 792, leaves just enough room for Braxton Hodges to get around it. Once again, I need no box doubles, no box doubles. To the lanes, please. No box doubles. No box doubles to the lanes, please. No box doubles. No box doubles for round number 2 to the lanes, please. Our next pair is Kaylin Barron out of Boynton Beach, Florida. 790 dial-in, and Charlie Blittersdorf also dialing in 790 out of West Grove, Pennsylvania on the left-hand side. So we have a heads-up dial-in. They will leave the starting line together. Side, wind light, right-hand side, 795 on a 790 and had lots of room as Charlie missed the Christmas tree, breaks it out by 8 thousandths and still gets behind. Carolyn Barron will go to round number 2. Kaylee Ray and Jamie and Dietz, our next pair. Dietz out of Hanover, Pennsylvania, 797 the dial-in. Kaylee Ray says, I like that dial-in. I'm going to dial the same thing. So 797's a pair. Fredericksburg, Virginia, left-hand side. Hanover, Pennsylvania, right-hand side. They came all the way down here to South Florida to run in the re-entry round on Thursday. Bradenton area day here at BMP for the 8th annual New Year Nationals. Red light for Dietz, and that will end his day. Ray is 054 green and 8 thou under. Paul Stauba and Dylan McNichol, our next pair up. Dylan, who recently started making the transition to junior street this year and has done quite well. Still taking some time to participate in junior dragsters as he prepares a no-box car for the future. Northport, Florida-based 2021 McIlvain chassis, 790 dial-in right side. Paul Stauba out of Hamilton, New Jersey, 2021 half-scale model. This is Tom Stauba's son. Paul dials 796. Both of them clean and green, double breakout. Wind light's going to go to Paul Stauba. 795 with a 1 on a 796, that's 9 thousandths under. Dylan McNichol goes 786 with an 8 on a 790, that's 32 thousandths under. 16 thou margin of victory. Jordan Denny and Angela Harbin. Harbin out of Orlando, Florida, the Mike Boss chassis dragster right side, 790 dial-in. 805 dial-in for the Virginia-based dragster of Jordan Denny left side. Jordan Denny in full control on reaction time, left side, wind light. left side. 8:05 on an 8:05 with a 9 and a 008 reaction time for 17 total for Jordan Denny. Angela Harbin is 0:44 and the tree breaks it out by 17 thou and still doesn't get there first. Our next pair is Lane Morgan and Gage Ratchford. Ratchford out of Kentucky, 790 dialing. 8 flat the dialing for the North Carolina-based 2021 Mike Boss chassis of Lane Morgan. Lane will go first. Six thou stepping over on reaction times on this pair, and it is a good one. Advantage right-hand side, win light left-hand side. 8:03 on an 8 flat for Lane Morgan. Had lots of room as Gage falls off to an 8 flat on a 790. Gage had the slight reaction time advantage, but a tenth above the dialing gave Lane Morgan the room that they needed to get around and get a victory. That'll bring up Nathan Mendenhall. Nathan Mendenhall getting the bye run here with an odd number of juniors as we get ourselves prepared for round number 2 of competition. Mendenhall out of Parksburg, Pennsylvania, 790 the dial-in. All they have to do is keep it in their lane and shiny side up. They will go to round number 2. At this time, I will take no box trans brake cars. No box trans brake cars to the lanes, please. No box trans brake cars. No box trans brake cars to the lanes, please, for round number 2. Nathan showing that he's ready on the Christmas tree, 18 green, and breaks it out by about 500ths. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that will wrap up the re-entry round. So we will get ready for round number 2 of competition. At this point, it is 2 go down and 1 comes back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so the Bradenton Motorsports Park crew doing a little bit of cleanup work. Wade Rich is putting down some fresh rubber out there as we get ready for round number 2, as I mentioned. 2 go down, 1 comes back. The re-entry chance is ended. You got to step up your game at this point, which means Ryan is going to be harsher on people that missed the tree. He might actually start announcing some of the bad reaction times instead of saying late. I don't know. We'll see how he feels. But thank you all for coming out to the 8th Annual New Year Nationals, presented by Gaspar Body and Paint. Again, if you have not had yourself some Giddy Piggy today, I encourage you, highly encourage you to go check it out. I had the caramelized barbecue pork grilled cheese, and I attempted to actually eat it without a fork, and that was an exercise in futility. That was not a good idea. They give you a fork for a reason. So a lot of great racers still left in competition. We saw a lot of people that unexpectedly went down in round number 1. They got their way back in the re-entry round, and so we'll see who comes out slugging harder in round number 2. As once again, no box doubles and no box trans brake entries. I have called you to the lanes. If you're not there, you're about to be late. Once again, I have called no box doubles and no box trans brake entries. I have called you to the lanes. All right, that's good to hear. So the BMP track concession stand is open. It is on the tower side of the racetrack. They got all kinds of great stuff to eat and drink over there, including ice cold Budweiser and Bud Light. And as Lori loves to hear me say, for some reason, isn't now a really good time to get a beer? Or no, excuse me. Let me say this correctly. Wouldn't an ice cold Budweiser sound good right now? Yep, see, I was out of practice. I hadn't said it since March. Lori looked at me and said I did not say it right. So I fixed it. And here's the thing, if you go get one, I believe they have collectible Bradenton Motorsports Park cups that come with it. And they are tall. They are not the short ones. You get tall cans from BMP. So Ryan Gleghorn and I have been having conversations up here about lots of different things as he's filling me in on the motorsports side of things that apparently I'm oblivious to. And I'm telling him a lot of useless car data that he will not use once he leaves this tower. Yep, 47 thoughts ago, as was quoted by him earlier. So he will take you through round number 2 of no box. So once again, thank you all for coming out here to Bradenton on a beautiful Thursday. Can't think of a better way to spend the day than out here watching lots of burnouts and wheel stands and great laps being thrown down. We've already seen 2 people throw down 2-pack totals. Both cars happen to be trip zip on the reaction time, perfect, and dead on their dial-ins with a 2. All right, ladies and gentlemen, round number 2 of action, and Ryan looks rested and ready to go. Okay.
Yep.
Dave Miller left side, dialed 9 flat. The BMW take on Seth Jimenez. The 62 Dart, dialed 6 flat. Win light, Jimenez. 17 dead 5 gets a win. Miller 54 take 3 to be quite a bit under Jimenez. We'll move on to round number 3. This is Easy Life Motorsports round number 2. Best losing package getting, I believe it's $100 courtesy of our friends at Easy Life Motorsports. Wesley Cox left side, dialed 673, taking on Wyatt Ezell. Wyatt dialed 626 in wife Rose's Nova. Two fouls separate them up front. Win light, Ezell 38 and 2 above. Cox 36 gets there first 39 to be a hunt under. Lucas Walker left side, dialed at 593, will take on Jason McCandless. McCandless dialed at 572. Give the win light to Walker. 003, take 36 to be 1 above. McCandless 051. Stops. No good. Gerald Hamlick dialed 674. Take on Steve Collier, dialed 642. Hamlet with the advantage, but the win light goes to Collier. 45 and 2 above gets there 3 foul. Hamlet was 10 and 6 above, no good. Steve Collier, we get the win. Josh Sutton Jr., Soul Snatcher, dialed 1131. Take on Ray Isles. Isles dialed 647. Fourth foul separating up front. Give the win light to Sutton. 12 take 11 to be 3 above. Ray 16 and 4 over. No good. Sutton will move on. Tommy Borgia dialed 765. Take on Tony Gambardella. Gambardella dialed 661. Borgia is red. Gambardella 24. And clicks it off early. Donnie Hager. Dowd 645. Take on Jonathan McCandless. Dowd 682. To Hager. What a lap. 8 dead, 2. Lays down 10 total. McCandless is 10 up front, 1 above 8, and 18 thou behind. 10 total for Donnie Hager moves him on. Jason England out at 623. Take on Ryan Snipes out 653. Snipes is red first, so England gets a win. Jason 9 thou red. M5 over. Carly Holbrook out 677. Take on Dustin Carroll out 690. Two Huns separate them up front. Winlight Carroll 14 gets their 8th thou to be 1 above. Dustin Carroll will move on. Brandon Michaels dialed 697. Take on Blake Carnell dialed 721. Winlight Michaels 21, take 14 to be 4 over. Carnell 18 and 5 above, no good. John Dwayne dialed 608, take on Daniel Young dialed 641. Dwayne 6 red. Dan is 23, dead on 5. Jeff Gatlin dialed 615. Take on Troy Stafford dialed 648. And almost 600 under. Jeff Gatlin moves on. Gage Birch left side, dialed 608. Take on Joe Diedrich. Diedrich dialed 627. Winlight Diedrich 26. And 2 above gets there a foul. Birch 28 and 2 over, no good. Diedrich will move on. Paul Allen dialed 704. Going to take on Casey Sims dialed 627. Hank Mulligan, listen in. Hank, hope you're doing well. Just saw you a couple weeks ago right here. Casey's a foul red. Paul Allen is and 1 above. John Smith Jr. dialed 558 to take on Dan Warren, dialed 633. Foul red. Smith 43 and 4 foul under. Austin Logan dialed 662. Can take on Kim Fritz. Kim dialed 670. Winlight goes to Fritz. 12 and 3 above on the drop. Gets the win. Logan, 34, gets their first 14 to be 2 foul under. Fritz will move on. Travis Logan, left side. Dialed 614, take on Jeff Grafton. Grafton in the Tesla, dialed 742. Winlight Logan 40 and 3 above gets the win as Grafton late and 3 above. CW Vaught dial 578 get take on Thomas Palmer. Thomas dial 759. Winlight will go to Vaught 004 and 4 above, getting their first 13 foul. Thomas 58 and a foul under, no good. Mike Mockney, 7th thou red. Adam Klein is perfect. And 14th thou under. Donovan Williams, left side. Dot 653, take on Paul Vizzo. Paul dot 626. Separate them up front. Wind light will go to Vizzo, 15 dead, 8. Turns on the wind light. Williams, 22, take 9 to be 8 thou under. Had a thou to work with and couldn't pull it off. Aaron Reynolds, left side, dot 628. Getting on Bob High-Clack. Bob dialed at 647. This time I will make the call for foot breakers. Bob, 31 and 2 above gets there a thou. Reynolds, 45 and 1 above to get behind a thou. Once again, I'll call foot breakers round number 2. Foot break round 2 will take you to lanes. All no box cars have now been called, as I have now called foot breakers for round number 2. All no box round 2 has been called. Tyler Moore and Nikki Thomas. Nikki gets this one. And she will get the win. 26 take 30 to be 2 above. Moore late and dead on 1. Chris Cox out 776 to on Kevin Stittle. Stittle out 685. Stittle is in trouble. Wind light will go to Chris, 39 and 4 above. Gets there 4 thou. Stittle a little late, dead on 9. James Paler, left side, out 704. We'll take on Robert Benzenberg. Robert out 683. Winlight Paler, 21 dead 8, gets the win. Benzenberg, 48 and 1 above, no good. Kevin Mendenhall out 606, took on Wyatt Palmatier at 585. Frontier 49 and 5 over. Queen Stewart dialed 7 flat. Take on Blake Combs dialed 586. Control. And Winlight will go Stewart as he lays down 11 total. 5 dead, 6. Gets there first, 25 thou. Combs 43 and 7 thou under. No good. Cameron Fredrickson dialed at 589. Take on Wyatt Ezel. Wyatt dialed 628. Winlight goes to Fredrickson 15 and 2 above 7. Gets there a thou. Wyatt 37, dead 6, and a thou behind. CJ Kedrer dialed 727. Gets there on Ray Isles dialed 649. Once again, all cars have been called for round 2 no box. All cars have been called for round 2 no box. If you're not here, you are late. All cars have been called for round 2 no box. Ray Isles 11, take 38 to be 2 above. Kedrer 48 and 2 above, no good. Jeff Sarah left side. Sarah dialed 612, take on Dusty Carroll. Carroll dialed at 691. $5,000 separate them up front. And the Winlight will go to Carroll, 17, dead 4. Turns on the Winlight. Sarah 12, take 14 to be 5 thou under. Had to take 9 thou or less. Dusty Carroll moves on. Pete Miller dialed at 675. Took on Seth Jimenez, dialed 602. Winlight, Tony Gambardella, 14 and 1 above gets the win. The BMW 46 in a bunch under. Wesley Cox dialed at 673. Take on Steve Collier dialed 643. Collier 27 and a hunt under gets the win. Cox 001 take 28 to be 12 foul under. Tim Butler left side dialed 607 take on Andy Chavez. Chavez dialed 792. Butler 10 and 4 above gets there quite a bit as Andy late and 3 over. Lucas Walker dialed 594 left side. Take on Ryan Snipes dialed 653. Walker 9 foul red gets a win to Snipes, who is 14 and 3 foul under. Josh Sutton Jr. left side at 11:32. Take on Troy Stafford. Stafford out 650. This time I'll take box, door, car, doubles. Box, door, car, doubles will take you to lanes. Box, door, car, doubles will take you to lanes. Car number 630. Mike Needham, you are the wait and see by. Mike Needham, you are the wait and see by. Box, door, car, doubles. You're the we need you to lanes. Car number 630, Mike Needham. You're the wait and see by. Two fouls separate them up front. Winlight Stafford 35 dead 8 gets their first 23 foul. Sutton 37 and 2 above no good. Troy Stafford will move 1 entry through. Mike Crook left side, dialed 672. Take on Taylor Boldry, dialed 606. Winlight goes to Boldry, 31, take 8. Or 31 dead 8 to take 51. Sorry. Couldn't make Taylor sound better than she really was there. Crook set it down, but Boldry will get the win. Daryl Goheen left side out of Buhler, Kansas. Daryl out 682. Get to on Justin Hardman. Hardman out 717. Hardman 33, take 20 to be 4 above. Daryl was late. Left side out 683. Take on Kim Fritz. Fritz dialed 672. Once again, double inner door cars, double inner door cars. Need you to lanes. Double entered door cars. Need you to lanes. Box. Double entered door cars. Need you to the staging lanes. Left side is red. Fritz, little late, and 1 above will move on. Donnie Hager dialed 644. Take on Jerry Vizzo. Vizzo dialed at 641. Winlight Hager 19 and 4 above will get the win. Vizzo a little late and also 4 over. Jason England out 623. Can take on Taylor Bowling. Taylor out 673. Bowling in control. Bowling with the win. 10 dead 6. Lays down 16 total. Is England 49. Dead 7. No good. Kobe Tolliver out 655. Take on Jeff Gatland out 611. Carly Holbrook dialed 677. Going to take on Alicia Hawkins dialed 678. And this time I'll take all door cars for Easy Life Motorsports round number 2. All door cars round 2. Need you to lanes. All door cars round 2 will take you to the staging lanes. Carly Holbrook gets the win there as Casey Sims will take on Jason McCandless. Sims out 627, McCandless dialed at 572. Winlight McCandless 001 dead 8 lays down 9 total. Casey Sims 005 1 above 5 20 total. No good. Dave Keaton dial 589 gonna take on Paul Allen dial 705. Winlight Keaton 27 take a thou to be 5 thou under. Allen 28 and also 5 thou under. Keaton gets the win. Gage Birch dialed 606 take on John Smith Jr. dialed 558. Winlight Birch 30, 1 above, gets there 23, foul. Smith 38 and 3 above, no good.
561 at 119.
JD Anderson dialed 621 left side. Right side dial 526. Once again, all door cars have been called. All door cars have been called for round number 2. All door cars have been called for round number 2. Right side is 16 foul red. Anderson 38 and a bunch under. Toby Barnes dialed 701. Can take on George Windsor dialed 647. Separating. Winlight will go to Windsor 30 and 1 above gets the win. Barnes 35 takes 16 to be 9 thou under. Windsor will move on. Tommy Borgia dialed 764. Get on Kevin Mendenhall dialed 606. Mendenhall 001 and 2 thou under gets the win. Borgia 37 take 31 to be a bunch under. Brandon Michaels and Jonathan McCandless. Michaels out 697, McCandless out 683. McCandless is in trouble. And Michaels will get the win 36 and 2 above. McCandless late and 2 over. And the bike car, Michael Nobles. And box door cars, if you're not in the lanes, you're in the wrong place. As we're getting ready to roll you into the water. So if you are a box door car, you should be in the lanes. All door cars have been called for round number 2. Noble's 9th out, red in, 2 above. That'll wrap up the no box side. Derek going to take over. Life Motorsports, round number 2.
Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate it. Ryan Gleghorn once again killing it on the no box side. We appreciate him being out here. Paul Ramey and Bubba Browning will get us started in round number 2 of box door cars. Ramey out of Kentucky in the Conquest on left side, dialed 536. He'll give the head start to the 629 of Bubba Browning. Wheel standing S10 truck on the right side. We are clean and green 003 for Browning, 22 for Ramey. Browning in control right-hand side, Winlight right-hand side. 632 on a 629, he's 3 above. 639 on a 536 is 3 above. The difference is the reaction time. 11th thou margin of victory at the top end goes to Bubba Browning. He'll go to round number 3. Yeah, this is where 2 goes down and 1 comes back. There is no buyback. There is no second chance. If you lose here, it goes in the box. Unless, of course, you have a second entry. Trip Clough and Jesse Fritz coming up next. Fritz in the 67 Camaro. The topless roadster on the right-hand side, 517 the dial in. He'll swing a 1.1 second head start to Trip Clough out of Earlville, Maryland. 67 Chevy 2. Yeah, they actually did call it a Nova for a while, but the Chevy 2 moniker sticked around from 1962 to 1968. 627 the dial in for him. So left side will go first, right side will play catch up. We are clean and green Trip Zip with a 007 win light. Right-hand side, 519 with a 6 on a 517. Trip Zip perfect for Jesse Fritz. Clough is 007, takes 21 and breaks out by 2. Should have taken 19 or less. Our next pair is Jacob Knight and Steve Hatfield. Hatfield in the 4-second shoebox, 57 Chevy, 495 the dial in for the big block Deerfield Beach-based hot rod. He'll swing the head start to Jacob Knight. The S10 truck in the weeds on the left side, 603 the dial in. Little over 1 second of head start, 1.08 seconds if you want to be exact. Goes to the left-hand side. Better reaction time left side, Winlight left side. 605 on a 603 with an 18 tree. Take 30 a stripe for Jacob Knight. Hatfield missed it. He's 051 and 2 above. That adds up to be 75 total, and that puts him 30 thou behind. Jake Hodge from State Farm doing the big old wheelie in the hook and hillbilly. 006 to 15 over Mike DiLorenzo. Can he hang on? Yes. 615 on a 611. 006 for Hodge. He gives the finish line stripe up to DiLorenzo, who breaks out by 21 thou, taking 59. He had plenty of room. Jake just let him go. 615 at 101. Someone threw out the anchor. Gary Williams in the GMC Sonoma up next, right-hand side. The FTI on-site backed ride. 566 out of Overkill Motorsports. Bill Hensley, the 68 Camaro out of Kentucky. 592 the dial in. He'll go first by about a quarter of a second. 2,000 reaction times advantage. Williams, Winlight. Hensley Hensley, 592 with a 0 and a 592 14 tree, 14 pack. They gave Williams 2 thou to work with. He takes 15 and needed to take 2 thou or less. Easy for me to say it. He breaks out by 13, taking 15. Joseph Hodges and Ryan Henry up next. Henry out of Pennsylvania, the 2002 Camaro, the last year that they built this F-body design. 548, the dial in right-hand side. He'll swing the head start by almost 1 full second to Joseph Hodges. Really clean-looking S10 pickup truck left side out of Portland, Tennessee. Maggard Specialty Sales and Hoosier Tire back his ride. 647, the dial in. He turns on the red light by 2 thousandths, and Henry will get away with one. 61 on the train. And 550 on a 548 at 124. Time left side, wind light left side. 723 on a 723 with a 6 and a 13 tree. That's 19 total. Mark Caddell's 032 on the tree, which means he has no chance. He's mathematically ineligible. 32 can't beat 19, even though it's 610 on a 608. He ends up 40 thou behind. Will Highhouse will take prom chick to round 3. Well, Matt Daddis. 619, the dial in for the Ohio-based third-gen Camaro out of Jim Butner Automotive and TBM Brakes. He'll give chase to Charles Denny. Covington, Kentucky-based Blazer. And a little wheel stander on the left-hand side. 670 the dial-in. 1/2 a second of handicap, 0.51 seconds to be exact, will go to the Blazer. Waiting on Daddis to light that bottom bulb. We are clean and green on both sides. 3 thou separate them on a couple of team reaction times. Advantage left side, wind light left side. 671 on a 670 with a 15 tree. That's 25 total. Daddis is 621 on a 619 with an 18 tree. That ends up 21 thou short. Charles Denny will go to round number 3, and Daddis will put it in the box on that entry. I believe he has one more. Justin Snyder up next, the Chevy 2 on the right-hand side, 638 the dial-in. He'll race against Mike Manning out of Green Cove Springs, Florida, 95 S10. Small block Chevy power, 697 dial-in. He'll go first by almost 0.6 of a second. Red light for Snyder by 12 thou. Mike is 22 green. Dead on 4 for a 26 pack. Mike will take the S10 to round number 3. Shannon Heberlin and Larry Hamby, and Hamby turns it 35 thou red, and Heberlin turns it trip, zip, perfect. 618 with a 6 on a 630. Shannon's holding a little over a 1/10 in the bag, but a 000 reaction time shows that Shannon's ready for round number 3. plenty of room over the Cobalt of Emily Samuelson, turns on the win light. 629 on a 627. Emily missed the tree, breaks out by a thousandth, and still doesn't get there first. The Canadian strikeout in effect, and Jackson Earwood takes the taco truck to round 3. Control over Ray Jerry's and makes him pay. 589 on a 586 with a 006 light. Ray Jerry's reaction time started with a 3. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Easy Life Motorsports best losing package, round number 2 of no box. Car number 2X11, Casey Sims. You were 20 total and didn't get a win light, but we got some extra money for you from Easy Life Motorsports. Come to the top floor of the tower, and we'll gladly hand you that. Zach Slump and Joe Scala. Scala in the recently redone 1970 Nova out of Parrish, Florida, 614 the dial-in. Zach Slump dialed 649 on the earlier model Chevy Nova. This is a 65 Nova left side, 1970 model Nova right-hand side. This is the what they call first-gen left side, 62 to 65. The third-gen, 68 to 74. Over on the left, on the right-hand side. Yeah, the other left. You know how if you do 3 lefts, it comes around to the right? That's what I meant. Clean and green on both sides of the racetrack, and Scala is in trouble. Slump 008 and breaks it out. Takes too much stripe. Breaks it out by 14 thou. 647 with a 6 on a 649. Took 64 thou. Stripe and needed to take 49 or less. Scala gets away with one. 43 on the tree and 1 above. How about Roy Hagedorn and Braden Davis? Davis sure picked a tough one in Ken Grant's car. 569 the dial-in for the third-gen Nova out of Douglas, Georgia. 558 the dial-in for Roy Hagedorn. This guy is a multi-time divisional champ. As a matter of fact, he is a national NHRA champ in this bike. You know who's done just as good or better? His wife, Candy. 17 laps for Brandon Davis has his chances, and Roy was ready. 004 on the tree and 560 on a 558. He just throws 24 total up like he didn't care what happened in the other lane. Blake Combs and Austin Logan. Logan in the wheel standing third-gen Camaro left side, 660 to dial. Actually, he's leaving in high gear, and he gets the win. 004 for him, 002 red for Blake Combs in the S10. 660 and a 657 with a 5. Austin Logan's carrying about 2.5 hundredths in the high gear setup on the Camaro. Normally that car runs in the high 5s, low 6s. If you see him dial 660, you know he's leaving in top gear. Blake Combs turns it 2 thou red. Here comes Austin's brother, Travis. This one will leave in first gear. 1987 mile Camaro out of Port Charlotte, Florida. 612 the dial-in. 627 the dial-in for Jim Martin. The 2000 model S10 pick-em-up truck right-hand side out of Beaverton, Michigan. Yeah, I think it's a little warmer down here in Florida than it is in Beaverton, Michigan right now. Travis Logan with the whole shot and the win. 613 with a 5 on a 612, 11 on the tree. That's 26 total. Jim Martin's 43 on the tree, and that means he has no chance. He's 3 above, and that leads to a 49 thou margin of victory for Travis Logan. Mike Van Dam Jr., 1991 Camaro out of Zephyr Hills, 546 dial-in. He'll swing a 2/10 head start to Darren Rutten. Beautiful looking 1968 Chevelle. Big tires in the back with the vinyl top still there. 568 the dial-in out of Maryland. 009 red light for Mike Van Dam. 1 is 006 green. 4 above. Lucky for him, he could break out the shoe polish and change the dial in for round number 3. Scott Fifield and Jeremy Bargo's on the ropes by 100 for Fifield on reaction time, and Fifield gets the win. 6:33 with a 0 and a 6:34 003. Trey puts Bargo out in that run. He breaks out by 12 thousandths. He was 13 on the tree but had no room to get there. He had to get behind by more. Dylan Starks and Daniel Young, former IHRA world champion stock eliminator, foot breaking over here in electronics. 641 the dial in for the Firebird. He'll race the Corvette of Dylan Starks out of Tennessee. 79 model C3 Corvette. 602 the dial in. Double breakout, the result, and Daniel Young gets the win. 024 to 021 on the reaction time, but Young breaks it out by 17 thousandths. Stark breaks it out by 53 thousandths. Less breakout goes to Daniel Young. He gets the win light, goes to round number 3. Ronnie Massart and Chris Huff up next. Huff and the Beretta. Yeah, there's 2 Berettas in the field. It's been a while since I've seen a couple of those. Both of them got the drive line in the correct area. You take the front wheel drive and make it rear wheel drive. It works a lot better for drag racing that way. 599 dial in right side. 542 left side for Massart and the beautiful 1970 model Chevelle. He'll give the head start to the right hand side by half a second. Red light start for Huff by 30. Massart is 10 on the tree. And 541, he breaks it out by 6 thousandths, but that's okay when your opponent red lights. He'll go to the next round. I was talking about Berettas. Look, it's just like clockwork. Here comes the second one. Same lane. Carl Durney out of Naples, Florida. 1990 model Beretta. Fillmore Racing Engines backs his efforts. 523 the dial. Mike Ledford will provide competition in the wheel standing 1995 S10. 613 the dial in for the Michigan-based hot rod left side. He'll go first by about 9/10 of a second. Ledford turns it a mere 1 thou red. If he didn't, Carl Burney was going to. He's 5 red behind him and goes 526 on the 523. And Ledford legs it out to go 1 above his 613 prediction. The Blinded by the Late Olds Cutlass of Bill Stepp. Yeah, I can remember this car back when I was a kid without double digits in my age at Moroso Motorsports Park. Stepp's Automotive, this is Bill Stepp. He's raced this car for a long time. He's won everything from Super Street to bracket wins. Big dollar stuff too. 627 the dial in for the Fort Pierce-based car. He'll run against James Jorgensen. 78 model Malibu out of New Smyrna Beach. 593 the dial in. About 3/10 of a second goes to Bill Stepp. He'll lead first. 008 to a 22 reaction time. Bill Stepp got him on the reaction time and gets the win light. How about 527 on a 527 with a 6? That's 14 total with a 008 tree. James Jorgensen's 22 on the tree and had no chance. He's mathematically ineligible. Dead on with a 0 and had no shot. How'd you like to be 22 total and you're just wasting fuel? Todd Burks and Taylor Bouldry in the Rent-A-Wreck ride from Bob Walsh. The wheel-standing Mustang dials in at 604. Todd Burks picks 641 for the Barney Camaro over on the left-hand side. He'll go first. Bouldry lights the red light by 5 thousandths of a second. Burks is 12 green, 1 above, 2 for 24 total. Bouldry legs it out and goes 1 above with an 8, but turned at 5 thou on that angry red bulb at the bottom of the Christmas tree, and she ends her shot there. Davis and Ray Meyerhofer. And Meyerhofer gets the win in this battle. The Switzerland-based dart, dead on 0. 575 with a 0 with an 035 tree. Rivas had a 009 tree, but led him around by 13,000. 646 and a 643. Oh, that's hard. 009, and you let your opponent around by just a few inches. Matt Brewer and Justin Hartman. Hartman out of New York, 1984 model Cutlass. Yeah, this guy actually took this car real deep in eliminations at the World Foot Brake Challenge this year. I think he made it to the semifinals. He's dialed in at 713. 681 the dial in for Brewer out of Leesburg. Little Love pickup truck on the left-hand side. Trip zip perfect for Justin Hartman, 714 with a 1 on a 713. That's 11 total. Trip zip for Justin Hartman, and Matt Brewer had no shot, 047 on the tree, and that leaves him out of it. Luke David and Donnie Gibbs next. Gibbs in the North Carolina-based 1967 Chevy 2, 610 the dial in right-hand side. He'll get the head start from the 73 Kawasaki of Luke David. Sarasota, Florida-based two-wheeler, 585 dial in. Donnie Gibbs goes first by 0.25 of a second. That's half a light bulb on the Christmas tree. We are clean and green in our second trip zip in as many pairs. And Donnie Gibbs breaks it out after being perfect on the Christmas tree and slides the win to Luke David. David goes 585 with a 5 on a 585. Dead on with an 18 tree is 23 total. Gibbs is trip zip, take 28 to break out by 5. Gary Williams in the Overkill Motorsports, Okie Dokie Motorsports, GMC Sonoma. Dials in 565, right side for the FTI on-site and FTI performance-backed hot rod. DJ Coventry in the Camaro that he's sharing with Mike Crook here this weekend. 673 the dial in left side. He'll go first by a little over 1 full second. Time advantage. Williams, Winlight, Coventry, dead on 4. 673, 4 with a 15 tree. That's 19 total. Gary Williams is 003 and drops the anchor to get behind. He goes 2 above with a 4, just a couple thousandths behind. This is not the first time these two have run each other today. TJ Luther and Jake Hodge. They're separated by 600ths on the dial-in. The Hook and Hellbilly on the right-hand side. Hodge out of Kentucky, transplanted from Indiana. TJ Luther out of North Carolina. Like I said, they're dialed like less than a tenth of a second between them. So when the tree goes green, they'll be looking at each other all the way down. Advantage, Jake Hodge. Turns into James Bond, 007, and gets the win light. 613 with a 0 on a 611, 007. That's 27 total. That gave TJ Luther 4th out to work with, and he takes 7. He breaks out by 3. You do the math. Take 7. You can't take more than 4 because you'll break out, and he broke out by 3. 4 plus 3, there's your 7. Bobby Joins and Mark Cadell. Cadell in the 89 Mustang out of Delaware, 610 the dial in right side. 551 the dial in for the old Cutlass of Joins. So Cadell will go first right hand side by about 0.6 of a second. By 17th thou in the Oldsmobile with a dial-in matching 551 with a 9 on a 551. He was 2nd thou red, but he did it second. Cadhill did it first. So Joins will go to the next round. Here comes Larry Hamby. The Hambone-based 55 Chevy backed by BLP, FTI, Outlaw Racing Fuels and Fuel Tech right side. 641 the dial-in. Paul Ramey, the only conquest on the property. 537 the dial-in left side. Hambone turns at 1 thou red. So Paul Ramey will go to round number 3. 21 on the tree. 1 above with an 8. Attention to the bits. At this time, I will take double enter dragsters. Double enter dragsters to the lanes, please. Double enter dragsters. Double enter dragsters to lanes 1 and 2. Double enter dragsters. Double enter dragsters to lanes 1 and 2, please. I need double enter dragsters to lanes 1 and 2, please. Double enter dragsters. Double enter dragsters to lanes 1 and 2, please. Final call for door cars. Final call for door cars in box eliminator round number 2. Final call for door cars. Final call for door cars. Round number 2. If you're not here, you're about to be late. Jesse Fitz and Brian Fox. Camaro, Primer, a foul apart on reaction time. Win light, Fox. 5:17 on a 5:15 takes out the 5:20 of a 5:18. 1 foul margin of victory. They were separated by a foul in the reaction time, and that's what Brian Fox won by. 16/10 thousandths to be exact. Garrett Browning coming around for the other entry in the Browning and Browning hot rod. The S10 pickup truck dialed 623. 626 the dial in for Trip Claw. This is his second entry in the Chevy 2. Once again, double enter dragsters, lanes 1 and 2, please. Double enter dragsters, lanes 1 and 2. Red light for Claw by 6 thou. 10 green for Garrett Browning and breaks it out by a 100th, but that's okay. He'll go to the next round. Taylor Bowling and Rass Hatfield coming up next. Hatfield, the 57 Chevy, dialing in at 497. 670 the dial in for Taylor Bouldering. Look at the handicap difference here. Over one full Christmas tree, 1.73 seconds of handicap. Bowling turns at 1 foul red, and Hatfield is soloing green behind him, looking for 497 and goes 496 with a 0. Once again, I need double enter dragsters to the lanes, please. Double enter dragsters to the lanes, please. Kyle Rumley and Goldie left-hand side running. Charlie Denny in the Blazer. 5 foul apart on reaction time advantage. Blazer, win light Blazer. 671 on a 670 with a 13 tree. Take 6 thou. 657 on a 656 for Kyle Rumley. He made a good run of it. He's 31 total. Opposite side, 25 total. Mike DiLorenzo and Jacob Knight our next pair. DiLorenzo in the 79 Camaro left side. On the tree. Jacob Knight 13 on the tree in the Death 10, and he gets the win. 606 on a 605. 13 tree, that's 30 total. DiLorenzo goes 559 with a 7 on a 557. 11 on the tree, that's 8 thou behind. He's 38 total. 30 total gets around him. Once again, double enter dragsters. Digital lanes 1 and 2, please. Double enter dragsters, lanes 1 and 2, please. Red light for Bill Hensley, and Mike Minning takes advantage. 13 green. He breaks it out a little bit, but that's okay. So he'll take both entries in his S10 to round number 3. Jake Hodges and Ryan Henry up next. Henry in the 2002 Camaro out of Pennsylvania, 550 the dial in. He's already got 1 entry through. He wants 2 of them. Jake Hodges is going to try and stop him here. The clean little S10 pickup truck out of Tennessee, 647 the dial in. We are clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. 21 pedal, hard advantage, right-hand side, win light, right-hand side. How about 550 with a 5 on a 550 and a 004 tree, 9 total. Jake Hodges had no chance. He's 25 green and still 12th thou behind, breaking out by 4th thou. Wow, what a good race there. Ryan Henry, 004, dead on 5, 9 total. Once again, double enter dragsters, lanes 1 and 2, please. Double enter dragsters, lanes 1 and 2, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a public service announcement to you. It's 4:28 right now. The Giddy Piggy closes at 7 o'clock, so if you need some good Giddy Piggy action in your life, you got about 2.5 hours to go get some. As a matter of fact, don't cut it close. Make sure you go get some by, like, say, 6:30. Thank you, Bill Murray, for the heads up. We appreciate it. You always need some Giddy Piggy in your life. All right, ladies and gentlemen, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. At this time, I will take all dragsters for round number 2 to the lanes, please. All dragsters for round number 2 to the lanes, please. All dragsters for round number 2. I need you to the lanes, please. Car number 630, Mike Needham. Lanes 1 and 2, start suiting up, please. Once again, a big shout out to everybody that has made it here to the 8th annual New Year Nationals. Courtesy of RT Promotions, and a thank you to our presenting sponsor, Gas Bar Body and Paint, here on Bradenton Area Sports Thursday. We're going to award $10,000 to win in box and no box, as well as $2,000 for junior dragsters. A big thank you to all the great sponsors that are here with us. As I mentioned, the Giddy Piggy is here. They will be open until 7 o'clock, serving great food. Make sure you go over and get you some if you have not had it. I had not had any Giddy Piggy in my life until lunch today, and got lucky and managed to grab some. And it was amazing, as advertised. All right, our first pair of the long and skinny cars, dragsters, lawn darts, extension ladders, pipe wrecks, pick you. This is what we're starting with, Jeff Serra and Michael Nahill. Nahill out of Atco, New Jersey in the Racetech chassis dragster, 459 dial, and he's on the left side. Jeff Serra, the Summer Duck Virginia-based In Motion Solutions backed hot rod, 454 dial and right side. 0.05 of a second difference in between the two. Left side will go first. Clean and green on both sides of fast. Advantage right side, win line right side. How about dead on 6? Jeff Serra goes 454 with a 6 with a 12 tree. That's 18 total. 459 with a 6 with a 13 tree. That's 19 total. 1 thou margin of victory going to Jeff Serra. 18 total beats 19 total. Great drag race, and what a way to kick off round number 2 of dragsters. All right, here comes our next pair, Brett Sloat. Based locally right here in Florida, 2019 Mullis chassis dragster, 462 dial and right side. He'll get the head start from Tim Kastetter. Out of Narvon, Pennsylvania, 2008 American chassis dragster, 632 cubic inches of motivation for a 444 dial. Brett Sloat in full control on reaction time, win light Sloat. 465 on a 462. 465 on a 462 takes 27 thou a stripe. 005 on the tree. Cassidy was 036 on the tree and 2 above his dial and gave up too much room, and Sloat got a round 3 ticket. Dean McIlvain out of New Carlisle, Ohio. McIlvain race cars. Yeah, he builds these cars for a living. 648 cubic inches of big block goodness for a 437 dial and right side. How about Tyler Bohannon, $1 Million Man on the left-hand side. In J.B. Schuster's hot rod, 459 the dial-in for the Louisville, Kentucky-based resident. He'll go first by about 0.22 of a second. Call it half a light bulb. Michael Carpenter and Lisa Nave. Nave out of Kentucky in the undercover, 482 right side. Carpenter dials 451 in the supercharged dragster on the left-hand side. Yeah, the other right. Clean and green on both sides. 006. Carpenter has 100th in the bag and gets the win light. 451 with a 9 on a 451 with a 006 tree. That's 15 total. Lisa Nave is 17 on the tree. Takes 3 thou to break out 5. How'd you like to be 17, take 3, and have no chance at all? She was locked out with a 17 tree in round number 2 of Box Eliminator. Once again, I have called all dragsters to the lanes, please. All dragsters to the lanes, please. Mike Marty Jr. and Tony Morris up next. Morris out of TMC Carburetors, $471. $485 for Mike Marty. We got one that raced 2 years ago. You're looking for 485. Goes 485 with a 7, but gets beat by Tony Morris going 471 with a 4 on a 471. That's 12 total. Mike Marty is 11 on the tree, dead on 7 to come up 6 short. How about a 12-pack beats 18-pack? First, we have 18-pack beats 19-pack. Now 12 beats 18-pack. Here in round number 2 of Easy Life Motorsports Box Eliminator Dragster. Scott Jorgensen and Chris Ferguson come up next. Ferguson left-hand side out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, $448. $484 the dial in for Scott Jorgensen out of DeBerry, Florida. So a couple Florida residents will stage up right here to see who goes to round number 3. Scott Jorgensen leaves first. Clean and green on both sides, 2,000. Reaction times advantage left side, win light left side. 450 with a 3 on a 448 with a 009 tree. Get there first by 4 thousandths. Scott Jorgensen's 11 on the tree, 2 above, 4 thou behind. Darian Bausch and Todd Osting. Osting out of Odessa, Florida, 544 for the small block dragster right side. Darian Bausch and the loudest and quickest dragster on the property, 430 the dial in for the Louisiana-based blower dragster left side. Todd Osting goes first by over 1 full second. Right side. 545 with a 9 on a 544 with an 11 tree is 30 total for Todd Osting. Darian Bausch goes 432 with a 6 on a 430 with a 17 tree. That's 33 total. He comes up 6 thou short. Our next pair, John Bodie and Johnny Ezel. The chassis builder left-hand side, a former $1 million winner. He dials in 467. Right-hand side, John Bodie making the tow from Hartsville, Tennessee. The 2021 Diamond chassis, he dials in 474. So they're dialed 0.07 of a second apart. Right-hand side will go first. Side, 468, 7 on a 467 with a 10 tree. That's 27 total. John Bodie's owed 28 on the tree and has no chance. He goes 1 above with a 2 and is 13 thou behind. Once again, all dragsters, if you have not run round number 2 and you are eligible for it, you should be in the staging lanes. All dragsters for round number 2. If you're not in the lanes, you should be there. Nick Ferrero and CJ Keene. Keene out of Palmetto and the Miller dials 443. Nick Ferrero out of Fort Lauderdale dials 462 in the family hot rod left side. Clean and green at 5,000 separates on action time advantage to Keene right side, Winlight right side. Both of them 1 above their dial-ins. 444 with a 1 for CJ Keene, 463 with a 5 for Nick Ferrero. Both of them 1 above. 9 thou margin of victory goes to CJ Keene. Ashley Bargo and Elizabeth Salmons come up next. Salmons out of Harrison, Ohio. The dragster dials 468 left side. 449 the dial in for Ashley Bargo. For the blower dragster on the right-hand side. So the E&E Trucking Drive for EE.com Ohio dragster will go first. left side by 29 hundredths of a second. Control right side, wind light right side. Bargo 5 above her, 449, dialing with a 12 tree. Elizabeth Salmon's closer to the dial-in, but a 150 reaction time left her a lot behind as she missed the tree. James Kavanaugh and Kenny Underwood. Skinny Kenny out of Delaware, Ohio, but he used to make his home right here in Florida, was a terror here at Bradenton Motorsports Park back when it was called DeSoto, and the place just down the road about an hour away in Clearwater called Sunshine. 465 the dial-in for the dragster right-hand side. Kavanaugh out of Melbourne, Florida with the 2012 Miller chassis dragster left side. 468 dial-in for him. Kenny Underwood will go first. Kenny Underwood. 486 with a 9 on a 485 009 tree. That's 28 total. James Kavanaugh's 10 on the tree. 471 with an 8 on a 468. He's 20 total behind. Not a bad lap. But Skinny Kenny puts down 28 total to get it done and moved to round number 3. Brandon Williams. This is Troy Jr.'s son and Katie Sloat. This is Brett Sloat's daughter. Yeah, next generation of racers here at Bradenton Motorsports Park for New Year Nationals. Katie Sloat out of Parrish, Florida. The colorful 2019 American chassis dragster, 467 the dial-in. She'll get a little bit of a head start by 800ths of a second from Brandon Williams. He's driving Troy Williams Jr.'s FTI On-Site and FTI Performance Hot Rod. It's a Phantom chassis dragster based right here in Bradenton, Florida, as Troy made the move back to his home base from the East Coast near FTI Performance. 459 the dial-in for the FTI dragster. Clean and green, a foul separated by reaction times. Advantage Williams, win light. Williams, 460 with a 4 on a 459, 13 tree. That's 27 total. Katie Sloat is 469 on a 467 with a 14 tree. That's 34 total. Not a bad lap, but it's 7 foul behind Brandon Williams. So Williams will go to the next round. Trey Bunner. This is James Bunner III. They call him Trey. 487 the dial-in. This guy is a terror behind the wheel of a third-generation Camaro. Recently started running a dragster in the last couple of years and has adapted quite well to it. He'll match up here with Haley Hawkins out of Rockledge, Florida. 2006 Racetech chassis dragster. 598 cubic inches of big block Chevy on board with the wing on the back. 467 the dial. 476 dial-in for Hawkins. Bunner dials 487. Bunner will go first by 1100ths of a second, right-hand side. Red light start for Hawkins by 7 foul. Bunner is 11 green, dead 3 for 14 total. Trey Bunner 11 green, 487 3 on a 487 for 14 total. Paul Skinger and Terrell Biddle. Skinger left-hand side out of Middleton, Middleton, New York. 2011 Racetech chassis dragster, 463 dial-in. He gets the guy who was 2-pack round number 1, Terrell Biddle. He normally wheels a dragster and a door car here at Bradenton. This is Sean Ward's car behind the wheel. Dover, Florida-based, 487 dial-in. Yeah, like I said, he was 2 total, and he was one of 2 people to do it. He was trip zip dead on 2 last time. This time he's looking for 487. He'll leave first by 2400ths of a second. He's got the Paul Skinger this time, and it it won't happen. He goes dead on 7, but his 34 tree leaves him behind Skinger's 19 and dead on 6 by 16 thousandths. Left-hand side puts up 25 total. Right-hand side is 034 on the tree. That has no chance. Terrell Biddle goes down and Paul Skinger goes to the next round. All right, ladies and gentlemen, last call for the concession stand on Tower Side. Last call for the concession stand on Tower Side. They're going to close up in a little over 10 minutes, so if you need to get yourself something good to eat or drink, go down and visit them on Tower Side, located just in between the two sections of grandstands. Missy Goodman and Cameron Hawkins next. Hawkins out of Rockledge on a Race Tech chassis. 582 cubic inches of big block Chevy. 455 the dial-in. A little bit of a head start goes to Missy Goodman out of Kannapolis, North Carolina. The Spitzer chassis dragster. 584 cubic inches of big block Chevy. Dials 458. Only 300ths of a second between them on the dial-ins. It looked like they'll leave the starting line together, and then they'll figure out who's going to go to round number 3. Clean and green both sides. Cameron Hawkins has the runners in the pocket on reaction time and the win light. 456 with a 0 and a 455. With a 008 tree, that's 18 total. Missy Goodman is 18 on the tree. Had to go dead on 0 and hope the math would work out. Instead, she goes 13th thou above her 458 prediction. That puts her 13th thou behind. The supercharged hot rod of Alan Glad up next, Westminster, Maryland. 2020 Miller chassis dragster, 509 base cubic inch big block Chevy with a little bit of blower on top, and when I say a little, I mean big. 445 dial, 465 dial for Scott Mackey out of Fort Myers, Florida. A Dan Page car, 2004 model, 632 cubic inches of big block Chevy. 465 dial in right side. He's 2/10 slower, so he'll get to go first. A win light. 448 on a 445 with a 10 tree. That's 47 total. Scott Mackey had 5 thou to work with an 042 tree, and instead goes one above with a 4 to be 9 thou behind. Jack Kaysen and Shelby Miles up next. Kaysen making the tow from St. Clair, Michigan, the S&W chassis dragster. 540 cubic inches of big block Chevy, 498 dial in right side. He'll get the head start from Shelby Miles. One of 2 miles in competition here this weekend. 2018 Spitzer chassis dragster. 598 cubic inches of Chevy by J&J Racing Engines. She thanks DarlingtonDragway.com. 454 the dial in for her. Behind him and breaks out by 9 thou. Kaysen going 1 under his 498 prediction after a painful 001 red light. Ken Grant and Ricky Whiting will come to the starting line next as they complete their burnouts. Ricky Whiting out of Orlando, Florida, 2002 undercover chassis dragster, 482 the dial-in. Ken Grant out of Ty, Georgia. Normally used to seeing him behind the wheel of a wheel-standing 73 Nova. He has slid behind the wheel of this dragster recently and done quite well with it up at Silver Dollar. So he's wheeling it here at BMP. 471 the dial-in for the big block dragster left side. Ricky Whiting will go first by 1100ths of a second. 9, 21 total for Ken Grant. Ricky Whiting after 007 red light breaks it out by 1 thou for good measure. Matthew Ferraro and Cameron Fredrickson up next. Fredrickson out of Palm Harbor, Florida. The 2021 Phantom Chassis Dragster, beautiful new hot rod that John Siegel just picked up recently. 440 the dial-in for the supercharged hot rod on the right-hand side. He'll swing over half a second head start to Matthew Ferraro. Out of Palmetto, Florida, 494 the dial-in for the all-gray dragster on the left-hand side. To Cameron Fredrickson. 440 on a 440 with a 9 on the end of it. 11 on the tree, that's 20 total. Ferraro goes 496 on a 494. He's 2 above with a 13 tree. He's 13 thou behind, and Cameron Fredrickson will take the dragster to round number 3. Down the racetrack right here, and Needham gets the win. 004 to a 10 tree, and Needham wins the double breakout battle. 4 thousandths under for Needham, 8 thousandths under for Sarah. Needham got there first by 2 thousandths and couldn't take more than 4. That was good. 4 take 2 for Needham to move to the next round. Patrick McMarth and Robbie Joins up next. Robbie in the Racetech Chassis Dragster out of Sparta, North Carolina, 462 dial-in left side. 460 the dial-in for the Racetech Chassis Dragster out of Chesapeake, Virginia. That's Patrick McMarth. He'll go second. Robbie Joins gets to go first. Yes, 460 with a 6 on a 460 000 reaction time. Robbie Joins his 023 and not even in the ball game, even though he goes dead on 2 for a 25 total, but wasting fuel next to a 6 total with a trip zip perfect reaction time for McMarth. Steve Witherow out of Summer Duck, Virginia, and Thomas Stalba. Our next pair, the New Jersey-based 2004 undercover chassis, left-hand side for Stalba, 489 dial-in, 446 dial-in for Steve Witherow. He'll stage up right-hand side. All right, final call for Dragsters round number 2. Final call, Dragsters and Box round number 2. Final call, Dragsters and Box round number 2. This one's nasty. Double O's a pair of them, and Witherow doesn't get the win with a 001 tree. How about 003, dead on 9 for 12 total for Thomas Stalba. Steve Witherow is 001, 447 with a 9 on a 446. He's 20 total and 8 thou short. Stalba, 3 dead, 9 for 12 total in the W. Al Miller and Jeff Keene up next. Keene in the Hellcat Power dragster right side. The Palmetto, Florida-based Mullis chassis, 465 dial-in. 439 the dial-in for Al Miller out of Maryland. Over on the left-hand side, 632 cubic inches of Chevy with a 439 dial-in. Red light for Jeff Keene by 16 thou. Al Miller is 19 green, 440 on a 439. 36 total. He'll go to round number 3. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior dragsters, age group 6 to 9, lanes 1 and 2 for round number 2. Junior dragsters, age group 6 to 9 for round number 2, lanes 1 and 2 at this time, please. Junior dragsters, age group 6 to 9, round number 2, lanes 1 and 2, please. Braden Heberlin, the 2004 Spitzer chassis dragster left side, 539 dial-in. We'll get the big head start from Sammy Helms out of North Carolina. The Horton chassis dragster dials in 455. So left side's going to go first by almost 0.8 of a second. Once again, I need junior dragsters, age group 6 to 9 for round number 2 to lanes 1 and 2. Junior dragsters, age group 6 to 9 for round number 2 to lanes 1 and 2. Braden Heberlin in full control here and takes a boatload. 82 hundredths of stripe. 540 on a 539 with a 003 tree. As Sammy missed the tree by a bunch, and Braden was not far away from breaking out, taking 82 hundredths of stripe and gets away with one there. Once again, junior dragsters, age group 6 to 9 for round number 2 to lanes 1 and 2. Junior dragsters, age group 6 to 9 for round number 2 to lanes 1 and 2. So some fluid was discovered right as the two of them were getting staged up. So W.R. Ketterman is going to get an opponent broke single here on the right-hand side. Once again, junior dragsters, age group 6 to 9 for round number 2, lanes 1 and 2. Junior dragsters, age group 6 to 9 for round number 2, lanes 1 and 2, please. Ketterman 23 green, 457 with 8 on a 457 for 31 total. a single shot in round number 2, 467 with a 0 on a 467. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need junior dragsters age group 10 to 12 to lanes 3 and 4, please. Junior dragsters age group 10 to 12 to lanes 3 and 4, please. All right, our next pair, Michael Carpenter and Scott Jorgensen. Jorgensen out of DeBary, Florida, the undercover, 485 dialing. Carpenter out of St. Petersburg, Dallas, the M&M chassis dragster, 451. So right side will go first. Carpenter will try to play catch up. And Carpenter turns at 7 red. Jorgensen is 19 green. Dead 3 for 22 total. 485 with a 3 at 142. Once again, junior dragsters age group 10 to 12. I need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Junior dragsters age group 10 to 12. I need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Junior dragsters age group 6 to 9. I need you to lanes 1 and 2 for round 2. Junior dragsters age group 6 to 9 for round 2. I need you to lanes 1 and 2. Junior dragsters age group 10 to 12. I need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Junior dragsters age group 10 to 12 for round 2. I need you to lanes 3 and 4. Red light for JP Schuster by 5 thou, and Tim Cassidy is 4 green and puts it 24 thou under. Nathan Nave and Tony Morris up next. Morris out of Winter Garden, Florida in the undercover. 632 cubic inches with a TMC carburetor on top. 471 dialing. 480 the dial for Nathan Nave in the Instant Karma car out of Kentucky. Nathan will go first by 900s. Or excuse me, 900s, not thousands. We can't dial on the thousands. Yes, it is nasty. Separate on reaction time. Win light, right side in the double breakout. Morris goes 470 with a 3 on a 471. He's 7,000 Southern with a 003 tree. Nave goes 479 with a 1 on a 480. Is 9,000 Southern with a 008 tree. 3 thou margin stripe, 2 thou in the double breakout victory. Good race right there. Both of them 00. Win light goes to Tony Morris. Once again, I need junior dragsters age group 6 to 9 to lanes 1 and 2. Junior dragsters age group 10 to 12 to lanes 3 and 4. Now I need junior dragsters age group 13 to 17 to lanes 5 and 6, please. Chris Ferguson and James Cavanaugh. Cavanaugh dials 470 on the right-hand side, 448 for Ferguson left side. Cavanaugh turns it red, 5 green for Ferguson, and breaks it out by 6 thou. James Cavanaugh goes about 4.5 hundredths under after the 003 red light. Ferguson showed he was ready with a 005 green. As we get towards the end of round number 2 of dragsters, again, I have called junior dragsters age group 6 to 9 lanes 1 and 2. Junior dragsters age group 10 to 12 to lanes 3 and 4. Junior dragsters age group 13 to 17 to lanes 5 and 6, please. Once again, I have called all juniors for round number 2, all classes, age group 6 to 9 to lanes 1 and 2, age group 10 to 12 to 3 and 4, age group 13 to 17 to 5 and 6. Brett Sloat and Elizabeth Salmon's up next. Salmon's in the Drive for E&E backed car left side, 478 dial, 462 dial in for Brett Sloat. Red light for Elizabeth Salmon's by 4 thou. Brett Sloat was going to go 7 thou red behind her, then goes dead on with a 1. Brett Sloat, 462 with a 1 on a 462 with a 007 red light, but Elizabeth Salmons did it first. Here's the interesting note. Brett Sloat just went down on the right-hand side. Here's his daughter, Katie Sloat, coming up on the left-hand side. They were just one car apart from running each other in round number 2. Somebody needs to talk to them about parking. But instead, Katie Sloat gets Johnny Ezel. Oh, I don't know what would have been better, an all-family battle, or are you running Johnny Bracket Racer? Johnny Ezel out of Texas, 467 dial in right-hand side, 470 dial for Katie Sloat out of Parrish, Florida. She'll go first by 0.03 of a second. My apologies, Johnny Ezel is from Louisiana. Maybe it was because I was looking at Ryan Gleghorn and thinking of Texas. That's what it was. Correct. Time win light, Johnny Ezel, 466 with a 1 on a 467 as he dropped Katie Sloat off, 9th thou under. Katie Sloat breaks out by 17, thought she had the room, and she didn't as Johnny Ezel let her go, 135 miles an hour to 142 miles an hour. They're dialed 300ths apart. I think that shows you what happened. Johnny Ezel goes to round number 3. Wait and see by run for junior dragsters. Round number 2 is Cameron Rich, car number 243. So Cameron Rich, you are the wait and see by run. Dylan Withrow and Tommy Farrell coming up next. Farrell out of Cincinnati, Ohio. 439 the dial-in for the McElvain chassis dragster on the right side. 477 the dial-in for Dylan Withrow in the Team W Racing Products Racetech chassis dragster left side. Goes dead on 7. 006 on the tree. 006 on the tree, 477 with a 7 for a 13 pack. Farrell is 28 on the tree, breaks out by 1,000, still doesn't get there first. Dylan Withrow to round 3. All right, correction on junior dragsters. The wait and see by run is car 2058. 2058 for the wait and see by run for round number 2 of junior dragsters. Michael Needham and John Bodie. Michael Needham was holding the by run as he was 2 total from round number 1, but instead he gets John Bodie's second entry. The Harleysville, Tennessee-based Diamond Chassis Dragster, 475 dial-in. Michael Needham runs 498. That's his prediction. So he'll go first by almost 1/4 of a second, and then John Bodie will try to play catch-up. How about dead on 2 this time for 17 total? He's 2-pack first round, 498 with a 2 and a 498 with a 15 tree for 17 total. Bodie is 29 on the tree and has no chance, even though he breaks it out by 5,000. He still didn't get there first. So Michael Needham, after a 2-pack, lays down 17 total and we'll go to round number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up round number 2 of Box Eliminator. We're going to get ready for round number 2 of Junior Dragsters. We're going to start out with age group 6 through 9. Here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go into junior dragsters, our first group up, age group 6 through 9. The last remaining 6 through 9 age group contestant will get mixed in with 10 to 12 or 13 through 17 and gain an extra $200. That's the way we do it here. So our first pair up, Ara Hawkins and Tyler Biddle. Biddle out of Dover, Florida. Hawkins out of Leesburg, Florida. $11.90 the dial-in for Biddle. $11.96 the dial-in for Hawkins. Red light start for Hawkins, left-hand side. That means Tyler Biddle will move on to the next round.
I'm trying to find
Kylie Mockney and Colin Lindquist coming up next. 12-12 the dial-in for Moneybags left-hand side, and Lindquist dials 1190 on the right-hand side. Kylie and Colin away clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. Kylie in control on reaction time, left-hand side. Win light will come on, left-hand side. Kylie goes 12.22 on a 12.12, 11.88 on an 11.90, a little bit of a breakout for Colin. Kylie had the better reaction time, and she will go to round number 3. All right, so attention in the pits, Mike Matty Jr. Car 9X99, you didn't get a win light in round number 2, but you did have the best losing package, so Easy Life Motorsports has something for you. Come to the top floor of the tower and you can pick that up. All right, so as we move to the age group 10 to 12 here, I'm going to turn the microphone back over to Ryan Gleghorn. He will walk you through the rest of round number 2. We will get ready for round number 3 of action.
I got my nephew right side, Easton Hodge and Carson Murphy. Good driving, kid. 30, take 11 to be 26 thou under. Murphy, 58. And 43 thou under. Easton Hodge will move on. Cameron Rich left side, dot 892. Take on Tanner Mockney. Tanner, dot 895. .22 thou, separate them up front. Win light will go to Mockney. 40 and 3 over, gets there a thou. Rich, 062, dead 9, and a foul behind. Tanner Mockney moves on. Emily Staub left side, dot 891, take on Xander Cook. Xander, dot 890. $11 thou, separate them. Win light goes to Cook. 39, dead 1, gets there 31 thou. Stalba 50 and 2 above, no good. Jay Smith left side, dialed 1060. Take on Logan Widener. Widener dialed 890. Logan in full control. One light Logan 33 and a bunch over as Jay Smith was late. Get there first to be 5 thou under. Had to take 50 or less to turn on the win light. Hunter Doling left side out 890. Take on Lincoln McMaster. Lincoln dialed 890 as well. Hunter is red. Lincoln 029. And 35 thou under. Parker DeWeese out 890. Get to take on Jake England out 906. Jake is red. Parker will move on. 11 thou red behind him. And 52 thou under. Bria Browning and Mallory Dietz. Browning in control. Win light will go to Browning. 27 and 9 over gets the win. Mallory a little late. Take 47 to be 12 thou under. Brielle will move on. Shane Connor out 890. Get to take on Josh Roby out 891. Roby is red. Connor will move on. 895 off the 890. Jackson Smith dialed 791. Take on McKenna Robinson dialed 1063. Jackson is red. McKenna will move on. 1069 off the 1063. Leah Werner dialed 790 left side. Take on Lauren Sandry dialed 790 in the right. Winlight Lee 10 and 4 over gets the win. Lauren 36, take 51 to be 31 thou under. Had take 20 or less. Dewey Parks out 813, take on Megan Casson. Megan get dialed 790. Dewey Parks is red and into Megan. He goes 789 off the 790. Attention to pits. If you need water, water truck is here. If you need water, water truck is here. So if you are low on water in your motorhome or RV, travel trailer, whatever you got, water truck is here. Ava Lawson dialed 790. Take on William Kraft dialed 796. Two Huns separate them up front. One light will go to Kraft. 24 take 9 to be dead on 4. Lawson 44 and 7th foul under. Nicole Dabney dialed 859. Take on Nathan Mendenhall dialed 790. Winlight Mendenhall 42 and a bunch over as Dabney 007 and a lot over the dial. French's Vignola dialed 8 flat left side. Take on Cole Jennings. Jennings dialed 794. Four foul, separate them up front, and it is good. Winning light will go to Jennings, 13, one above one, gets there 9 foul. Vignola 009, 2 above, and 9 foul behind. Cole Jennings will move on. Jesse Fritz left side, dialed 802. Take on Trey Hensley, dialed 790. They're both red, but Fritz is red first. Hensley moves on. 789 off the 790. Ashlyn Fredrickson, dialed 808. Take on In Guntart, dialed 795. Win light go to the right side there is Kaylee Ray left side, dialed 798. Take on that Paige Ketterer. Ketterer dialed 791. Page 8 thou red, Kaylee 069 and 2 above. Troy Henderson dialed 794. Take on Peyton Shook. Shook dialed 795. Winlight Peyton 007 and 2 above. Troy missed it just a tad and puts it 1 over. Michaela Maddox dialed 790 to take on Curtis Peak, also dialed 790. Maddox is red, Peak is perfect. We'll air it out to be 9 thou under. Dexter Gomez dialed 797. Good take on Kylan Barron dialed 790. This time I'll take no box doubles, no box doubles. Platinum Products, round number 3. No box doubles for round number 3. Adam Klein, you're the wait and see buy. Adam Klein, you're the wait and see buy. I need no box doubles, round 3, 2 lanes. Haley Shook gets the win there as Jordan Denny up now left side, dialed 805, taking on Felicity Morris, dialed 790. Win light Jordan 25 and 2 above gets the win. Felicity 17 and 5 over, no good. Caitlin Fargo dialed 798, take on Brandon Sullivan dialed 797. Sullivan 29 and 5 over. We'll get the win there. Jackson Joins out 820, take on Mallory Logan out 8 flat. Five foul separate them up front. Win light will go to Mallory Logan 072 and 1 above gets their 11th foul. Joins 77 and 2 above, no good. At this time, I will take no box trans breakers, no box trans breakers. Round number 3, I'll take you to lanes. No box trans breakers, I'll take you to lanes. No box trans breakers, I'll take you to lanes. Lane Morgan and Carly Tapley. Look at Carly getting back in junior. Both dialed 8 flat. And Carly is in trouble. Win light lane 36 and 5 over gets the win. Carly late and 1 above. Alyssa Fargo dialed 849 left side. Chase Weir right side dialed 790. Chase is red, Alyssa is late, but we'll move on. Now, Kobe Tolliver dialed 794, taking on Paul Staubel dialed 798. This one is good. 7 fouls separate them up front. Win light. Give it Tolliver. How about 6 dead 6? Lays down 12 total. Locks out Stalba, who's 13, take 39 to be 4 hun under. And final pair of junior dragsters. Brooks McMath left side dialed 795. They got Wyatt Palmatier also dialed 795. Once again, no box trans brakes. You should be in the lanes. No box trans brakes. You should be in the lanes. No box trans brakes. You should be in the staging lanes. McMath, 13 foul red, gives a win to Paul Matier, who is 077 and clicks it off early. Now wrap up round 2 junior dragsters. Do some quick track maintenance before we get back into Platinum Products round number 3. Jeff Gatlin left side, dialed 610. Can take on Seth Jimenez, dialed 601. Will go to Gatlin. 21, one above, gets the win. Jimenez, 47, gets there a thou to be 12 thou under. Gatlin moves on. This is Platinum Products round number 3. And what a matchup we have here. Brandon Michaels left side. Bel Air, Maryland, dialed 697. Steve Collier right side. Out of Ohio, dialed 642. Michaels is red. Collier is red behind him, but we'll move on. 8 thou red and 7 thou under. Steve Collier will move to round 4. Taylor Bowling dialed 673. Take on Donnie Hager dialed at 645. Hager, 17, take 20 to be dead on 9. Bowling 36, one above 0, no good. Hager moves on. Chris Cox left side, dialed 774, take on Kim Fritz, dialed 670. At this time, I will take foot breakers. Foot brake will take you to lanes. Foot brake will take you to lanes, so all cars, no box. You have been called for Platinum Products round number 3. All cars, no box. You have been called for round number 3. Chris in control of this one, and he will turn on the win light. 003, one above 4. Lays down 17 total. Fritz 054 and one above, no good. Michael Nobles dialed 654, take on Joe Diedrich. Diedrich dialed 629. Nobles with the win. 16 to above. Gets there 13 thou. Diedrich missed it just a tad and puts it 8 thou under. Josh Sutton Jr. left side, dialed 1131. Can take on Wyatt Ezel, dialed 627. Win light going to Ezel. 21 and 8 thou under gets the win. Sutton 38 and 14 thou under. Need to get further behind. Ezel will move on. Carly Holbrook out 675, taking Jason McCandless, the roadster, out 574. Separate them, win light, give it to McCandless. 39 and 2 above gets their 8th foul. Holbrook 055 and 1 above, no good. CW Vaught dialed 578, getting on Daniel Young dialed at 639. Vaught is red, Young 39 and 16 thou under. Lucas Walker and Paul Allen. Lucas dialed 594. Paul dialed 703. Win light. Give it to Paul Allen, 27. Dead 5 gets a win. Lucas 12 and 2 above. Stays 110 thou behind. And Paul Allen will move on. Jason England dialed 624, taking on Tony Gambardella dialed 661. England is red. Gambardella will move on 055 and shuts it down early. Ray Isles out 647, take on Paul Vizzo. Vizzo out 625. Isles 36 dead 1 gets the win. Vizzo was late. Travis Logan out 614. Take on Bob Highclack out at 646. So the Giddy Piggy closing down here in about 45 minutes. If you want the world's greatest grilled cheese sandwich and you want today, you got 45 minutes to go get it. Or you can just wait till tomorrow and get breakfast, which I will be doing every day. Logan wins. Wayne Stewart out 7 flat, can take on Miss Nikki Thomas. Nikki out 6-13. Nikki, I've told pretty much everyone who asks, I believe Nikki Thomas is the best female bracket racer in the country right now. She just absolutely wrecks it. Off the bottom, 17 and 6 thou under. She'll turn on the win light. Wayne Stewart was very red. Nikki will move on to the next round. Gage Birch out 609, took on Dustin Carroll. Carroll out at 689. Our 11 fouls separating, one of them is 11. Win light will go to Gage Birch. Triple zero, dead on with the 6 total. Dustin Carroll 11, take 3, a very good lap, and it will not turn on the win light. Gage Birch 6 total moves on. Cameron Fredrickson dialed 590, took on Justin Hardman. Hardman dialed at 718. Fredrickson 7 foul red. Hardman 42. And 37 foul under. So final call, no box. Final call, no box. If you have not rolled up for round 3, you should be in the lanes. Final call, no box. You should be in the lanes. Double inner door cars, lanes 5 and 6. Double door cars, lanes 5 and 6. We'll take you now. Double door cars, lanes 5 and 6. We will take you now. James Paylord out at 706. Take on Troy Stafford out 649. Win light, give it to Stafford. 0.55, dead 9. Turns on the win light. Paylor 14. Take 63 to be 13 foul under. Troy Stafford moves on. Kevin Mendenhall out 605. Get to go on Dan Boldry out 598. Mendenhall 29 and one above gets the win. Baldry 26, take 24 to be 3 foul under. Mendenhall moves on. John Smith Jr. dialed 557, take on Bob Walsh. Walsh dialed 604. Walsh, 3 foul red. Smith, 008 and 2 above will move on. Tim Butler left side, dialed 607. Take on Steve Collier. Collier dialed 642. Goes to Butler. How about 5 total for Butler? 2 dead, 3. Collier 28 and 11 foul under, no good. Butler 5 total moves on. Jeff Gatlin and Brandon Michaels. Gatlin dialed 610, Michaels dialed 697. Seven fouls separate them. Win light. Light up for Gatlin. He'll be doubled next round. 19 and 1 above. Gets their 12th foul. Michaels 26, 1 above 8, no good. J.D. Anderson dialed 618, take on Wyatt Palmatier, dialed 590. Once again, double inner door cars. You should be in the stage lanes. Double inner door cars, round number 3. You should be in the lanes. Double door cars, you should be in the lanes. Car number 321X, Patrick McMath. You're the wait and see by. 321X, Patrick McMath. You're the wait and see by. Double door cars, you should be in the lanes. I will take all door cars, round 3. All door cars, round 3. We'll take you to the lanes. All door cars, round 3. We'll take you to the lanes. Donnie Hager, dialed 644. Take on Ryan Snipes, dialed 652. Five fouls separate them. Winlight Snipes 21 dead 2 gets their first 21 foul. Hager 26, 1 above 8, had no chance. George Windsor left side. The Pinto dialed 645. Take on Seth Jimenez. The Dart dialed 599. Winlight give to George 19 dead 4, gets their first 43 foul. Seth also 19 but 4 over. Winston moves on. Dave Keaton left side, dial 589. Take on Tony Gambardella, dialed 661. Fouls separate them. Winlight goes to Keaton, 001, dead 8, lays down 9 total. Gambardella 19 and 7 foul under, no good. Once again, all door cars need you to your lanes. All door cars. Platinum Products round 3 need you here. All door cars round 3 need you here. Kim Fritz out 670, take on Dusty Carroll out 688. Fritz is red. Carroll will move on. 10. And one above. And the bye car, Adam Klein. Klein 059 dead 3, and that'll wrap up Platinum Products round number 3. Next thing.
At this time, I will take double enter dragsters. Double enter dragsters to the lanes, please. Double enter dragsters to the lanes, please. Once again, I need all box door cars for round number 3. All box door cars, round number 3. I also need double enter dragsters at this time. Attention in the pits. I need all box door cars and double enter dragsters to the lanes, please. First pair out, Mike Manning and Bubba Browning. Bubba Browning out of Sarasota, the 87S10 right side, 630 the dial. 694 the dial in for Mike out of Green Cove Springs. Couple S10s doing battle right here. 11th thou apart on reaction time. Advantage Browning right side, win light left side. 695 on a 694 for Mike. Bubba goes 633 on a 630. He's 006 on the tree, but he gets there 13th thou behind on the drop. Mike Ming will go to round number 4. Charles Denny and Ryan Henry up next. Henry in the purpose-built 2002 Camaro out of Pittsburgh, 550 the dial, and he'll swing the head start to Charles Denny. The Blazer on left side out of Covington, Kentucky, 670 the dial. He'll lead first by 1.2 seconds, and Ryan Henry will play catch-up. Sorry, doing a little bit of homework up here in the tower. Next pair, Will Highhouse and Jake Hodge. Hodge out of Franklin, Kentucky, in the Hook and Hillbilly right-hand side. The Vegas Station Wagon, 610 the dial. He'll swing the head start to the prom chick. Will Highhouse behind the wheel of Tim Goolsby's Malibu. Out of Middleburg, Florida, 721 the dial. And Will Highhouse will go first by 1.11 seconds. And Jake Hodge will go wheels up in pursuit. Clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. 8 thou put on reaction times. Advantage Will Highhouse, win light Jake Hodge. 612 on a 610 with a 19 tree. Gets there first by 17 thou. Highhouse falls off to a 726 and gets there second. Paul Ramey and Joe Scala up next. Scala, the recently redone 1970 Nova out of Parrish, Florida, 613 dial, and he'll go first over the Conquest out of Kentucky of Paul Ramey, 538 the dial in. Right side goes first by about 75 hundredths of a second. Clean and green, that 6 thou between them on reaction times. Advantage Joe Scala, right side, win light, right side. Dead on 8 for Joe Scala. 13 tree, 613 with an 8 at 109. That's 21 total. Paul Ramey is 19 on the tree, 1 above 6, 14 thou behind. Joe Scala goes to round number 4. Next pair up is Daniel Young and Travis Logan. Daniel Young foot braking it in the 95 Firebird right side, 639 dial, and he'll get to go first over the wheel standing Camaro of Travis Logan. Port Charlotte, Florida, small block powered Camaro, 612 the dial in. 639 with a 7 on a 639. 007 on the tree. That's 14 total. Travis Logan's 13 on the tree and only had a foul to work with. He goes 613 with a 3 on a 612. That's 26 total, but that's 12 fouls short of Daniel Young's 14 total. So Young goes to round number 4. Here comes Travis Logan's brother, Austin Logan, 1986 model Camaro. 660 to the dial in for the high gear ride. He'll run Jacob Knight, the S10 truck, right-hand side. 604 the dial in for him. Austin Logan goes first by a little over 1 light bulb, 56 hundredths of a second. 2000s red for Jacob Knight, 7,000s green for Austin Logan, 658 with a 2 on a 660. He'll go to round number 4. Knight rolls it through to go dead on 4 after the 002 heartbreaker. Robert Ledbetter and Bill Stepp. Here's a couple of racers from the East Coast that are used to battling each other at the old Moroso Motorsports Park / Palm Beach International Racetrack. They'll run here at BMP tonight. Stepp in the Olds Cutlass 626 dial. 585 the dial in for the Firebird of Ledbetter. Once again, double-enter dragsters. I need you to the lanes, and I need all box 4 cars. 11 green for Stepp, 14 red for Ledbetter. Bill Stepp goes 623 on a 626 with an 11 tree after Ledbetter turned the red light on. Roy Hagedorn and Steve Hadfield. Hatfield in the 57 Chevy dial 494. We'll give that start to Roy Hagedorn, multi-time division champ, former national champion with the NHRA. Yeah, he towed this thing out to Pomona and got it done to carry the big number 1. He dials in 558. So Roy Hagedorn will lead first on the 2-wheeler left side, and Steve Hadfield will play catch-up in the shoebox Chevy. Win light, Hagedorn 22 green, 2 above. Hatfield was late. Nearly 100 on the Christmas tree, and that does not happen very often. Scott Fifield and Todd Burks up next. Burks out of Palmetto, Florida. The purple Camaro left side, 641 the dial in. 632 the dial in for Scott Fifield's Pontiac Ventura right side. Red light by 1,000ths for Todd Burks. Competition, Scott Fifield's 14 green. And 1 above 9 for 33 total. Our next pair up is Carl Burney and Luke David. David on the 73 Kawasaki left side, 582 the dial in, 523 the dial in for the Beretta of Carl Burney. So Burney will play catch up and Luke David goes first on the motorcycle. David turns at 7 thou red and Carl Burney got away with one. His reaction time started with a 1 and there was a decimal point after it. 523 on a 523 looks good on the scoreboard. But Luke David's not going to want to see the other that time slip. You might want to keep the sharp objects away from him. Robbie Joins and Jackson Earwood up next. Earwood and Aaron Reynolds taco truck dials in 626. 551 the dial in for Robbie Joins out of Sparta, North Carolina, the Olds Cutlass. He'll play catch up. Jackson Earwood will go first in the taco truck. Robbie joins left side, Winlight left side, 552 with a 7 on a 551, 22 on the tree. That's 39 total. That's Jackson Earwood's reaction time. He goes dead on with a 0. So 39 pack in both lanes. Margin of victory, 0.004. 410 thou margin of victory as both drivers put up 39 total. Jesse Fritz up next, the Illinois-based 67 Camaro without a top. 518 the dial-in. He'll swing the head start to Renee Meyerhofer. Switzerland-based 1968 Dart, 406 cubic inches of motivation. 573 dial-in left side. Green, 572 with a 3, 7th thou under. Justin Hardman and DJ Coventry up next. Coventry in the Camaro, left-hand side, 672 the dial-in. Justin Hardman out of New York in the 84 Cutlass. He'll get the head start with the 711 dial-in. He'll go first right side. Coventry will give chase left side. Winlight going to go to Justin Hardman, 002 on the tree, 2 above 4, gets there first by 10 thousandths. Coventry 19 on the tree, 17 thou above for 36 total, but ends up 10 thou short of Hardman's 26 pack. Garrett Browning and Bill Hensley up next. Hensley 68 Camaro, left-hand side, 592 the dial-in, 622 the dial-in for the ES10 of Garrett Browning. He'll go first by 0.3 of a second. Attention in the pits, I need all dragsters for round number 3. All dragsters for round number 3. I need you to the lanes, please. All dragsters for round number 3. I need you to the lanes, please. 32 thou separate them on this one. Advantage left-hand side, Winlight left-hand side. 595 on a 592 with a 008 tree. Gets there second. Garrett Browning breaks it out by 3 thou, taking 7 thou. He was 40 on the tree, and that only gave him 4 thou to work with. Shannon Heberling coming up next, left-hand side. The S10 truck dial 617 will face off with the Blazer of Charlie Denny out of Kentucky. 672 the dial-in. He'll leave first on the handicap difference of the dial-ins, 55 hundredths of a second. Charlie Denny in full control, Winlight, Charlie Denny. 672 with a 7 on a 672 with a 19 tree, taking 55 thou a stripe. Had plenty of room as Shannon missed it and is 2 thou under and still doesn't get there first. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Best losing package from round number 3 of No Box will go to Lucas Walker. Lucas, you may not have turned on the Winlight with a 32 pack, but Platinum Products has something for you. Come to the top floor of the tower to retrieve it. Here comes our next pair, Jake Hodge and Ronnie Massart. Massart in the 1970 Chevelle left side, 540 the dial in. Jake from State Farm, dial 610 in the wagon. We are clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. Jake Hodge in full control on reaction time. Winlight Jake Hodge. 6'11 with a 5 on a 6'10, 017 tree. That's 32 total. Get there, 29 thou in front. Ronnie matches the dial in, but it's 56 on the tree, and that leaves him 29 behind. Here comes our next pair. A couple of Chevrolet products on the starting line. Darren Rotten out of East Newmarket, Maryland. 68 Chevelle with the vinyl top on it. 567 dial in left-hand side. He'll get the head start from Ryan Henry. Here on a second entry out of Pennsylvania, 2002 Camaro. 549 dial in for him. Difference in the dial-ins is 1800ths of a second. That'll go to Darren on the left-hand side. He gets to go first. Once again, I need all dragsters for round number 3, all dragsters for round number 3, need you to the lanes, please. All dragsters round number 3, need you to the lanes. Clean and green on both sides, 2,000 reaction time advantage, left-hand side, win light, right-hand side. Win light to Ryan Henry, 18 on the tree, 550 on a 549, takes 17 thou a stripe. He did better than Darren Wooden's 570 on a 567 with a 16 tree. Better reaction time for Darren, better package for Jake Henry. Jacob Knight and Bright Fox up next. Fox in the Camaro left side, 515 to Island. Jacob Knight dialing 604 in the S10 truck. He'll go first. Bryce Fox will play catch up. 5,000 reaction time advantage right side, win light right side. 604 with a 0 with an 023 tree. Jacob Knight puts 23 total and locks out Bryce Fox's 028 tree. He breaks out by 22 thou and still has no chance to win. Attention in the pits, we have a parts call. We need a 12-volt Optima battery for Tommy Stalba. He would like to keep the dragster running for the rest of the weekend, so if you have a spare Optima 12-volt battery or you're out of competition and you wouldn't mind lending it out, Tommy Stalba needs one. Brett Sloat and Mike Ming go into battle here, and Brett Sloat gets the win. 465 on a 002 reaction time. Mike Ming gets there first, but breaks out by 3 thousandths. Took 30, needed to take 27 or less. So the pickup truck goes out on that entry, and Brett Sloat goes on as we move into the dragsters here in round number 3. Once again, looking for a 12-volt Optima battery. If you have one or know where you can get one, come to the top floor of the tower. Let us know. We'll give you the phone number. Tony Morrison gets Ferguson going down the racetrack advantage. Left side, win light right side as Ferguson has problems and slows to a 477 at just 114. Tony Morris goes 473 at just 135. He caught it in time and got off the loud pedal. Ferguson had the better reaction time, 008 to a 23, but had some trouble and slowed, and that gave Tony Morris a break. Johnny Ezel and Brandon Williams up next. Ezel left-hand side out of Louisiana, 466 dial-in, 458 dial-in for the Bradenton, Florida-based dragster on the FTI on side of Brandon Williams. That reaction time goes to Brandon Williams, win light to Brandon Williams. How about 3 total? Brandon Williams, 002, dead on 1. 458 with a 1 on a 458 with a 002 tree. Johnny Ezel is 12 on the tree, gets 2 thou under his dial-in and still doesn't get there first. Brandon Williams, 3-pack. Here comes our next pair, Tyler Bohannon and Ashley Bargo. Bargo in the supercharged dragster on the right-hand side, 450 the dial-in. Will stage up against the winning car from the last 2 years here at New Year Nationals, Tyler Bohannon. Mike Matty Jr. won in it 2 years ago. The last year we were at PBIR. Tyler got the job done last year. And he dials 459 right here. Left-hand side, a double breakout. Tyler Bohannon goes 458 with a 6 on a 459. He's 4th thou under. Barger goes 449 with a 2 on a 450. Is 8th thou under. Better reaction time to Tyler Bohannon. Win light to Tyler Bohannon goes to round number 4. Once again, I have called all dragsters for round number 3. You should be in the lanes. If not, you're about to be late. All dragsters. Round number 3. If you're not in the lanes, you're about to be late. Michael Carpenter and Todd Osting, probably not the first time these two have run each other. Both Florida-based dragsters, M&M chassis, left-hand side, big block with a blower on top, 449 for Carpenter, 544 for the small block ride out of Odessa for Todd Osting. Clean and green, 7 Todd Osting right side, win light, Osting. 544 with a 4, dead on his dial-in with a 14 tree. That's 18 total. Michael Carpenter's 21 on the tree and has no chance. 1 above leaves him 22 thou short. Our next pair up, Michael Needham and Tim Kostetter. Kostetter, the Pennsylvania-based American chassis dragster, right side, 443 dial. 498 dial in for Michael Needham out of Hamilton, Ohio, in the driveforee.com back dragster. Michael Needham's day comes to an end on a 0-1 heartbreaker. Tim Kostetter is 30 and dead on 4 for a 34 pack. Michael Needham, one of 2 guys to throw up 2-pack total. Last round was 17 total and turns it 1 thou red here. Once again, all dragsters for round number 3. If you're not in the lanes, you're about to be late. All dragsters. I need you. Tim Butler and C.J. Keene, another couple of racers that have run each other a time or two. C.J. Keene, right side, 444 dial. Tim Butler, 466 dial, left side. Clean and green, 100 between them on reaction time. Advantage right side, win light right side. 444 with a 0 for C.J. Keene. He's 16 total. 466 with a 3 and a 466 for Tim Butler with a 26 tree. He's 29 total. Both of them match their dial, and C.J. Keene a little bit better on the reaction time and gets there first by 13 thousandths for the victory. Ken Grant up next. The FTI Wixback dragster left-hand side out of Ty, Georgia. 471 dial. 484 dial in for Scott Jorgensen out of DeBerry, Florida. The undercover dial's 484 right-hand side. Attention in the pits, I need junior dragsters, age group 6 to 9, the lanes 1 and 2, please. Junior dragsters, age group 6 to 9, the lanes 1 and 2, please. 13,000 on reaction time, advantage right side, win light right side. 484 with a 5 on a 484. For Scott Jorgensen, 11 tree. Jorgensen is 16 total. Ken Grant's 25 on the tree, 1 above 3, 22 thou behind. Once again, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need junior dragster age group 6 to 9 in lanes 1 and 2, please. Junior dragster age group 6 to 9 in lanes 1 and 2, please. Braden Heenberlin out of Ohio, the Spitzer chassis dragster, 539 left side. The Phantom chassis dragster of John Siegel and Jennifer Siegel being driven by Cameron Fredrickson, 436 dial in right side. Cameron just went red in the wagon. This is his last shot of the day to collect a $10,000 paycheck. Wants to keep his boss happy. Right now, Brandon Heberlin stands in his way. Cameron Fredrickson. Brandon can only go 547 on a 539, and that gave Cameron plenty of room. 439 on a 436. 2 thou apart on the tree, but when Brandon can only go 8 above his dial-in, that gave Cameron plenty of room, and he'll go to round number 4 in the Phantom chassis dragster. Once again, junior dragster age group 6 to 9 lanes 1 and 2, please. Junior dragster age group 6 to 9 lanes 1 and 2, please. Paul Skinger and Jeff Serra up next. Serra out of Summerduck, Virginia. In Motion Solutions back dragster, 454 dial in right side. Skinger out of Middleton, New York. The Racetech chassis dragster, 462 dial in left side. Skinger goes first by 0.08 of a second. Thou red light for Paul Skinger. 006 green for Jeff Serra, and lights it up a 10th under. Go Dogs. Ryan Gleghorn approved. Next pair up, Trey Bunner, right hand side, 487 dial in. Cameron Hawkins, left hand side, 455 dial in. Trey Bunner will lead first right side. Red light for Hawkins, 002 green for Trey Bunner, dead on 2. Trey Bunner dead on 2, 002 tree, 4-pack total for Trey Bunner. Cameron Hawkins didn't matter about the red light. Trey Bunner was dialed in for that lap. Next pair, Alan Glatt and W.R. Ketterman. Ketterman on the right-hand side out of Maryland, 457 dial-in. 443 the dial-in for the blown dragster of Alan Glatt out of Maryland. So Ketterman will go first out of Maryland right side, and Alan Glatt will play chase out of Maryland left side. A double breakout. Alan Glatt, 007, 3 thou under, gets there second as Ketterman takes 1 thou and had no room because he breaks out by 22. and was 25 on the tree. Alan Glatt in control of that race and will go to round number 4. Attention in the bits. Guys, if you are interested in buying event t-shirts, I've just been told by Miss Chrissy Reynolds that you might want to grab one like now. They're already sold out of large and medium. I already called it. I said it was going to happen. So better hope you have some extra fluff like me so you can squeeze into something slightly bigger. Either that or learn how to shrink them. But they're already sold out of mediums and larges, so make sure you go over and visit the 8th Mile Apparel booth. It's located at the white trailer right behind the burnout box, and they'll get you taken care of with an official 8th Annual New Year Nationals t-shirt. Shelby Miles and Dylan Witherow next. Witherow, the Team W Racing Products back Race Tech dragster, 476 dial right side. Shelby Miles out of South Carolina, the Darlington Dragway.com backed dragster, 453 dialing for the Spitzer chassis ride. Shelby Miles, 453 with a 6 on a 453 001 tree 7-pack. Dylan is 14, gets behind 19, and has no chance, mathematically locked out. Shelby Miles cut his entire Christmas tree light in half on her package. How about this matchup right here? Tom Staubel, left side, New Jersey-based 2004 undercover, 489 dialing, will run Skinny Kenny Underwood out of Delaware, Ohio, 486 the dialing for the Jegs and the FTI back dragster. A couple heavy hitters coming to the line right here in round number 3 of Platinum Products here on Thursday edition at New Year Nationals. Clean and green, 6,000 separated on reactions on the head. Skinny Kenny, win light. Tom Staubel. It turned into a drop fest. Tom Staubel, 491 on a 489, 200ths under, takes 5 thou. 489 on a 486, 300ths above for Kenny Underwood, as neither one of them wanted to take the finish line. It was kind of a you take it, no you take it. And 5 thou separates them at the finish line. Attention in the bits, I need age group 10 to 12 junior dragsters. Age group 10 to 12 junior dragsters, lanes 3 and 4, please. Age group 10 to 12 junior dragsters, lanes 3 and 4. Age group 13 to 17 to lanes 5 and 6. So I have called all categories, all ages of junior dragster. Age group 6 to 9 to lanes 1 and 2. Age group 10 to 12 to lanes 3 and 4. Age group 13 to 17 to lanes 5 and 6. Brett Sloat and Al Miller going to battle right here. Win light Al Miller, better reaction time. Dead on his dialing with a 3, 438.3 at 156. Brett Sloat goes dead on with a 0, 461 on a 461 with a 024 tree, but that's 13 thou behind on the difference in the package versus the reaction time. Brett Sloat is 24 on the tree and had no chance, mathematically locked out. Attention, junior dragsters. The wait-and-see buy run for round number 3 is car number 2928, Curtis Peak, who is perfect on the reaction time. So Curtis Peak, car 2928, you have the wait-and-see buy run for round number 3 of junior dragsters. Chris Ferguson and Johnny Ezel coming up in our next pair. Florida versus Louisiana here on the starting line. Johnny Ezel lost his first entry, down to his last one right here looking to move to the next round with a 465 dialing. To do so, he'll have to get around Ferguson out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. 447 dialing left-hand side. Johnny Ezel coming to play here, wearing out the throttle cable to go dead on 0 with a 008 tree. Ferguson missed it, 038, and breaks it out by 6 thousandths and still doesn't get there first. Johnny Ezel in full control of that race, and you heard him by whacking the throttle a couple of times going down the racetrack. So Johnny Ezel will move that entry to round number 4. And Chris Ferguson will catch the L on that one. One pair left of dragsters left to run. And it looks like we're starting to get our juniors in the lane. So once again, junior dragsters, I have called age group 6 to 9 to lanes 1 and 2, age group 10 to 12 to lanes 3 and 4, and age group 13 to 17 to lanes 5 and 6. Michael Needham and Tony Morris will make up our last pair of the round, and then we have the single. Needham left-hand side out of Ohio, 497 the dial-in, 469 the dial-in for Tony Morris, based right here in Florida, at our Winter Park to be exact. Clean and green 8th out, separated 106, win light. Left side, Michael Needham, 498 with a 1 on a 497 with a 14 tree. That's 25 total. Tony Morris is 006 on the tree, 473 with a 2 on a 469. He falls off. 23 thou margin of victory going to Michael Needham. That brings up our bye card. This is Patrick McMath. He had the best reaction time of the previous round, best package. So he will take the Racetech chassis dragster to round number 4. Once again, final call for junior dragsters. Final call for junior dragsters. You should be in the lanes. Age group 6 to 9, lanes 1 and 2. Age group 10 to 12, lanes 3 and 4. And age group 13 to 17, lanes 5 and 6. If you're not in the lanes, you're about to be late. 4:59 with a 9 at 1:49 as he runs the Sean Serra 139 number. All right, here we go into junior dragsters. Start out with the 6 to 9 age group, Kylie Mockney and Tyler Biddle. Mockney on the right on the 1218 dial, 1190 dial in for Tyler Biddle. Both of them clean and green. Better reaction time to Tyler Biddle. 004 on the tree. He's looking for 1190 on the scoreboard and goes 1201 on the 1190, 1245 on a 1218 as Kylie slows. And Tyler Biddle will move on to the next round, round number 4. So that was our final in age group 6 to 9. So congratulations to Tyler Biddle. He will now get mixed in with the rest of the cars and gets a $200 bonus for being the last 6 to 9 age group car standing. We move into the 10 to 12 categories. Zandier, Cook, and Partler DeWeese. DeWeese out of Kentucky, the half scale 890 the dial in. Xander Cook out of Orange Park, Florida, 890 dial in as well. And this one has a red light for Parker DeWeese by 10, foul. Xander Cook is 12, green right-hand side. And goes 891 with a 2. Nice little 24 pack there for Xander Cook. Parker breaks it out by a 100th after the 10 red light. Briella Browning and Logan Widener coming up next. Widener, 890 dial in right-hand side. Briella Browning dials 890 left-hand side. Both away clean and green, about 300 to the second better for Brianna Browning on the reaction time, and she gets the win light. 9:03 on the 890, 9:06 on the 890 for Logan Widener. Briella Browning will go to the next round. Interesting matchup coming up right here. Easton Hodge and Tanner Mockney. Tanner out of Venice, Florida. 898 dial in on the right-hand side. Easton Hodge over on the left-hand side, trying to keep the family's winning ways going. The Kentucky-based junior dragster dials 8.90. Uncle Ryan looking down intently, wanting to see how Easton does. Did you give him a pep talk before every round? All right, we are staged and ready. Clean and green, and Easton Hodge in full control left-hand side. Win light will go to Easton Hodge. And he dropped like a rock. 895 on an 890, had 600s in the bank on the reaction time. Tanner breaks out and still doesn't get there first. Easton takes 2 thou of stripe on the drop. Shane Connor and Lincoln McMaster up next. McMaster out of McMaster Lawn and Pest Services, getting staged up by his dad, David, and his mom, Lauren, standing behind him. The 2020 McIlvain chassis, 890 dial-in, 893 dial-in for the Delaware-based junior dragster of Shane Connor, right-hand side. He'll lead first by 0.03 of a second. .005 red light for Lincoln McMaster. Connor is 28 green. And 3 above as McMaster goes 1 above after the heartbreaking .005 red light. All right, we move up to the quick class, the 790 and slower category. Leah Werner coming up first out of Carlton, Michigan, 790 dial-in left side. McKenna Robinson out of Fredericksburg, Virginia, over on the right-hand side, 1068 dial-in. So McKenna will get the big head start from Leah. Red light for McKenna Robinson, and Burner will go to the next round. 065 green and goes 16 thou under the 790 prediction. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Round 4 of no box doubles. Round 4, no box doubles, lanes 1 and 2, please. Round 4, no box doubles, lanes 1 and 2, please. Round 4 of no box doubles, lanes 1 and 2, please. The wait and see by run for round number 4 of no box is Gage Birch, car number 207. Once again, no box doubles. I need you to lanes 1 and 2. No box doubles, round number 4, lanes 1 and 2. Dexter Gomez and Trey Hensley going down the racetrack right here. Trey in control on reaction time by about a 25 thousandths. Win light goes to Trey Hensley. Dead on 9. 790 with a 9 with a 12 tree. That's 21 total. Gomez is 38 on the tree. Breaks out by 6 thousandths and still doesn't get there first. Hensley will go to the next round. Once again, I need no box doubles, and I'll go ahead and call no box trans brake, no box trans brake to lanes 1 and 2. No box doubles and no box trans brake, lanes 1 and 2, please. Once again, attention in the pits, round number 4, no box doubles and no box trans brake cars, lanes 1 and 2, please. No box doubles and no box trans brake cars, lanes 1 and 2. Kayla Ray and William Kraft up next. Kraft out of Melbourne, Florida, 797 dialing. 8 flat dialing for Kaylee Ray out of Fredericksburg, Virginia. She's on the left-hand side, Williams on the right-hand side. Green light's a pair, and Kaylee Ray in full control, James Bond style. Win light. Right-hand side as Kaylee breaks it out, takes 7,400 thou to break out by 18 thou. Needing to take 56 or less. William Kraft, 058 on the tree, dead on his dialing with a 7, and gets away with one there as Kaylee was 007 on the tree but breaks out. Lane Morgan and Megan Kaysen coming up next. Kaysen out of Michigan, right-hand side. Dials in 790. 806 the dial-in for Lane Morgan out of North Carolina. He'll go first left side. Separate him on reaction time advantage left side for Morgan. Win light. Morgan 811 on an 806. Gets there first by 53 thousandths as Megan slows to a 797 on a 790. Behind a little bit on the Christmas tree, and Lane takes advantage. Once again, I need no box trans brake cars, no box trans brake cars for round number 4 to the lanes, please. No box trans brake cars, no box trans brake cars for round number 4 to the lanes, please. Ian Goodhart coming up out of Michigan, right-hand side, 795 dial, 852 dial for Alyssa Fargo, left-hand side. Alyssa will go first. I apologize, that's Ian Genhart. And Ian Genhart will go to the next round as Alyssa Fargo turns it red by a bunch. Ian is 051 green. go 797 on a 795, 200ths above. Once again, I should be looking for no box doubles and no box trans brake cars. No box doubles and no box trans brake cars, lanes 1 and 2. Kobe Tolliver and Nathan Mendenhall up next. Mendenhall out of Pennsylvania, right side, 790 dial in. 794 dial in for Kobe Tolliver out of Virginia, left-hand side. Both of them away green. Better reaction time to Kobe Tolliver, left-hand side, wind light, right side. 790 with a 3 on a 790, 044 tree. Mendenhall gets around the hole shot by 15 thousandths as Tolliver falls off to a 798 on a 794 with 16 on the tree, but ends up a little bit behind at the top end. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. All no box entries, all no box entries. Round number 4 to lanes 1 and 2. Doubles, trans brake, and foot brake. All no box entries, all no box entries for round number 4, lanes 1 and 2. Peyton Shook and Cole Jennings up next. Jennings out of Pennsylvania, right side, 795 dial. Peyton Shook out of Florida, 796 dial and left side. Peyton Shook with a better reaction time, left side, wind light. Right side as Shook breaks out by 7 thou, taking 82 thou a stripe. Cole Jennings takes advantage, 8 flat on a 795 with a 038 tree. Shook took a little bit too much stripe and broke out by 7 thousandths of a second. Jordan Denny and Brandon Sullivan next. Both of them out of Virginia. Brandon out of Radford with a 796 dial in right side. Jordan out of Nokesville, 805 dial in left side, and Jordan will go first. Once again, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. All no box entries for round 4. All no box entries. Round number 4, lanes 1 and 2 at this time. All no box entries. All no box entries. Round number 4 to the lanes at this time. Once again, I need all no box entries. All no box entries for round number 4 to the lanes, please. All no box entries. All no box entries to round number 4 to the lanes, please. Lanes 1 and 2. $29,000 strap rate, and Brandon Sullivan on the right side with a better reaction time, but breaks it out, goes 8 thou under, taking 69 thou a stripe. Jordan Denny takes advantage, 808 on an 805, 300ths above. We'll get the wind light there. Wyatt Big Papa Palmatier left-hand side, 795 the dial in for the FTI Farm Team back ride. Haley Shook out of Northport, Florida over on the right-hand side, 796 dial in. So 100th of a second separates the two. Ladies first by 100th. Once again, the wait-and-see buy run for no box this round is Gage Birch, car number 207. Red light for Haley Shook, and Big Papa was ready. 007 green. And gets out of the gas way early and coasts across at just 56 miles an hour. Haley Shook breaks it out by about 300ths after turning it red. Here's your final pair in round number 3 of junior dragsters. Mallory Logan out of North Chesterfield, Virginia, 8 flat dial in left-hand side. We'll get the slight head start from Curtis Peak. Peak out of Georgia, the 2018 Boss Chassis Dragster, 790 the dial in. Curtis was on the bye run here and will face Mallory Logan instead. Winner goes to round number 4. Once again, I need all no-box drivers, round number 4 to the lanes 1 and 2. All no-box drivers, lanes 1 and 2. Curtis Peak got some work to do here. Mallory Logan got the whole shot and breaks it out by 3 thousandths. Curtis Peak dead on 8, 790 with an 8 at 78 miles an hour. Gets around the whole shot of Logan, takes 40 thousandths and breaks out by 3. Need to take 37 or less. So Curtis Peak will remain eligible for the bye run going forward. Will not carry it, but will remain eligible for it. Once again, I need all no-box entries, If you're not in the lanes, you're about to... Need you to the lanes, please.
Final call, no box. You should be in the lanes. Final call, no box. Round number 4. You should be in the lanes as our first pair is in the water. Left-hand side, Jeff Gatland out 6'10", take on Ray Isles. Isles out at 6'45". Ray Isles, 10, take 60 to be dead on 5. Gatlin 32 and stopped to be 4 above. Ray Isles will move on. Michael Noble's out 655, take on Jason McCandless out 574. Win line goes McCandless 16, take 36 to be a bunch over as Noble's 22 and a 10th over, no good. Donnie Haggard out at 644, going to take on Daniel Young out 639. Hager 5 take 26 to be 1 above. Young 32 and 1 over, no good. Tim Butler left side, dialed 607, take on Wyatt Ezel. Ezel right side, dialed 625. Butler, 14 take 5 to be 7 foul under. Ezel 27 and 15 foul under, no good. Tim Butler will move on. Chris Cox left side, dialed 777. We'll take on Nikki Thomas. Nikki dialed 613. And Nikki going to get a free shot here as Chris Cox took off extremely early. So Nikki will move on, 46 and 2 foul under. Travis Logan out 614 left side, take on Troy Stafford out 652. At this time, I will take double entered door cars. Double entered door cars will take you to the lanes. Double entered door cars. Round number 4 will take you to the lanes. Double door cars round 4 will take you to the lanes. Shelby Miles, you're on the wait and see by. Shelby Miles, you're on the wait and see by. Stafford is red first, so Logan will move on. Logan 6'10 off the 6'14. Dave Keaton dial 589. Gonna take on Justin Hardman dial 711. Hardman, 6 take 3 to be 2 above. Keaton 27, dead 4, no good. Justin Hardman moves on. John Smith Jr. dialed 558, take on Adam Klein. Klein dialed 660. At this time, I will take all door cars round 4. All door cars round 4 will take you now as Smith turns on the win light. 005 and 2 above will get the win. Klein 44 and 1 above, no good. George Windsor out 644, take on Tony Gambardella out 661. Windsor has problems, so Gambardella move on 12 and a bunch over. Windsor pulling over pretty quickly for us. We do appreciate that. Once again, all door cars need you to the lanes. All door cars, round 4, need you here. All door cars, round 4, need you here. Shelby Miles, you are the wait and see by. Shelby Miles, you are the wait and see by. All door cars, round 4, need you here. Kevin Mendenhall out 6:05. Take on Paul Allen out 7:03. Three Huns separate them up front. Winlight Mendenhall 009 and 3 above. Paul Allen 39, take 2 to be a foul under. Mendenhall will advance. Jeff Gatlin left side out 6:12. Take on Steve Collier. Collier dialed at 6:40. Winlight, Steve Collier 32, take 10 to be 1 above. Gatlin 52, dead 1, no good. Steve Collier moves on. Gatlin came in with 2. He will leave with none. Dusty Carroll left side out at 688. Take on Ryan Snipes out 652. Fouls separate them up front. Winlight Snipes 20, 1 above, gets there 2 foul. Carroll 31, dead 3, no good. And final pair, Gage Birch and Wyatt Palmatier. Birch dialed 608, Palmatier dialed 590. Once again, all door cars, you should be in the lanes. All door cars, you should be in the lanes. Double dragsters will take you as well. Double inner dragsters will take you to the lanes. Double inner dragsters will take you to the lanes. Nine fouls separating up front. Win light goes to Birch.
Oh my God.
Birch 17, 2 above, goes 6'10 at 96 to get their first 7th thou. Paul Mateer 008. Saw gauge stop, so he decided, hey, I'm going to stop 2 to be 7th thou behind and 4 above. Birch.
All right, we now need all dragsters for round number 4 to the lanes, please. All dragsters for round number 4 to the lanes, please. Charles Denny in the Blazer coming up first, left-hand side, 671 the dial, and he'll get the head start from Easton's dad, Jake Hodge. 611 the dial in for the Hook and Hillbilly wagon. $15,000 apart on reaction time advantage. Charles Denny left side, win light. Jake Hodge, 612 with a 2 on a 611. Gets away with one there, taking $13,000. Denny goes 4 above his 671 prediction. Jake Hodge gets away with one there. Bill Stepp and Ryan Henry up next. Blinded by the light, 81 Olds Cutlass of Stepp. Chevrolet for power, 622 dial, and he'll get the head start from Ryan Henry. The 4th gen 2002 Camaro out of Pittsburgh, 549 dial and right-hand side. Bill Stepp blinded by the red light left-hand side. Ryan Henry is 17, dead 6, 23 total. Bill Stepp turns it red and gets out of it early. Scott Fifield and Mike Manning. Manning in the S10 truck left side. And Scott Fifield giving chase in the Ventura. Mike in command on the reaction time. Left side, win light. Left side, 695 with a 1 on a 694, 007 tree 18 total. Scott's 30 on the tree, dead 7 for a 37 pack, but he comes up short. Jacob Knight and Austin Logan next. Logan in the high gear 86 Camaro, 660 the dial in. He'll get the head start from Jacob Knight. The S10 truck dialed 604. Clean and green, it is nasty. 2,000 rhythm, double O's a pair, win light. Austin Logan, 660 with an 8 on a 660, 005 tree 13 total. Jacob Knight goes 2 above with a 9, 007 and 23 behind. 007 tree for Knight, 005 tree for Logan. Logan goes to round number 5. Renee Meyerhofer and Daniel Young coming up next. Young still swapping feet in the 95 Firebird right-hand side. 639 dial-in. He'll go first over Renee's 68 Dart. 571 dial-in. And Daniel Young turns it a painful 1,000 red. Renee is 20 green and 1 thou under. Daniel Young's day ends at the hands of a 001 red light. Something tells me these two have run each other before. Roy Hagedorn and Joe Scala. Scala out of Parrish, Florida. 613 dial-in right-hand side, 560 dial-in for Roy Hagedorn. Hagedorn got some work to do. Joe Scala is 11. And in a double breakout, he's 12 thou under. Roy is 200ths under. Scala takes 5 thou and gets the double breakout win by 8 thou. Roy Hagedorn on the trailer a little earlier than expected. Justin Hardman up next out of New York, the 84 Cutlass dial 708. Bill Hensley in the 68 Camaro out of Kentucky, 594 dial in left side. The Cutlass goes first. And it looks like Justin Hardman did not light the tree in time in the 10 seconds given by auto start, and Bill Hensley will take a cruise to round number 5. Tough break there for Justin Hardman. Once again, I need all dragsters to the lanes. All dragsters to the lanes, please. Robbie Joins and Carl Burney coming up next. Burney out of Naples, Florida, and Fillmore Racing Engines, the 1990 Beretta with the drive wheels in the right location, 522 dial. He'll give a 3/10 head start to Robbie Joins. Out of North Carolina, the 81 Olds Cutlass on the left side, 552 dial. Neither one of them have a light to write home about, but Carl Burney gets the win. 525 on a 522. Robbie Joins takes 41 thou, stripe to break out by 1 thou. Take 41, needed to take 40 or less. Carl Burney will move the Beretta into round number 5. Charles Denny and Jake Hodge. Hodge on his second entry in the Hook and Hillbilly, 611 dialing. 671 dialing for Charles Denny in the Blazer. He'll go first by 0.6 of a second, a little over 1 light bulb. Jake Hodge turns it 4th out red, so that will end his day on that entry. 671 with a 0 for Charlie Denny and a 23 tree. He was ready. I think Jake Hodge grabbed the angry button. 603 on a 611. Tim Castetter, right-hand side in our first pair of dragsters, 443 dialing. 498 dialing for Michael Needham, left-hand side. Winlight Michael Needham. 5 flat on a 498 gets the better of a 447 on a 443 for Tim Castetter. Michael Needham had 100th in the bank on reaction times, takes 28 thou, a stripe for the winning. Tyler Bohannon and Brett Sloat up next. Tebow, left side, 458 dialing, and JP Schuster's ride. Brett Sloat dials 461 right side. They're going to leave almost together on the dial-ins. And Brett Sloat in a world of trouble. Winlight Tebow. 480 on a 458 as Brett Sloat must have had the box dialed wrong or something didn't release on time, but that is very uncharacteristic for him. Al Miller and Brandon Williams up next. Williams in the FTI ride, 457 dial right side. They'll go first over Al Miller's 437 left side. 23,000 separated on reaction time advantage right side, Winlight right side. .458 on a 457 with a 16 tree, taking 19 a stripe. Brandon Williams dispatches Al Miller. Trey Bunner and Alan Glatt next. Glatt out of Maryland with the supercharged Miller dragster, 441 dial in. Trey Bunner, the naturally aspirated big block, 487 on the right-hand side of the racetrack. 487 with a 3 on a 487 with a 23 tree, taking 13. He's 26 total. Alan Glatz 11 on the tree, 443 with an 8 on a 441. Combine it all together, and that's 41 total, and he ended up a little bit, 39 total, and ended up a little bit short. Scott Jorgensen and Thomas Stalba next. Jorgensen playing for Florida, right-hand side, 483 dialing. He'll give the slight head start to Tom Stalba. Stalba out of New Jersey in the undercover chassis dragster, 489 dialing left side. Stalba goes first by 0.06 of a second. Green light's a pair, 11 valve advantage to Tom Stalba, win light. Scott Jorgensen, 483 with an 8 on a 483 with a 25 tree, that's 33 total. Stalba, 491 with a 7 on a 489, that's 27 thou above with 14, that's 41 total. He's 8 thou behind. Good drag race there. Win light goes to Jorgensen. Next pair is C.J. Keene and Tony Morris. Morris out of Winter Garden, Florida, in the TMC carburetors back to undercover. 470 the dial in right side. 443 the dial in for C.J. Keene in the Miller chassis dragster left side. Tony Morris will go first, right-hand side. Going to go to Tony Morris. Morris breaks out by 1 thousandth. C.J. Keene breaks out by 14 thousandths. Separated by 3 thousandths on reaction time. C.J. Keene got there first and needed to get further behind. Johnny Ezel and Todd Osting up next. Osting in the small block dragster left-hand side, 543 the dial. He'll get the head start from the big block dragster of Johnny Ezel. Johnny dial 462 right side. Johnny Ezel. 12 on the tree, 464 on a 462, take 15 thou. Todd Osting is 100th above, but a 41 tree left him 15 thou short. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need junior dragsters, age group 10 to 12 for the semifinals, lanes 1 and 2. Oh, okay. Junior dragsters, age group 10 to 12, I'm sorry, lanes 3 and 4. We're going to use the same lanes as before. And junior dragsters, age group 13 to 17 to lanes 5 and 6. So my junior dragsters, age group 10 to 12 to lanes 3 and 4. Age group 13 to 17 to lanes 5 and 6. Your wait and see buy on the last remaining 6 to 9-year-old. Tyler Biddle, you have the wait and see buy for junior dragsters. Patrick McMath and Cameron Fredrickson. Fredrickson right side 437 dial. McMath left side 460 dial. Green light's a pair and Patrick McMath in control left side. Win light. Cameron Fredrickson. Patrick McMath takes a lot. 55 thou to break out by 2 thou. And Cameron are on the ropes with a 003 to 045 tree, and Cameron just pushed him out the back door. 438 on a 437 for Cameron, gets away with one after the left-hand side took a little bit too much stripe. Here comes our final pair of round number 4 of dragsters. Shelby Miles and Jeff Serra. Once again, junior dragsters in age group 10 to 12 to lanes 3 and 4 for your semifinals. Age group 13 to 17 to lanes 5 and 6. The last remaining standing 6 to 9-year-old junior Tyler Biddle, car number 284T. You are the wait and see buy run. Shelby Miles also was on the wait and see buy run, but instead she gets Jeff Serra. Serra dialed 452 right side. Shelby Miles dials 453 left side. They're dialed almost heads up. It's a side with the win light. Jeff Serra 6 total. Shelby Miles 19 total. Great lap right there between the two of them. Jeff Serra's 001 dead on 5. Shelby Miles is 10 on the tree, dead on 9. And Shelby Miles comes up short. So this is a rematch between Bill Hensley and Justin Hardman. What happened is the tree had 3 lights activated on it, and Bill Hensley did it by accident. So the winner here, making a great sportsmanlike effort, he wanted to make sure that it was a fair race, so he said, let's rerun it. Justin this time gets staged in time, and Bill Hensley's ready to go. Let's settle it here. And Hensley turns on the red light, and Justin gets the break. I'll tell you what, Bill Hensley deserves a round of applause for making the sportsmanship type effort to come back and give him a fair shot at it, and instead turns it red, and Justin Hardman will take the Oldsmobile to round number 5. That will wrap up round number 4 of Box Eliminator. We're now looking for junior dragsters. Once again, age group 10 to 12 to lanes 3 and 4, age group 13 to 17 to lanes 5 and 6. My remaining... All right, tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Round number 5, no box trans brake cars. I need you first. Round number 5 of no box trans brake cars. I need you first. Lanes 1 and 2, please. Round number 5, no box trans brake cars. Need you first, please. All right, our semifinals in age group 10 to 12, Shane Connor and Easton Hodge. Connor out of Delaware, 896 dial in right side. Easton Hodge, left side out of Kentucky, 890 dial in for him. One of them will go to the final in age group 10 to 12. Easton Hodge is 9th out red and is not going to want to see the other side of that time slip. Connor is green, dead 9. All right, so one half of the age group 10 to 12 is done for a final. We'll have to find a opponent between Xander Cook and Briella Browning. So Briella Browning, left-hand side, and Xander Cook, right-hand side. Xander Cook turns it a bunch red. Browning is 054 green. And 300s under the dial-in to go to round number 5. Leah Werner and Curtis Peak. Peak on the right-hand side, dialed 790, and Leah Werner matching that 790 dial in left side. Thirteen thousandths apart on reaction times. Leah in control. Left-hand side, win light. Right-hand side. Curtis Peak going dead on one. 790 with a one. Taking 14,000 stripe. 792 on a 790 for Leah. Lets Curtis around by just 14 thousandths. Ian Genhart coming out of Michigan, right-hand side, 797 dialing. 805 for Lane Morgan out of North Carolina, left-hand side. $4,000 separate them on reaction times. This one will be a good one all the way to the stripe. Win light goes to Genhart. 799 on a 797 with a 40 tree, taking 33 thou. 810 on an 805 for Lane Morgan. Leaves a little bit of room for Ian to get there first. William Kraft up next out of Melbourne, Florida. 798 dialing right-hand side. Nathan Mendenhall out of Pennsylvania. 790 dialing on the left-hand side. Final call for all no-box trans-brake cars. Final call, all no-box trans-brake cars to the lanes, please. All no-box trans-brake cars to the lanes, please. Final call for no box. Final call for no box to the lanes, please. Final call for no box to the lanes, please. Wait and see Byron is car number 387G, Donnie Hager. Wyatt Palmatier and Cole Jennings up next. Jennings out of Pennsylvania, 797 dial. And Palmatier out of Florida, 795 dial. Wyatt in complete control on this one. Left-hand side, win light. Left-hand side, Big Papa getting the win. 799 on a 795 with a 16 tree. Took 37 thou, margin of victory. Cole Jennings is 059 and an 8 flat on a 797. Gave Wyatt too much room. Once again, final call for no box. Final call for no box, round number 5 on each of the lanes 1 and 2. Final call for no box. Final call for no box on each of the lanes 1 and 2. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Round number 5 of box door cars. Round number 5 of box door cars. Each to the lanes, please. 3 and 4. Round number 5, box door cars. Need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Box door cars. Lanes 3 and 4, please. Wait and see by run for box is LX28 Jeff Serra, and he's in the dragster, so box door cars. Box door cars. Lanes 3 and 4 for round number 5. I need you. Jordan Denny, 805, left side. Trey Hensley, 790 dial in out of Kentucky, right side. They're staged and ready. Red light for Denny by 4 thousandths will give the win light to Trey Hensley. So the Kentucky racer will go to the next round to a 26 green, then breaks it out by 21 thou. Jordan Denny was holding a little bit as he goes 797 on an 805. And here is your by-run car, also the last 6 to 9-year-old standing. Tyler Biddle will pocket $200 in extra cash for winning the 6 to 9-year-old group, and he was 004 on the tree. That's the best of the group, so he gets the by-run here with 15 cars remaining, and will go on the ladder at 8 in round number 5. Once again, I need box door cars, lanes 3 and 4, please. Box door cars, lanes 3 and 4 for round number 5. Box door cars, lanes 3 and 4 for round number 5. Wait and see by run is dragster LX28. That is Jeff Serra. So box door cars, I need all of you, lanes 3 and 4. Tyler on the by run 038 green. 1192 with a 6, not a bad lap. As he will go on the ladder in round 5. 8 junior dragsters remain. As it looks like we are getting our no box class moving into position.